cheese stuck. MILF.
Hello, hello, hello. It's no good time to come in with a song. It's just simply quiet all of the time. Anyways, I hope everyone is having a wonderful time zone wherever they are. This is Soup Day. Welcome. I hope you're doing okay. Oh boy, I have certainly signed myself up for something. I've definitely signed myself up for something. Oh boy. Okay. Oh god, that's so many days? Months? Both?
Month jump scare.
Thank you.
Oh, this is hilarious. Homestuck year
yes,
sub.
Homestuck year sub. Also, I want to play this one again because I can, because Minty can't stop me.
MILF.
So, if you haven't read the title, why do we have a hype train? Actually, if people get it to go up higher, Minty might be able to get that emote. Just saying. Just saying. Do it for Minty. Don't do it for me. Do it for Minty. No, there's no pressure ever. But today is a weird day. Today is gonna be a super weird day. I have no pressure to do anything. I could sit on this screen for the entire stream. We're not going to. We're gonna flip over to a different screen eventually. For Minty.
For Minty 07.
But there will be other chances for Minty as well. Don't worry too much. Today we're gonna read Homestuck. Today we're gonna read Homestuck. And before we get into it, I'm gonna go through a whole bunch of stuff. There's how to read in chat or in commands. There's a how to read and stuff. We will be using the unofficial Homestuck collection, which is the website that I've linked. The website that I've linked is the web version of it. I will be using the app version of it just to make sure I don't do anything that leaks anything from my browser. But what I will say is that if you're looking to read it and you don't want to have to figure out any of the mods, because I will talk a little bit about some mods. Minty. Minty. I hope Minty gets the emote. Fingers crossed. This is for Minty. I hope it happens. Like, seriously, the fingers are all crossed. There are a couple of mods that I will recommend. Again, the website will have those natively, so you can move those over. There are some other third-party mods that people have done that are kind of interesting. Those you have to do through the app version of it. I'll talk a little bit about them and what they can mean for you. So we stay here. We stay here. No more. Do not give me subs. Do not give me subs. This is from my mod. This is for my mod. Don't give me subs. My mod wants a thing, and it's on the level 1 thing, so we don't want to move from here. We sit here. We peepo sit. We have a good time. Hi Void. So I'm gonna go through some of that. We are gonna have a little bit of a conversation about the history of Homestuck, because Homestuck started 2008. It's 15 years old. Ziploc looks animated, but I literally cannot hear it. I love Ziploc. Homestuck is a product of its time, and we'll go over some of that and some of the content warning stuff. And I will make sure that you guys have an understanding of what's going on and the changes that I have made to the application that we're using so that you understand what's happening. I will give you plenty of ample warning about what you should and should not do if you want to have some things removed from your experience or some things added. It's kind of wibbly wobbly. So really quickly, what we're going to do is we're actually going to flip over to this screen. And if I did it right, okay, it's here. So if you can't read this, this is the website in the how to read. You should be able to get to this. We're gonna run through how to get into the website or the app because it's the same across both applications. I had to pre-do some of this on the application so I could install mods because you cannot install mods from this menu. So we will do that. I will also turn down the music once we get into Homestuck proper, just so that you guys don't have random music behind the random Homestuck panels, because that'd be kind of weird. But that's neither here nor there. So I'm just going to read through these pages. We'll talk about the content warning and some of the things that have happened with mods. I'll talk about the new reading experience and what that really means for you and what some of the stuff on this website is even talking about, because it's kind of interesting and kind of bizarre. So let's just start up here. Let me tell you a story about a webcomic called Homestuck, the 4th in a series of MS Paint adventures authored by Andrew Hussey from 2006 to 2016. Became wildly successful in part because of its eclectic use of web technology like Adobe Flash and GIF animations. However, with Flash finally being phased out at the end of 2020, Homestuck is in a precarious state. While there have been official attempts to preserve aspects of the original experience by Viz Media, who have published Homestuck since 2018, results have been mixed. With extra content scattered around the web in various states of decay, a solution was needed to preserve Homestuck's one-of-a-kind presentation and flair for both returning readers and those new to the story. This self-contained collection contains Homestuck, with Flash elements fully intact, the other MS Paint adventures, which are more or less predecessors to Homestuck, official Homestuck side stories, and a variety of goodies for the inquiring reader, as well as a variety of unintrusive enhancements to the overall presentation, both for quality and convenience. Hopefully this collection should be the best way to read Homestuck and preserve what made it so special. And that is largely what this has done. The unofficial Homestuck collection is the only way I would suggest reading this. Do not use Viz Media's Homestuck.com. It's not good. It's just straight up not good. They've replaced a lot of the Flash animations with just YouTube videos, which remove a lot of the very cool things that originally were part of Homestuck. Okay. Your warnings. These are your content warnings. Now, before I show the spoilers of what it is in there, this person does have a pretty good list. Homestuck was written for teenagers but contains adult topics as well as a laundry list of potential triggers. Here are some of the topics that come up. There's the whole list, which we'll go over in a second. Most of the particularly harsh examples are either briefly touched on or buried away in corners, which are older comics, beyond canon, etc. That is largely true. However, there's a couple at the top that I want to touch on particularly, which is the fact that there were slurs originally in this. There is a mod which is native to the website version and I have installed on the app version that has removed all of the slurs, which are like R-word mostly. There's an unfortunate F-word that gets slipped in there because of a abbreviation of something that happens a few too many times. So those have been edited out in the version that we will be reading. I hope Minty got the emote. Some of that stuff, like that, I've taken steps to make sure that that does not appear. There might be 1 or 2 instances in animations where it hasn't been able to be edited out. I will either skip those or do my best to like walk around them. So the other things in here: misogyny, sexism, fat phobia, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, major character death, minor character death. There's a lot of both of these. This is your warning. This is your only warning. It's a lot of both of those. Parental death, animal death, child death, body horror and injury is a little bit of it. Torture, eye mutilation, etc, etc, etc. There's a lot of these that are in here. I would highly suggest you go check out the list. There are spiders. There are some spiders. Fantastic. Oh no. Yes, Minty got it. Minty got it. Minty got it. Okay, we're good. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'd highly suggest you go look out the content warning yourself so that you know what you're getting into. Some of the imperialist empires stuff is later. The genocide, war crimes. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of stuff in here. Again, most of it is not like super in your face or here's this, but it is in there. So, new readers, this is exactly what this will look like for you. This is a confusing page. I shouldn't be surprised by the MPreg. You really shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. The unofficial Homestuck collection has a new reader mode that will automatically track your progress in the story and automatically hide spoiler content until you get to the point in the story where each new bit unlocks. Have a good lurk.
Hello, I am lurking for a bit today, but happy birthday, Trado10 love.
Thank you. Thank you for the birthday, except it's not my birthday. There are some really interesting things that happen with Homestuck. When it was originally published, this gets touched on in the reading experience as well. When it was originally published, there were some things that did not change until later in the story. So there is an instance where a character reaches back through the canon of the story and messes with things. The unofficial Homestuck collection actually preserved— oh, happy birthday, Homestuck. No, that's fair. This collection actually preserves that experience of going through the webcomic without some of those things in there, because it permanently altered old pages. Like, permanently altered old pages. And this preserves it.
Good morning. I almost fell asleep through stuck home time.
Yeah, welcome in. So this one will actually let you read it as it would have looked when it was being published. If you're rereading Homestuck and you don't want to bother with this, they have some things that you can turn on and off as well. This also uses the Homestuck, the original MS Paint Adventures settings. So the way that MS Paint Adventures was, the first page of Homestuck is page 1901. And that was just—
So we're not mining, we don't have sunglasses,
No.
and we're not falling. Seuss.
We're playing a Homestuck, except not playing, we're reading. It actually starts on page 1901. There are 3 comics before Homestuck, which if you really want to get into Homestuck, I will suggest you read all of them, and I'll point at them on the website once we're in the app version. It's a very interesting thing to go back and look at, but it does result in meaning that Homestuck page 1 is 1901. It's very silly. If you're first reading Homestuck, just leave all of this as it is. You don't need to mess with anything. This can stay whatever it is because I don't care. I don't care. We're not using this website. Everything's already set up in the other thing. So this is for the web app one. You're currently using the web app version of the unofficial Homestuck collection. Some features are unavailable, like Flash support and user mods, and others may work incorrectly with degraded performance. The full program can be downloaded at the GitHub repository. I would suggest the app version because it can run things that this one cannot. So, really quickly, do this. Bam! This is the same thing, but this is the app version. You can tell because it's got its own thing. I can add tabs, although that doesn't really do anything. Really quickly before we get into it, the settings. Like I said, I'm using the slur replacement mod because there are some in here. It is active. It should alter some things. I will be vaguely aware of where it adjusts some things. I also have a thing on here for contrast improvement because there are some characters' text that is hard to read. There's a whole bunch of mods for this. They even have a third-party mod page, which includes things that like remove some of hard to read like quirks in text. So some of the characters replace letters with things, all sorts of things. Okay, now we go to this. So the way that this works is these are the ones that came first. These are the comics that came first. It's Jailbreak, Bard Quest, and Problem Sleuth, in that order. Now, if you are wanting to get into Homestuck and you're confused about some of the things that happen in Homestuck, read these first. Because the way that Andrew Hussey did it is that these kind of like build upon each other. It really goes Jailbreak, which is 134 pages, into Problem Sleuth, which is 1,674 pages into Homestuck. But he does like some really interesting things, and these webcomics are kind of like interesting in their own right. Now, the interesting thing about this is that it actually removes things. You can't see things on the official Homestuck collection page until you reach later page like points in the webcomic. Legitimately, like they're just gone. And that's part of the interesting part of the way that they've done this one. My other favorite part of this is it actually doesn't show you the map. There's a map for Homestuck that has existed for a while. It doesn't show you the map until you've gone through part of it. So I'm going to do that. We're going to come back here. And then we're going to go ahead and start. 70. Thank you, Ether. So actually, hold on. Real quick. So it's just a smidge so that that is easier for you guys to read. Like that. Go back, begin adventure. Homestuck. A young man stands in his bedroom. It just so happens that today, the 13th of April, 2009, is this young man's birthday. Though it was 13 years ago he was given life, it is only today he will be given a name. What will the name of this young man be? Enter name. Zoo Smell, Poop Lord, which I think seems like a really good name, except it's not. Try again. John Egbert. Examine room. Your name is John. As was previously mentioned, it is your birthday. A number of cakes are scattered about your room. You have a variety of interests. You have a passion for really terrible movies. You like to program computers, but you are not very good at it. You have a fondness for paranormal lore and are an aspiring amateur magician. You also like to play games sometimes. What will you do? Have a good night, Am. John, quickly retrieve arms from drawer. Your arms are in your magic chest, Poop Lord. Remove cake from magic chest. Out of sympathy for John's perceived lack of arms, you pick up the cake for him and put it on his bed. Now, you might be wondering why there's like a mouse doing things and why it's giving commands. The style of Homestuck, when it started, was actually users giving instructions, and like they would submit things to Andrew Hussey on the website, and that turned into what you see down here. So some of these will get ridiculous and some of these won't make a lot of sense, and that is why. It is literally because random people are like, okay, I want you to do this, and then Andrew Hussey would make it, and then it would appear. And I do think he would like Phasmophobia. I do think John Egbert would like Phasmophobia. John, quickly retrieve arms from magic chest. Look at him. Look at him and his arms. He's got both of them in there. You retrieve your fake arms from the chest. You use these for hilarious antics. You capture log them in your Sylladex. You have no idea what that actually means, though. There are other items in the chest. Examine content chest. In here, you keep an array of humorous and mystical artifacts, each one a devastating weapon in the hands of a skilled magician or a cunning prankster. You are neither of these things. Among the artifacts are two fake arms currently capsuled in your Silodex, one pair of trick handcuffs, one stunt sword, one magician's hat, one pair of beagle puss sunglasses, which are these guys right there, several smoke pellets, several blood capsules, and one copy of Colonel Sassacre's daunting text of magical frivolity and practical japery, and one copy of Harry Anderson's Wise Guy by Mike Cavaney. Some of this stuff may come in handy at some point. For now, you decide to just take the smoke pellets. John, capsulog smoke pellets. You stow the smoke pellets on one of your capsulog cards in your Silodex. We're also going to get into inventory management here, because the capsulog does a whole bunch of shenanigans, and it is really stupid and really wonderful. So the Silodex is just going to be one of my favorite dumb things that it forces you to deal with throughout this. You still aren't totally sure what that means, but you are starting to get the hang of the vernacular at least. You have 2 empty capsulog cards remaining. John, equip fake arms. You aren't totally sure if equip is a verb copacetic with the abstract behavioral medium in which you dwell, but you give it a try anyways. Unfortunately, you cannot access the fake arms. The card is underneath the one you just used to capsulog the smoke pellets. You will have to use the pellets first in order to access the arms, but this is probably unadvisable, since you just make your room lousy with smoke. Your Silodex fetch modus is currently dictated by the logic of a stack data structure. You were never all that great with data structures, and you find the concept puzzling and mildly irritating. But with any hope, perhaps you will advance new, more practical fetch modi for your Silodex with a little bit more experience. John, examine Problem Sleuth poster. So this is from the previous webcomic before this one, Problem Sleuth. And I think it even links out to Topatico. I don't think these are purchasable anymore. I don't think these are purchasable at this point. But, yeah, it's here. Is it even possible to get any more hard-boiled than that? You really doubt it. This poster was one of your wisest purchases. This is a nice spot on the wall. There's a nice spot on the wall next to it. You've been meaning to hang up another poster there soon. John, read note on drawer. This note is rich with the aroma of fatherly aftershave and cologne. Beside the note is a rolled up poster. The note says, "Happy birthday, son. I am so proud of you." John, take the poster. Another birthday artifact. You wonder what is printed on the poster. You'll need some way to hang it on your wall. John, acquire hammer and nails. They will come in handy. You first place the hammer into your Silodex. But now all of your capsulog cards are full. You wonder what will happen if you try to take the nails. You guess it doesn't hurt to try. Take nails. You capsulog 4 nails into the top card and push all the artifacts down a card. The fake arms are pushed entirely out of the deck. Oh well, they're probably completely useless anyways, but you probably don't want to do that again unless you want to drop some smoke pellets and suffer the consequences. In any case, you now feel like you have gathered enough things to get down to business and do some really important stuff. Next thing you will do will probably be exceptionally meaningful. John, squawk like an imbecile and shit on your desk. This is the dumbest idea you've had in weeks. Stupid, stupid, stupid. At the polished surface of your desk. It beckons. And that's where you can see people submitting things and being silly. John, combine the nails and hammer. You merge the top 2 cards. The hammer and nails are now capsulogged on the same card and can be used together. John, use hammer/nails on poster. Use the hammer and nails card in conjunction with the card beneath it. Nail poster to wall. What did you say? What happened? What did Icy say? Just kidding, I'm not going to get attached to any characters because of the FCT tags. Minecraft Diaries in Stockholm. Okay. Now you can see where to put it. Puts up the poster. Use the hammer nails and poster on the blank space on the wall. It's glorious. Exactly what you wanted. The old man really came through this time. Examine Con Air poster. We have the arms back? Well, I can't control John. I can't control John at all. Also, if you don't know what this is, I'm not going to click it because I think this will play the clip from the movie, and it's not I don't want to get DMCA'd for this. This is basically a reference to the Con Air movie, which is put the bunny back in the box. I said put the bunny back in the box. Why couldn't you put the bunny back in the box? And you should go look at this. Examine deep impact post. Morgan Freeman's genteel, homespun mannerisms were perfect qualities for a president residing over crisis. Oceans rise, cities fall, hope survives. Wow. Films about impending apocalypse fascinate you. Plus, a black president? Now you've seen everything. Also, for context of Homestuck, Homestuck was the main comic was completely during Obama's presidency. Completely during Obama's presidency. Which I think is hilarious. Because it is a way of measuring time. John, examine calendar. You've marked your birthday, the 13th of April. Another day you marked was supposed to be the arrival date for the highly touted Suburb beta launch. It's been 3 days already. It's starting to become a sore subject with you. And then there is actually in here, have we assigned any Homestucks yet? No. Who would be John? Who would be John? Do we have a John in here? No, it's not Ether. Ether's closer to another character. Trust me, it's not Ether. No, it's not a cat. No. No. It does open it. Hold on. Well, look at that. Is Ether Solix? Yeah, Ether's closer to Solix. It makes a lot more sense. Super? Actually, no, that would make a lot more sense. Super, you might be closer to John. Yeah, no, I'm assigning John to Super. Why are you saying Icy is John? Icy is not John. Anyways, Homestuck does have this weird, beta thing. Look at how smooth it is. A young man stands in his bedroom. It just so happens that today, the 10th of April, is this young man's birthday. Though it was 10 years ago he was given life. It is today that he will be given a name. What will the name of this young man be? Look at how smooth and weird that animation is. And it had sound effects. And it was just that loud. It's weird. No, it's weird. This is buried in there. It goes through a little bit. It doesn't do a ton, and we're not going to read through all of it. Okay, so now let's continue on. John, eat cake. You are sick to death of cake. You've been eating it all day, and you have no intention of clogging your Sildex with it either. The cake stays put for now. You hear a notice from your computer. Someone is messaging you. John, examine incoming message. Look at that background on his computer. You pull up to your computer. This is where you spend most of your time. You decorated your desktop with some rather handsome wallpaper, which you made yourself. You're really proud of it. Your desktop is also littered with various programming project files, which my favorite ones are fuck, 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 and also ag. You're so bad at programming sometimes you wonder why you even bother with it. Your Pesterchum application is flashing. Someone is trying to get in touch with you. Also, I don't know how well you can see this, but the file name for the cake one is the carrot cake. So the icon or the symbol name is a carrot, so it's carrot cake as a language. And then the OG one, which has the face on it, is tilde and then ATH, which is till death. Get it? Tilde death? Get it? Get it? It's pun names in the things, and I love it. Those file names really make me think Ether, though. Blossom, I hate to break it to you, but every person I know that does programming in any regard titles all of their files that. All of them. All of everybody. Even me. I had some wonderful just keyboard slam titles for programs when I did one computer programming class. So it's everybody. It's literally everybody. It's wonderful. Okay. Your Pester Chum application is flashing. Someone is trying to get in touch with you. Would you... Only one of your chums is logged in. He sent you a message. John, open message. And so now we're going to have these. And we will read through these. And they will get longer. Hi, time. That's how I name my art files. Yees. Also, thank you for the water break. Current tech godhead began pestering ectobiologists at 4:13 p.m. Hey, so what sort of insane loot did you rake in today? I got a little Monsters poster. It's so awesome. I'm gonna watch it again today. The apple juice scene was so funny. Oh hell, that is such a coincidence. I just found an unopened container of apple juice in my closet. It's like fucking Christmas up in here. Okay, that's fine, but I have just one question and then a word of caution. Have you ever seen a movie called Little Monsters starring Howie Mandel and Fred Savage? But the seal on the bottle is unbroken. Are you suggesting someone put piss in my apple juice at the factory? All I'm saying is, don't you think Howie Mandel has the power to do something as simple as reseal a bottle? Try using your brain, numbnuts. Why did that fat kid or whoever drank it know what piss tastes like? His reaction was just nigh instantaneous. It was the 15th day in a row Howie Mandel peed in his juice. Okay, I can accept that. Monster B-list celebrity douchebags are cunning and persistent pranksters. Also, Fred Savage has a really punchable face. But who cares about this? Let's stop talking about it. Did you get the beta yet? No? Did you? Man, I got 2 copies already. I don't care. I'm not gonna play it or anything. The game sounds boring. Did you see how it got slammed in Game Bro? Game Bro is a joke and we both know it. Yeah. Why don't you go check your mail? Maybe it's there now. Alright. Look out window. Tire swing. You see the view of your yard from your window. Hanging from the trees, your tire swing. In a kid's yard, a tree without a tire swing is like a proper gentleman without a monocle. That is to say, he can hardly be considered a terribly proper gentleman at all. And there beside your driveway is the mail. Examine mail. This is, hands down, one of my favorite pictures of John in the entire webcomic. The little red arm swingy dealy thing, or whatever it is called, is flipped up. What the hell is that thing called anyway? You don't have the time for these semantics. The red flippy lever thing means you have new mail, and that means the beta might be there. Go outside and check the mailbox. You're about to hurry downstairs when you hear a car pull into the driveway. Looks like your dad has returned from the grocery store. Oh great, he's beating you to the mail. Forget it. Check the mail later. You go downstairs to get it. He will likely monopolize hours of your time. You decide to chill out up here for a while until the dust settles. Sometimes you feel like you are trapped in this room. Stuck, if you will, in a sense, which probably borders on the titular. And now your chum is pestering you again. Clockwork of friendship turns ceaselessly, operating the swing lever dealies of harassment and perpetuity. Continuously. Whatever. The dude can just hold his damn horses. Examine games on CD rack. Homestuck? No, currently we're stuck in our room. No, don't jump ahead of yourselves. We're currently stuck in a room. Not a house, just the room. And now you can look at these. Ah, damn. Bard Quest. The Caper Havers. Problem Sleuth. And it don't stop. That's confusing. That might be a pumpkin. Ghostbusters 2 MMORPG. Little Monsters. Official Nintendo seal of quality on that one. And Harry Anderson. Oh my bluff. You put countless man-hours into this assortment of quality titles. John, read Colonel Sassacre's daunting text. I like this book. Look, the hands are there still. You decide to consult with the Colonel's bottomless wisdom. Good grief, this thing is huge. It could kill a cat if you dropped it. But to really dig into this hefty book, you will have to capsulog it. You're not sure you are ready to logjam your other artifacts beneath it just yet. Capsulog fake arms again. Oh, okay. What did you just say? You don't want to clog up your... Oh, Jesus. In a momentary lapse of concentration, you accidentally capsulog the arms again. We just have the arms again. They're back in the inventory. John, set Pester Chum status to bully. You don't think the situation is quite dire enough to go all the way to rancorous, but you still feel the Pester Chum client should reflect your mood change in some way. Bully will have to do, you guess. This unsurprisingly does nothing whatsoever. Alright, you forgot your chum is still pestering you. Which my favorite part of this, I forget what it says underneath bully, but it is chummy, palsy, chipper, bully, something else, and then rancorous. You get all sorts of like happy things, and then you get angry. And that's it. That's all you get. That's it. Okay. Answer chum. Is it there? Please say yes. May you can play with TT. She's been pestering me all day about it. She's macking on me so hard all the time I start to feel embarrassed for her. I mean, not that I can blame her or anything. Yeah, it is understandable, because you are really attractive. I am attracted to you. Thank you. JK, haha. No, I don't have it yet. My dad has the mail, and I guess I have to go get it from him and see if it's there. I've been busy spending all afternoon shooting around with my stupid Sylladex. So frustrating. What's your modus? What? How do you retrieve artifacts from it? Oh, like one at a time, I guess. And if I put too much in, something falls out. Stack? What's yours? Hash map. My bro taught me a few tricks. He basically knows everything and is awesome. What the hell is that? You should probably brush up on your data structures. I guess. Did you at least allocate your strife specimens? No. Could free up a card for you. Plus let you attack stuff whenever things get too hot to handle, which is never. What have you got? I've got a hammer, but it's trapped under some arms. Oh, you really suck at this, don't you? Just get rid of the arms and then allocate the hammer to the specimens. How? I don't know. Just use the arms on any old thing and see if it works. Combine fake arms with cake. You stick the fake arms in the cake on your bed. This definitely makes the cake at least 300% more hilarious. You're sure Colonel Sassacre would know the precise index of elevated hilarity. Allocate hammer to strife specimens. Why on bed? Stop. There's cakes all over his room. There's one on the bed. Well, this one used to be on the chest, and then we moved it to the bed so we could get into the magic chest because you gotta trade something. Allocate hammer to strife specimens. And so this list actually has a whole bunch of stuff. There's a pizza cutter kind, bat kind, roll. I don't know what that one's. Plunger kind, yo-yo kind. I'm trying to look at some of the ones that you can't read on the other side. Don't leave the cake hanging, John. He does not need to fire it. High five it. There's barbed wire kind, dart kind, marble kind, plier kind, firework kind, chisel kind, aerosol kind, shot kind, shoe kind. Never mind, that says shoe. Puppet kind, fan kind, brass kind, rock kind. So the way that the strife specimens works is that you have like a blank kind of weapon that you get. This gets explained a little bit more later. No, chew kind is not on there. But you get like anything that you select. So if you're hammer kind, if you pick up any sort of hammer, that's now just a weapon. That's just a weapon. No, there's no two kind. Hose kind though. Book kind. Umbrella kind. Ice skate kind. Trophy kind. Cord kind. Iron kind. Saw kind. Nope, Ohio kind is not one. Ohio is not a weapon. You check the back of your stripe specimens for the kind abstratus you have in mind for it. Select hammer. Your stripe specimens has been allocated with the hammer kind abstratus. The hammer has been moved from your caps log deck to your strife deck. Report progress to TG. Not Florida kind. Florida is also not a weapon. Okay, I did it. Hammer kind. Yeah? Okay, that'll be the permanent allocation for your specimens. I guess I should have mentioned that. Hope you like hammers, dude. No, that's fine, I guess. I can't imagine it's going to be all that relevant. Caps log Colonel's big book. Now that you've got some space in your Sylladex to work with, you figure you might as well start squandering it immediately. Ordinarily, this ridiculous book would be way too heavy to carry around in any practical way. You guess maybe this is one respect in which the cards present some kind of convenience. Examine Game Bro magazine. Game Bro, Suburb. Why the game of the year or whatever isn't as good as some other stuff I like that's better. This is just being online. Article. So okay, Suburb is this game that got a lot of cats seem hella hella pumped of. It should say 4. This beta is sitting on my desk for review, so I'm like, yeah, man, I'll write something. I don't know. I'm like, this is about houses or some noise. That's fine. I'm sure there's like fucking dynamite in a handbag for some brosives. But all I'm saying is, when do you get to thrash anything? While you're playing house or some shit, are you ever in jeopardy of getting mud on your doll's dress or whatever from busting out? And I quote, the mad stunts, all wicked up-ins. Really like the way that this is nonsense. Know what I'm saying, bro Yoma? I didn't actually play this game, but I gave it 1.5 hats out of 5 hats to keep it real. At this point, I'd like to give a shout out to my boy Dennis, who was over the other day. We were going to chill in front of the Dark Knight, and he was so psyched of it, y'all. So this one time he was leaning against the screen door and the shit popped open and the back deck was wet and he slipped down the steps and broke his thumb on the lawn. It wasn't a long fall, but hey, I guess a thumb bone wasn't made for supporting the brunt of a huge useless tool against wet grass. We never did watch Dark Knight on account of Ron trucking his bawling candy-ass Gert to the hospital. That's cool, I still got another watch me. Poor friend. Anyways. Capsule log game, bro. Might come in handy if you ever need something that burns easily. Capsule log magician's hat. You expend your final card on the magician's hat. Get funny glasses too. You don't have a free card in your Sylladex. However, you were able to merge the Beagle Puss with the magician's hat in order to create a clever disguise. Wear disguise to fool Dad. John, who is this John you speak of? You are quite certain there has never been, nor ever will be. Yeah, this is a really shitty disguise. While you are wearing the items, they remain on the card, but it is temporarily removed from the deck, thus freeing up the cards beneath it. John, leave room. You exit into the hallway. On one wall hangs a picture of a fella who sure knows how to have a laugh, a man after your own heart. You always thought he looked a lot like Michael Cera, but your dad swears on the many hallowed tombs of Egypt that it is not. You're not sure about that, though. On the other wall is one of your dad's stupid clowns, or harlequins, as he is quick to correct anyone who would venture such brazen assumption. So, you know. Need to type slower when waking up to me. I'm fine. Go downstairs. Ah, yes, a normal living room. The accursed odor of fresh baking wafts into your newfound nostrils. Something is brewing in the kitchen. It must be the connivings of your arch nemesis, Betty Crocker, and the rich, buttery aroma of her plot stinks to high heaven. This mission is going to be more difficult than you imagined. John, admire Harlequin. You check out the shelves of fanciful Harlequins. Look at this fucking garbage. You hate this stuff. Funny is funny, but your dad sure can be a real cornball. Sometimes at night you pray for burglars. John does not like burglars. Or does not like jesters. This is why Clover is not John. Salmon fireplace. A bright orange flame flickers in the fireplace. It doesn't matter that it's April and not terribly chilly outside. In a home, a fireplace needs a fire. Because that's what fireplace is for. A fire belongs in a fireplace, damn it. This is a joke in here. Categorically, at all times, without exception. As domestic myth of unaccountable origin holds, a home borrows the spirit of the flame for as long as it makes a guest of it, much as the moon makes liberty of the sun's rays. Takes liberties with the sun's rays. The moon's an errant thief, and her pale fire she snatches from the sun. Mark Twain. You're almost certain Mark Twain said that. Toss Game Bro into fire. It doesn't burn as quickly as you'd hoped. Each Game Bro magazine is guaranteed to be printed on 40% recycled asbestos. For big ups to Mother Earth, yo. Fondly regard cremation. You examine the sacred urn containing your departed Nana's ashes. When your father gives her portrait a wistful glance now and then, you can tell it brings back painful memories. A tall bookshelf, a ladder, an unabridged Colonel Sassacres. He never wants to talk about it. Topple urn. You clumsily mishandle the sacred urn, ashes everywhere. In retrospect, upon mulling cinematic tropes regarding ash-filled urns, this outcome was a virtual certainty. Probably better clean it up before Dad finds it. Combine father's pipe with clever disguise. You think now would be a good time to beef up your clever disguise. Examine oversized gift. Champ, you can do anything if you put your mind to it. I believe in you. Contemplating what could be inside this package is sort of exciting, but it makes you a little nervous at the same time. Open large present. Oh, hell no. Capsule log ashes. First, you prop the Harlequin doll up on the couch. Having it in the middle of the floor, sprawled out all akimbo like that, struck you as unseemly. You capsule log the ashes to your available card. Combine ashes with urn. You merge the sacred urn with the ashes. Most of the ashes back in the urn, but it's a total mess. Really, it probably would have been tidier if you just used a broom and dustpan. No arms, give up. Put urn back. No one will be the wiser, except maybe for people with eyes. He has a point. There is just a lot of dust on that thing. Go get fake arms again. You just got another brilliant idea for something to do with those pointless arms. You pry them out of the cake and capsule log them. Looks like Pester Chum is acting up again. John, examine third and fourth walls of the room. They exist. Look at them over there. Look at those extra walls that we could not see before. Check Pester Chum. Another one of your chums is messaging you. Check message. I understand that you have recently come into possession of the beta release of the Game of the Year, as featured in respectable periodicals such as Game Bro magazine. That's an ugly rumor. Whoever told you that is a filthy liar, and you should probably stop hitting on him all the time or whatever. I can't control myself. I must have a weakness for insufferable pricks. Anyway, I still haven't checked the mail. My dad has it. I'm trying to go get it from him, so BRB. John. What? You're wearing one of your disguises now, aren't you? You're typing to me right now while wearing something ridiculous. No. Why would you even think that? That's so stupid. Okay. Why don't you go get the game from your father? All right. Wish me luck. Oh, by the way, JK, I was wearing a funny disguise this whole time. Gotcha. I know, John. Go back downstairs. You can now execute this brilliant idea you had. There should be just enough frosting on the fake arms to serve as adequate adhesive. Attach arms to doll. You don't care what Colonel Sassacre says. That makes it at least 1,000,000% funnier. Inspect burnt paper on the floor. Roblerone. I like that advertisement. I like the man in the sky. You put this back in the fire where it belongs. Throw present wrap in fire. As long as you're cleaning up. Capsule like doll. You can carry hefty items, but that thing is just way too big. Get real. Besides, you don't even want it. Read Colonel Sassacre's text. Okay, let me see if I can read this one. This one's small, so this is the, I think this is the introduction? Hells bells, we are having a mighty sporting time of it. Hold fast, my intrepid fellow pranksmiths. We've merely nicked the mahogany of our gaping chests. If I may direct the incisive ogle of your beagle puss to the wriggling regency of rubber bugs, plastic, oh, it's about bugs, parasites, squirming serpents, pliable pets, and every such order and phyla of creepy crawlies. Land sakes alive, we are cooking with petrol now. In further exhibits, we shall dwell on artifacts useful to your exploits. Is your pappy's rod and reel handy? What about a bit of iron cord? Shouldn't prove elusive. Bring those writhing rascals to life and set the nerves of some old maid to the wreck of Hesperus? Interesting. Do you have a bothersome aunt who never seems troubled to find ways with your sunny afternoon? A broad, splintery fence? A bucket of whitewash, perhaps? By gum, you'll fix her wagon. And what of that tawny gent who put his lackadaisical lean near the sarsaparilla front? You'll have that listless rouseabout find the spring in his step just yet. It's delightfully absurd the way he writes. You thought about consulting the text to determine exactly how hilarious the doll is now. This text is way too big to navigate in a timely fashion. You decide to forget it. Find Dad and retrieve mail. The door on the left leads to the kitchen, from which the smell of baking wafts, a powerful aroma which could lift an especially portly hobo off his feet. The door on the right leads to the study, where your dad spends a lot of time. He could be in either room. Where will you go? We go in the study. Doesn't look like he's in here right now. Examine father's desk. On the desk is a deck of playing cards, one of your dad's pipes, and the April issue of the Serious Jester magazine, and a stray capsule out card. There's also a can of peanuts on the desk. Haha, oh Dad, you won't be falling for that one again anytime soon. A severe peanut allergy is a terrible affliction to cope with. upgrade costume with the hat from the hat rack. You swap the magician's hat with the bowler hat. This disguise is somewhat less funny, but a lot more distinguished looking. Combine second pipe with clever disguise. Your dad maintains numerous pipes around the household. A father without a pipe is like a strapping roughneck without a toothpick. That is to say, he is a rather piss-poor excuse of a roughneck if you ask me. You'd rather not take the pipe, though. The first one tastes bad enough as it is. How you suffer for your comedy. Examine caps lock card. So your peanut allergy. Hi, super welcome. This webcomic was secretly about you, but not really. Examine capsulog card. Yes, this will be perfect for expanding the space in your Scylla capsulog card. So we might have found the problem with it. Because now the capture card is inside of the capture card. Anyways, John, play haunting piano refrain. So this is the first time we ever have an S page. So every time you're reading Homestuck, if you see a page that has the brackets and then the S in it, it has sound of some sort. Every single one of them. Some of them are more complicated animations. Some of them are as simple as this one, where it is just the song playing over it. But that's what it does. There's also always this in the corner so that I can do that randomly. But it comes back in, and you can change the volume of it too. So that's available to you guys. This is some of the stuff that gets lost because of the change of Flash not being supported by browsers. Like, legitimately, that is some of the problems with it. So the S pages were generally preserved as better here, but they were preserved as YouTube videos elsewhere. So there's some big ones that happen way later in the webcomic that are preserved as YouTube videos that will never be quite as good as having the actual, like, animation in the thing. They also can usually let you replay them. So that's something to look for as well. But now we're going to play 52 Pickup. You play the prankster's favorite card game, even though you are alone in the room, thus rendering it an especially foolish version of solitaire. So stupid. Look at this mess. Peanut Gallery over there is sure getting a kick out of it. You were allergic to their scorn. Can I be his father? You do not want to be his father. But you know what, Clover? Sure, we can assign you as John's dad. Attempt to leave the house. Yeah, high seek. Remember when Ecto Cooler was an actual... You go back into the living room and contemplate checking the mailbox outside. You think perhaps you should exhaust all possibilities before plunging headlong into a dad encounter. Your television is currently airing a commercial. Exit. You exit the house. I don't think we're very homestuck. We seem to not be stuck inside the home now. Let's check the mail. Predictably, the mailbox is empty. You've already been scooped by your father. This one. Streets are empty. Wind skims the voids, keeping the neighbors apart, as if grazing the hollow of a cut reed, or say a plundering mailbox, or plundered mailbox. A familiar note is produced. It's the one Desolation plays to keep its instrument in tune. It is your 13th birthday, as with all 12 preceding it, something feels missing from your life. The game presently eluding you is only the latest sleight of hand in the repertoire of an unseen Riddler, one to engender a sense of not of mirth, but of lack. His core schemes are less of a prankster than a common pickpocket. His riddle is absence itself. It is a mystery dispersing altogether, the moon's faint reflection. With even one pebble of inquiry dropped in its black well, it is the most diabolical riddle of all. Absence diminishes little passions and increases great ones, as wind extinguishes candles and fans a fire. Walt Whitman. Yes, you are certain Walt Whitman said that. 100% positive. You have a feeling it's going to be. Now, this one is actually a reference to the map. So the Homestuck acts all have names. And Act 1 is actually called The Note Desolation Plays. So this is more or less the title screen of Homestuck if this were to be a movie. And I really do like this page in this whole bit right here. But now, it's time to leave a surprise for the mailman. No, no! See if your father left the mail in the car. The door is locked, and your dad has the car keys. You peer in through the driver's side window. You don't see any mail, but you do see a green package. There's also something underneath it that looks like a slip of paper. Could these items have come in the mail? You don't see anything else that's usually in the mail, like bills and coupons. Maybe your dad forgot to take his stuff inside. Let's look into the kitchen. You try to get a gander through the kitchen window, but you can't see a whole lot. It seems your dad has been doing so much baking the glass is steamed up. He's so weird. But you can see what's on the table just beside the window. Looks like the mail is there. Included among it is a red package, some bills, your dad's PDA, and an envelope that appears to be suspiciously labeled with the Suburb logo. Could it be? Fortunately, the window is locked. Go back into the kitchen. You have no other choice. You are going in. Clever disguise, it's time to work your magic. Dad encounter time. Your dad sees right through your costume. You don't know what you were even thinking with this foolish ruse. You unequip the clever disguise. Your dad wields a dreaded artifact of confection. He stands between you and the mail. There's only one way to settle this. Strife. And then these were actually like things that you could do. So you can agree. And you can abjure. And this is a remix of the song that he played on the piano earlier. This is Showtime again. I don't think you can do anything else here. It's just the same two things. You know, you just go after your dad with a hammer. You know, like regular people do. So anyways. Let's retrieve the package and flee to your room. Music motifs, my beloved. I have fantastic news. If you wanted a piece of media that has a ton of good music and the way that it uses music is actually pretty relevant to the story, Homestuck. Go look at the Homestuck albums. If you go from volumes 1 through 4 into some of the later ones, some of that stuff gets like remixed and carried through literally all the way to Act 7, which is the last act of Homestuck. Literally, the final, like, large song of Homestuck contains so many motifs from previous things. Like, Showtime shows up time and time again, and it gets remixed into other things, and gets added and taken away from things. It's really interesting how it all, like, kind of flows and works together. And that is largely because a lot of the music for Homestuck was made by fans, or remixed by fans, or, like, albums were made by fans. Some of these are not available anymore. Some of them are like really obscure and really wonderful. I've talked about it before. There's a Homestuck album that is just piano music, and it is one of my favorite albums to ever exist. It is no longer available for purchase, but it's still around. But it is absolutely wonderful. Most characters have their own themes too. That's true too. Almost every character has their own theme. And I mean almost every single one. There's some side characters that don't, but like almost every single main character, which that is still a large group, has a song that corresponds with them, and it's wonderful. Anyways, you cannot abscond. This pesky guardian is blocking your path. You will need to engineer some sort of distraction. And now he brandishes yet another artifact of confection. It's ruthless. You better brace for impact in the most comedically striking fashion possible. Whip disguise for defense. The Beagle Aegis absorbs the brunt of the treat. Looks like Dad will enjoy the prankster's gambit on that exchange, as is usually the case. I love it when he just throws pie, when your parents just throw pie in your face. Caption log, pie tin. Take the pie tin and unequip the Beagle Puss. Everything in your Soldex is push back a card. The smoke pellets are ejected from the deck. Yes, this could be just the distraction you were looking for. Oh. Nothing happens. What a huge letdown. Take the cake. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one who knows how to yield. Oscar Wilde. Wise words by a man who likely could resist everything but temptation. The cake forces Colonel Sassacre's text out of your Sildex. Sassacre, you beautiful bastard. Now's your chance. Abscond. Now that Dad is busy placating the smoke detector, you can safely sneak away. PDA. You snag your dad's PDA. Maybe later you'll switch the background image to something hilarious as a prank. Besides, it may come in handy later. Your spare capsule log card is forced out of the Sildex and consequently integrated with the deck. You now have 5 cards to work with. Take package. The red package is addressed to you. Take envelope. You got the suburbata. Exit the kitchen. Get cake on couch. Oh, it's lost its arm. The one arm has fallen off. Not enough frosting. Just add some more frosting. Like, just add that on there and then just stick it back on there. You capsule log the cake on the couch, expelling the pie tin from the bottom card. John, combine the cakes to make a double-decker cake. You merge the 2 cakes across all 5 cards. Everything in your Sildex is all smushed between the cakes. Why don't you think these things through first? You know, just normal things of just smashing everything into cakes. Retreat upstairs. You pause at the juncture and head down the hall. You're going to need something to clean up the mess if you're about to make by dissecting this cake. To the left is the bathroom. To the right is your dad's room. It is locked, and you are forbidden from ever entering. He has secrets. Go to the bathroom and grab a towel. You enter the bathroom. You can see your backyard from the window. The jewel in its crown is the swing set, which has provided you with years of joy. There's also a spring-mounted pogo ride, which has been responsible for more than one painful injury, and has provided you with years of lament. On the sink is your dad's razor. On the rack to the side is a fresh towel. Remove the PDA envelope and package from the cake. Yes, we use a razor to carefully dissect things. So he uses the razor, cut it all out, capsule logs the towel, and then uses the towel. Take the razor and use it to perform surgery on the cake. You take the towel and clean off the extracted goods. Retrieve your items. The items force the main-handled cake into the toilet. And just like that, your Sildex is full again. God, this thing is annoying. Now the cake is just in the toilet. But that's fine. Go to bedroom. Admire failure to launch poster. Not usually into chick flicks, but Matthew McConaughey's cool charisma could salvage any heap of smoldering wreckage. This is your McConaughey wall, a casual shrine to an amazing actor. Film up of that one is a lot better, you think. Can you see her? I want you to picture that little girl. Now imagine she's white. Got us, Matthew. Your smooth-talking exposed our latent racism. Damn, you are good. Now we check pest. Badoo. Garden Gnostic began pestering ectobiologist at 1634. Hey, happy birthday, John! Hello? Okay, I will talk to you later. She ceased. Turntech Godhead again. Hey, Gigi is looking for you. Why are you even so popular all of a sudden? Is today some sort of special occasion or something? Did you do something to curry favor with the ladies? Did you break your leg on a puppy or some shit? Dude, what are you doing? Turntech Godhead is now an idle chump. I discovered a comet that is going to destroy the Earth, and it was named after me. Now I am famous, and everyone wants to talk to me a lot. No, stop. Just no. Don't talk about your awful stupid movies or make references to them. Your gross man-bro crush on Matt McConaughey is an unsavory thing to behold. McConaughey. Sounds like a noise a horse would make, i.e. dumb. Equally dumb are all those pictures of that clown you've got hanging up. Those are my dad's. I was talking about Nick Cage. Oh, what? No, man, Cage is sweet. So sweet. So lame. You don't even like him ironically or anything. This is like for real, isn't it? I do things ironically sometimes. What about what I sent you for your birthday? No, those are awesome. What? No, they're stupid. Which was the joke? Ironic joke. Get it? Wait, you're actually wearing them, aren't you? I'm wearing them ironically because they're awesome. The fact that they're ironic makes them awesome. And vice versa. Are you taking notes on how to be cool? Jesus, get a fucking pen. You do realize they touched Stiller's weird sort of gaunt face at some point. Ew, yeah, well, oh well. Anyway, speaking of which, did you get the mail? Yeah. Did there happen to be a package there? Yeah, there's a big red one. You should probably open it. I would, but it's trapped under the Spur beta, so I will probably open it after I install the beta. Oh, beta came. Yeah, want to play it? No way. Why not? Sounds so hell's boring. Just get TT to play it. She's all about that. There you go. Our internet is blinking in and out, I guess. Probably be back online soon. Oh, and Christ in a sidecar. Are you still using the stack modus? Seriously, dude. You need to bone up on your data structures. That shit is just ridiculous. Okay, I will. And in a meta moment, open browser and go to mspaintadventures.com. You decide to space out on the computer for a while before doing anything important. You open the Typhus web browser and direct it to what is indisputably the most amazing website ever created, and this webcomic is definitely not biased at all about what is a good website on the internet. The new adventure is okay, but you're not sure if you like it as much as the last one. Install the Spurb beta. It's worse that I actually like Nick Cage. I've watched his movies frequently. Super, I think we've accidentally figured out what character you are. Like, legitimately on accident. I think we have actually found you in a webcomic. Congrats, I guess you get to do something cool one day. You decide it's time for less meta, more beta. You insert the CD and install the Spurb beta. What the fuck is this? It says, Skynet Systems Incorporated, all rights reserved. Spurb client is running, waiting for server to establish connection. Bone up on data structures. So there's just one that says data structures. There's one that says discrete mathematics, carrot cake, till death. This asterisk? Amida. Go to your closet where you keep a lot of clothes and an array of handy computer programming guides. Read data structures. Data structures for assholes. Ignorance just made me throw up a little. Get a clue, you computer illiterate piece of shit. You're not really sure you want to dig into this huge tome. It looks really boring and kind of ornery. Maybe you'll just check out that free modus instead. There's a free fetch modus in the back. Oh, I forgot I could. You turn to the back inside cover, where a free fetch modus is included in a plastic sleeve. This one is dictated by the logic of a queue data structure, operating on a first in, first out method rather than a first in, last out method of a stack. Apply fetch modus to Sylladex. Items capsuled in your Sylladex are no longer immediately accessible. You can only use the item on the bottom card and must wait for items on upper cards to be pushed back to it. For instance, the red package is now inaccessible. You can only use the razor at the moment. This modus doesn't strike you as a significant upgrade to your previous one. In fact, it almost seems more inconvenient. You figure you might as well give it a chance, though. Switch back to stack modus. You suddenly wonder if this is even possible. You don't even remember if you had a physical card for the stack modus. You find this all to be a little abstract, and you'd prefer not to think about it too much. Put down razor. Put it down? You're not quite sure you understand. Pick up 2 items. You capsulate one of the cakes. You finally found a use for all these loitering pastries. Dead weight. Hit other cake. Whoops. So it gets launched out. It'll actually goes across the screen right there. Second cake causes the razor to launch out of the front of your Sylladex. Oh, good lord, that beautiful face. You wish the razor would have failed to launch. Get more. Okay. I do like this. This is just funny to me. I thought it was funny to have Super be the one shitting on just like a cat. I didn't know how many parallels there would actually be. Listen, Blossom, it happens. You make a joke and suddenly it turns out to be like just a whole thing. You're like, oh no, this is just real now. You open your magic chest and capsulate one of your favorite books of all time, Wise Guy by Mike Cavaney. There goes the fresh towel. Might as well grab those cuffs. Goes the PDA. Straight out the window. You take the trick handcuffs, expelling the PDA like a bullet. God damn it. That's it, right out there. It's a little PDA just sitting out there. Open up that package. From EB, or to EB from TG. Examine the package. It is from one of your internet chums. It's bound in packaging tape, though. You'll need something sharp to open it. Of course, the razor. It's all so simple. You wonder why you didn't... Razor. Pick up the package again. Let's take this from the top. Capsule glass shards. And then he uses this to just expel a whole bunch of stuff onto the floor and out the window. You take 3 glass shards in quick succession and duck for cover. Your Sylladex rains devastation on your room from above. And now that your cards are packed with glass, you probably don't want to do that again anytime soon. Should probably go get that stuff before you forget. Use the razor on the red package. You open the package. There's something suspicious inside. Something suspiciously dirty and smelly. The stuffed bunny, much like the one held hostage briefly by Malkovich's Cyrus the Virus, while taunting hard luck protagonist Cameron Poe, and strikingly similar to the one scooped up from the soot of a burning Vegas strip by Cage's Poe and offered to his daughter, a gesture symbolic of a tattered exterior surrounding a heart of gold. Poe wasn't much to look at, but he was a good man. No, it is not merely like that bunny. According to this note of authenticity, it is the very same bunny. So awesome. Check status of Suburb Beta. It's like your computer is trying to get your attention. Look at monitor. A Suburb host user is attempting to connect with you. Client has established connection with host. Press enter when ready. Check Pester Chum. It looks like you managed to retrieve the beta. Excellent. I'm going to try to connect. Whoa, okay. But I just got the most awesome present. The rabbit? So sweet. I've heard tales of this wretched creature often. Its Homeric legend is practically ensconced in the fold of my personal mythology by now. What? Why don't we focus on the matter at hand? Oh, the game. Okay. I don't really know how this works. What am I even looking at here? You are running the client application. I am running the server. So I am the host user. I have established a connection with you. This is sufficient for both of us to play the game. Okay then. Why don't we get started? Press enter. And then this is one of my actual favorite first songs from it. Ta-da! We're here now. And then this is a note from Andrew Hussey. The AH is Andrew Hussey. You can actually do some interaction in this. Again, a lot of this is lost with Flash going away, but like you can just mouse over it. So they've select, revise, deploy, Fernalia registry, grist cache, explore Anthem. I don't know how to say those words. Alchemy Excurus. But that's what it looks like. PT, select magic chest. Oh. Okay. PT, zoom out. CT, drop chest. Okay, so that's just now on the roof. Whoa, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm just getting a feel for the controls. Is my magic chest on the roof now? Yes. Sad face. I'll try to be more careful next time. John, get the card. You find your missing stack fetch modus and quickly reapply it to your Sylladex. You can now opt for either the stack or queue modus at any time. You toggle between your fetch modi with gleeful abandon. So now we can access the first card and the last card. And that's really it. Looks like your dad is leaving again for more baking supplies. You're relieved to have the house to yourself again, if only for a few minutes. You just hope he doesn't notice the magic chest on the roof, or all the shit you threw out the window for that matter. TT, select stuff in yard and move it back into room. Nope. Hey, do you think you could do me a favor? Can you grab all that stuff outside my broken window and bring it in for me? Give it a shot. Thanks. No luck. It appears to be out of range. I'm guessing it is too far away from you, the player. A different sad face. Select John. You cannot select a player. John observes the meddlesome cursor. Select Bunny. Put the bunny back in the box. You smile. Look at his little bean smile. Look at his little bean smile. And a little bean smile over there. It's just the tiniest of little bean smiles over there. Okay, we're gonna revise the room. I'm sure this will end just fine. You know, let's just add more room. We're just adding more room. This is like The Sims. We've added more room. I'm sure this has no consequences. No way that this would have any consequences. At all. But also, nice renovation. Open Fernalia registry. Oh, so many. Extruder, totem lathe, alchemeter. Let's deploy the totem lathe. It costs nothing, apparently. That sure seems fine for a kid to have in his room. On the sidewalk. Yeah, it's fine. Same in totem lathe. You don't know what this thing does, but it looks neat. It does look kind of. Open grist cache. Oh, look at all of this currency that they will need at some point, I'm sure. It seems expanding the dimensions of your room cost us some build grist, but deploying the lathe did not appear to incur any expense. It looks like certain objects are freebies, probably to help you set up the game. Wow, okay, what do they do? I think it's up to you to find out. All I can do is drop stuff in your house and move it around, apparently. How do I move stuff around? It sounds fun. I don't think you can as the client. You will need to install the server application. You should have received both in separate envelopes. I'm running both on my computer right now. What? Did you get another envelope in the mail? No. Once you install the server and establish a connection, I'm sure you will be able to manipulate my environment in the same manner. Are you sure you didn't get it? And I think I might know where it is. You know, the package that was in the car that we didn't think was anything and it was on top of a piece of paper. I think we might have discovered where the other one was. Now that your room is bigger, why don't you move to the far corner? This will extend the range of the cursor and I can reach the items, which you threw out the window for some reason? Good idea. What have you been doing all in here all afternoon anyway? I was fussing with our stupid Sildex, but I think I have it under control now. What modus do you use? I like to use trees. Oh, that sounds so awkward. It's not exceptionally practical, but I think they are elegant. John, stand in the corner. Ah, we've gotten our things back. A different smile. Like Cruxtruder. Pre-punched card. Interesting. I like that it fits exactly into that nook right there. I'm sure this has no consequences. Deploy alchemeter. 100 design X costs money. Why is the floor shaking? Are you dropping more stuff in my house? Yes, 2 more large gizmos. Sweet. What is with all these big contraptions? If I had to guess, they appear to facilitate a sort of system involving punch card-based alchemy. Huh. What end? I mean, what are we supposed to be doing in this game? That remains to be seen. Maybe you should go investigate. Get PDA. Oh. Grab the PDA. Switching back to the stack mode so it isn't readily accessible. The interface is oddly sterile. No hilarious clown wallpapers or anything like that. Oops, you mean Harlequin wallpapers. The serious business application is open. It seems your dad uses it to keep tabs on various acquaintances. His fellow street performers, maybe? You guess the performing arts must be pretty serious business after all. Which it says, the following matters have been submitted in a frank and forthright manner for Pipe Fan 413's judicious appraisal. Gray Slacks 66 said, decided to return home for fresh tie. Oh, wait, no, there's a whole thing here. Hold on. We're starting at this bottom spot. Gray Slacks 66. Need counsel on removing coffee from necktie. Incident occurred 45 seconds ago. Beverage essences rapidly settling into fabric. Too busy for this. Says something on incident. I don't know what that means. Gray Slacks follows up with, was posturing unevenly to reach for hat on wool hook. Tip of tie slipped into open mouth of pot. Duration of dunk approximately 3 seconds. Officer Urchin 1280. Photographic documentation of incident. Well pressed attire. Use ballpoint pen to roll up tip of cloth. Extract pen. Press rolled cloth against ceramic surface, e.g. restroom sink. In future, consider repositioning hat hook and or coffee pot. Gray slacks. Decide to return home for fresh tie. Soiled tie will be laundered immediately upon return. Yep, this man is definitely very whimsical. And definitely does not have a very normal business job. Install Pester Chum. This should be useful. Now you can keep tabs on your chums while you wander around the house. Go out to balcony. Hey, I'm out on the balcony now. I'm messaging you from my dad's PDA. The one you threw into the yard? No, I'm telling you, it jumped out of my Silodex like a frightened weasel. What were you doing with it in the first place? I'm not sensing a lot of regard for the personal property of others. Is this how your pent-up frustration with your father manifests itself? What? No. Those were all accidents. Please take your psychobabberly evidence elsewhere, miss. Your bathroom is a mess. Did you do that too? Oh man, see, this isn't cool. All this snooping nonsense. There's a cake in the toilet. Yes, there is. I'm tempted to clean it up for you. Okay, if that will satisfy your weird OCD complex, then go ahead. My obsessive compulsive disorder complex? Can a disorder also be a complex? In your case, probably. Sounds complicated. Anyway, I'm going to have a look at this enormous platformy thing that you put on the balcony. Examine alchemeter in a cautious manner. You have no idea what to do with this thing. You can't find any controls for it. Having exhausted all other possibilities, you just decide to stand on it. This isn't very cautious of you, actually. Look through telescope. It's a clear, sunny day. Nothing out of the ordinary to report. At least not beyond the walls of your own home. PT, grab the soiled toilet. Whoops. Whoops. What? What was that noise? Is this something I should go investigate? No, I have it under control. You can keep playing with your telescope. Investigate. Ugh. I think I can patch it up. Just give me a little space. Why don't you go have a look at the Crookstruder? The what? The thing I put in your living room. Hop down the hole. You jump down to the utility room. Get sledgehammer and card. Hell yeah, we're leveling up, except we've accidentally done this and we've put a card inside of our thing again. Take the sledgehammer and the caps lock card, combine the two, and quickly apply it to your strife specimen. You think it's cool that things don't always have to be a federal fucking issue. Looks like another one of your chums is pestering you on your PDA. Answer, chum. John, did you get my package? Oh, hey, no, not yet. Darn, are you sure? It was in a green box. Oh, yeah, but it's in my dad's car and he's still out at the store. He should be back soon. Great, so what are you up to today? I am up to my neck in this Esperb stuff. PT is making a royal mess of my house. Well, what's Sburb? Oh, it's this game? It's okay, I guess. I'm still figuring it out. Whoa, what was that? What was what? It's a really loud noise outside my house. It sounded like an explosion. Oh, really? Oh, go outside and look. Oh man, alright, but be careful, okay? I will. Might as well check out the Crookstruder. Oop. Oh, hell no. You put this thing in front of the door? There's a door there? Yeah? I didn't see it. I just thought it fit nicely into that groove. I mean, you thought it was elegant? Okay, well, what do I do with this thingy? Hello? What are you doing up there now? Oh, fuck. Salmon wheel on the Crookstruder. When you turn the wheel, something seems to be pushing up from underneath the lid, but you aren't strong enough to make the lid come off. Put bathtub in the driveway. On the tub's journey to the driveway, the connection is interrupted. Hold TT. You can see me, right? Tell me what is wrong with this picture. Sorry, I keep losing the wireless signal. Must be the weather. I would look for a stronger signal in another part of the house, but I'd rather not risk an encounter with my mother. I battled through her cloud of gin and derision once already this evening. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, Kate gestures unfaltering love and support. Quite a road to hoe there, though I suppose I'm complicit for not informing social services about your situation. I know. What about going outside? Maybe you could catch a neighbor signal. That presents the same problem. Also, it's raining, remember? And dark. It's dark already? Yes, the sun has already had its way with us here on the East Coast. Its lurid glare has moved on to younger time zones. Haha. Okay. John hit Crush Shooter with the sledge. Can I be TT, please? I don't. Blossom, I think you're Jade. You'll meet her soon. I think you're more Jade. TT, need some help? Oop. Well, that's bright and flashing. Who is TT? I mean, they haven't told us. Lily Blossom's a day for me? Actually, well, hold on. I will give MJ that one. I think it's either Jade or Dave. Could be either. Okay. What is this thing? And what is that clock counting down to? I've been looking at the game fact walkthroughs to figure out some of this stuff. Hold on while I read further. Okay. All of these walkthroughs are extremely short. None progress much further than this point. Weird. I mean, it is a new game. True. Now that the lid is off, you'll need to extrude some cruxite. Turn wheel again. Extrude 1 cruxite dowel. Get cruxite. I feel like we should be hurrying. That countdown is making me nervous. John? Oh, your PDA is trapped under the cruxite now, isn't it? Anyway, it looks like you're going to need this card too. Deployed pre-punched card. Just drops it onto the floor. John, get card. A shard of glass is expelled through the deck and maims the Harlequin doll. Oops-a-daisy. It makes that look like a shark now, though. That looks like a shark. That's a silly little shark. Capsule log, fanciful Harlequins. We have further maimed it. You take two fanciful Harlequins. The additional useless freight pushes your PDA to the last card. You then switch to the Q modus so that you can access the PDA. More glass shrapnel flies from your deck and maims that. Ah, yes. This thing keeps following me around. I think it's trying to talk to me or something. That is probably the kernel sprite. It apparently needs to be prototyped. Twice, actually. Whatever the hell that means. These walkthroughs are horrendously written. Okay, well, you are the one with the cursor, so just do whatever you think is the right thing to do. Also fix my bathroom. TT, drop maimed Harlequin into kernel sprite. The kernel sprite has been prototyped with the Harlequin doll. This one gets a lot of remixes. We continue on. Ah, it's even more legible now. I still can't understand this thing's gobbledygook. It was only tier 1 prototyping. There is still another tier to the prototyping process, which for all we know, merely advances this entity through increasingly esoteric states of linguistics. Clock is ticking. We don't have time for this asinine tomfoolery. This unmitigated poppycock? Extravagant hogwash! Okay, stop. Stop typing whatever silly thing you're typing. I'm going upstairs to the big platformy thing. The alchemeter? Try to learn the lingo. Use pre-punch card with the alchemeter. There's no slot for a card anywhere to be found on the alchemeter. Chronal Sprite followed you upstairs. And don't worry, listen, once we get further into the actual, process of playing, Spurb, I think I can go backwards and explain some of, the basics of how the game works, the actual game of Spurb works. Because we see a whole bunch of characters eventually go through this process, and that we see a different session of it happen eventually as well. And there's some stuff that kind of vaguely makes sense. The kernel sprites make sense, but if I try to explain it right now, I will confuse everybody even further than where I am right now. But we will stretch and water. We'll blink. Also, I can't believe I've been reading Homestuck for an hour and a half. That's a lot of minutes. Okay. Explore Athenium. Acquiring a Cruxite dowel seems to populate the Athenium with one item. Perfectly generic object. Capsule-like telescope. Why do we keep doing this? You snatch the telescope from its tripod. Who knows, it might be useful, but more importantly, it pushes the Cruxite to the last card, making it available for tinkering. PDA is predictably jettisoned in the yard over the neighbor's fence. Put Cruxite on a weird pattern on alchemeter. Can't believe I've been watching Homestuck for an hour and a half. Can't even believe I can believe even less that I'm kind of enjoying it. Listen, for all intents and purposes, Homestuck is a very good webcomic. It has its issues. I talked about it before. It is kind of vaguely a product of its time. It's had its controversies. Its fandom has been something over the years. But it is, like, at its heart, like, a really good, interesting, weird world and story, and I really do like it. On some level, and I unfortunately remember so many pieces of information about it. My brain is the Homestuck wiki for all intents and purposes. Place the Cruxite down on the alchemeter's small pedestal. What's happening? It scanned it. Set the alchemeter to cast 3 perfectly generic objects for some reason, expending a total of 6 units of build grist. These things look completely useless. What a waste. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice there's something in the sky. John, switch modus and use telescope to inspect sky. You switch back to stack modus and get a closer look with your telescope. Whatever it is, the kernel sprite seems particularly agitated about it. Hey, have we thought about why possibly there might be a countdown now? You know, just no big deal. None. You're no astronomer, but its trajectory looks suspiciously head-on with your current perspective. This is a troubling development. John, high five Colonel Sprite. You figure you've left him hanging long enough. Said a meteor is named after Jim. Jim, yes? Yeah. Five. We left him hanging long enough. He gets a high five. Attempt to ingest a unit of build grist. It is tempting because they strongly resemble rock and blue raspberry gushers. However, units of build grist are a gaming abstraction and do not seem to exist on the physical plane. This is apparently no crisis so imminent. There's apparently no crisis so imminent that will deter you from contemplating idiotic and frivolous actions. Can't eat it. Dad's home. Your dad is getting home. John, what did you do with your PDA this time? I'm working on the bathroom, but we are running low on build grist. Vi's bathroom. We have the floor now. We have a floor. Can I leave? You went to go get more baking supplies, Clover. Clover, this is you. Clover. Clover, you're just confused. Look at that confused dad. Just question marks about everything. Did I miss the bathtub? Yeah, the bathtub's in the hallway. Return to your room and contact TT through Pester Chum. Run to your room, doop. So that's our new area. That's our computer. 2 chums have been trying to message you. I'm working on the bathroom, but we're running low on build grist. Oh man, who cares about the bathroom? Now there's a meteor heading for my house. I see. Do you suppose it has anything to do with the game? I don't know, maybe. What do I do? I think it's very likely. The walkthroughs vaguely suggest an impending threat before they end. The already poorly constructed sentences become even more curt and ambiguous, as if written hastily and with a sense of alarm. Actually, their dedication to updating the walkthrough under such circumstances is admirable. Wow, fascinating. If the meteor is a game construct, I think the only thing to do is to proceed and try to solve the dilemma on the game's terms. Try using the lathe. It says you can use that card on it, but isn't more specific than that. Okay, I'll do that. Really, it is a labor to read this drivel. If I read any more, my brain will need to be spoon-fed from a jar, while it blows spit bubbles in a high chair. I think I will write my own walkthrough. That is after we make sure we don't die. And now we're back to TG. I heard you got the box. I hope you appreciate my heroic fatherly perseverance in getting it to you in my rough and tumble dirty wife-beaterly sort of way. Also, I hope you appreciate how many no-talent douches had their mitts on that bunny before you. It's like a grubby baton in some huge douchebag marathon. Hey, where are you? Oh man, the bunny was awesome, but I don't have time to talk. I'm playing Spurb and it's kind of a nightmare. TT is breaking everything in my house. Dude, I told you to steer clear of that game. And for that matter, you should probably wash your hands of flighty broads and their snarky horseshit altogether. And now there's a meteor coming, and I'm not even joking about that. It's like a big asteroid or comet or something in the sky heading right for my house. Oh man, how big is it? I don't know. Big, I guess. I gotta go. We'll talk later if I'm still alive and the Earth isn't blown up. Like the size of Texas or just Rhode Island? They're always throwing around these geographical comparisons. They're giving us a sense of scale, but it really means anything to us. But it's like, it doesn't matter. It's always just like, wow, that's pretty fucking big. Like, Mr. President, there's a meteor coming, sir. Oh yeah, how big is it? How big is it? It's the size of Texas, sir. Oh shit. Or, how big is it? It's the size of New York City, sir. Oh shit. Sir, I'm afraid the comet is the size of your mom's dick. Oh snap. Sir, are you familiar with Jupiter? You mean like the planet? Yeah, well, it's that big, sir. Sounds pretty big. I have a question. Is it Jupiter? Yes, sir. Earth is literally under siege by planet fucking Jupiter. Oh shit. Anyway, later. This is my favorite Dave rant. This is my favorite Dave rant. I just remembered some plot points. IT. Use pre-punch card on totem lathe. Oh yeah, is that Dave? Yeah, it can be Dave then. Sorry, I leaked it, but yeah, that's Dave. You slip the pre-punch card into a slot on the totem lathe. Above the toolarm deploys a configuration of chisels. Now you just need something to lathe. Take Crooksite to totem lathe. Cursing your lack of foresight, you return to the balcony for the Crooksite dowel you left on the pedestal. You navigate the hallway, leery of your dad, who is presently puzzling over the new fixture in his hallway. Hi, Clover, this is you. You're standing there on the stairs staring at a bathtub in your living room. Hi, Narissa. Welcome in. We're reading Homestuck. We didn't know names. No, we didn't. Yeah, that's just you. That's you. Look at you being puzzled by your son's shenanigans. Ah, okay, so we put the cake onto that, and then we've taken the toilet, and I guess that works as putting it back. The perfect crime. No one can ever tell that the toilet was ever taken from the bathroom violently by somebody playing a video game. Never. Unfold the rug, please. No. You retrieve the Crooksite dowel. Dad just shrugs and heads back downstairs, presumably to do some more baking. If only he knew you were hard at work saving his ass. Dad's like, I can't do this today. I'm leaving. I'm going downstairs. Use Crooksite dowel on totem lathe. Clean up the Crooksite in the lathe. Activate lathe. Lathe carves one totem, so we'll let this go again. So it puts that down, and then it carves a shape into it. And then you take the totem. Alright, I used the lathe to make this blue shapey thing. Now I guess I gotta take it back to the alchemixer again. Hello? Tentacle therapist is no longer connected. Oh. Uh-oh. Now it's stuck further in the hallway. And there's only 2 minutes going and no way out of the room. We're doing fantastic. A young lady stands in her bedroom. Due to a violent storm, her house has just lost power, along with her wireless internet connection. This has severed her link to a popular video game she was playing with a young man at a critical moment. That young man is relying on this young lady to reestablish a connection somehow. This young lady named It's on the tip of your tongue. What was the name of this young lady again? Lady Broad. Try again. No, that wasn't it. More time. Rose Lalonde. I'm in room. Your name is Rose, and as was previously mentioned, you are without electricity, although your laptop computer still functions on battery power. You have a variety of interests. You have a passion for rather obscure literature. You enjoy creative writing and are somewhat secretive about it. You have a fondness for the beastly, strange, and fictitious, and sometimes dabble in psychoanalysis. You also like to knit, and your room is a bit of a mess. And on occasion, if just the right one strikes your fancy, you like to play video games with your friends. What will you do? Three arms. That one yet. John living out a Nick Cage movie. You should be enjoying this more. New character, who is this? See, I have gone back and forth, and unfortunately, I think I'm Rose. If you go just based on like the kids, I think I have to be Rose. She likes books. She knits. There's a violin in the corner. I think if I was gonna be one of the kids, I would have to be Rose. Forgot we could assign you a character too. Yeah. The only other person, the only other person that I would assign as Rose is Minty. Because she does like, I cannot be Vriska. I'm not Vriska. But I think, well, actually, no, it is Minty's Vriska. Never mind. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Because Minty got Vriska in that one quiz, right? I think we have to just assign Minty as Vriska, but then that means that Minty might commit several crimes. No, Minty has committed no crimes. uh, Also, just to preface this really early on, really early on, when I'm assigning you guys as characters, I am literally only looking at that character. I'm not like, because there are a couple of like canon like couples that happen throughout the webcomic. There is no sort of shipping in this. It is just assigning characters, just to make sure that that is incredibly clear. I don't care who ends up with who in the comic. I am just assigning people random characters that I think that they are like. But yeah, no, I think I'm unfortunately Rose. Minty should be allowed to commit crimes as a treat. Minty does commit crimes as a treat, that's true. Okay, so we retrieve arms from purple box. Purple package's contents are private. No one is allowed to look inside. We shove it into the thing. Writhe like a flagellum and puke on your bed. What a terrible idea. The thought alone makes you sick to your stomach. Stroke writing journal and mutter, my precious. Who's Gamzee? It's important. I have no idea. I kind of don't want to know. There might be a couple of characters that we don't assign just because they are problematic or otherwise a not a great character to deal with later. Okay, maybe MJ can be Gamzee. No, MJ is not Gamzee. I have to think about this one real hard. MJ, I don't know who you are. Jeffrey? Actually, yeah, no, I agree with that one. I agree with that one. Okay. You can only resort to such an embarrassing activity while no one was watching. These journals are for your eyes only. Rose, get violin. Capsulog the violin, storing it in the root card of your Sylladex. Rose, play a haunting refrain on the violin. You waste approximately 40 seconds playing the violin while your friend is in peril. Nice time management skills there, sweetheart. John, tell Liv Tyler you love her before impact. I like the switch from Rose playing the violin. Since your good-for-nothing friend is obviously not going to bail you out in time, you issue words of parting fondness to dear, sweet Liv. Oh, if only Affleck could have been the one to make final sacrifice instead of her stubborn, blue-collar, salt-of-the-earth father, then she would fall into your arms for consolation, and you would be the one to make the deceased Bruce Willis proud. Capsulog knitting supply bag. You get the knitting bag. It occupies the left leaf card under the violin. For the tree, notice this alphabetical sorting method. K is less than V. Rose, look out the window. Your panoramic view offers a view of your yard below, with the mausoleum housing your dead cat, Jaspers, who died when you were young. Your mom had the structure erected with a spirit of scornful irony in response to your youthfully innocent request to hold a funeral for the animal. At least that is how you have come to interpret the gesture in retrospect. You can also make out a silhouette of the laboratory next door, a facility in which likely broadcasts a strong wireless internet signal. You may be able to connect to the signal from a different part of the house, perhaps if you seek higher ground. Rose, get laptop. Oh yeah, no, her capsulog is nonsense and I hate it the entire time. You take your laptop and prepare to make the journey through the house. L is less than V. L is greater than K. This causes the tree to be unbalanced, so your Sylladex auto-balances itself. Now the laptop occupies the root card, while the other two items comprise the leaves. K is less than L. V is greater than L. So it balances based on, like, alphabetical. So it will keep rebalancing itself as she picks up items, and then it will inevitably fall apart at some point. Examine book on desk. The grimoire for summoning the zoologically dubious. This is why I think Minty could vaguely be like Rose, is because there's a lot of eldritch horror things here. It's insane. I did not bother with this catch up. I figured it out after a while, but it took more than one read through for me to completely understand it because it was nonsense and I hated it the entire time. This book is absolutely indispensable for enthusiasts of your ilk, of which there are very few. Take book. You take the grimoire. G is less than L. G is less than K. But stays on that side. Go explore the house. You leave your bedroom. Hanging just next to your door in the hallway is a painting of an exquisite wizard. Your mother collects these awful things, ironically. She must know how much you detest them, and there's no doubt in your mind she stores these dreadful things in the house to bother you. Down the hall to the right is the way to the observatory. Perhaps you'll be able to connect from up there? Your mother's room is also in that direction. You will have to watch your step. Tiptoe to the observatory. You approach a juncture in the hallway. Beyond the juncture is the observatory. Flash. And that was mom. And I think it flashes again and there is no mom. Unless it just does just the mom. Yeah, it's just her. Sneak by. Ta-da! This door leads up to the observatory. You haven't ventured up there in quite some time. Go through door. The door opens to an exterior walkway leading to the observatory entrance, but you've seen less inclement weather before. Oh, the things you'll do to help out a friend. Hurry up to that observatory. Try to connect. You first pull your laptop down on the floor to get it situated, but removing it from the root card causes all the branches and leaves to be severed. Your items are all dumped unceremoniously onto the floor. Most normal house? Trust me, it's one of them. See what you can observe. Oh. You're in a hurry, sure, but that doesn't mean you can't take a moment to peek through the huge telescope. You find a gap in the clouds. It seems a flurry of smaller meteoroids is streaking steadily overhead. You're not sure what this means, but it is somewhat disconcerting. Stack laptop on grimoire to maximize elevation. I like this panel as well. You'll need every advantage you can get. Access laboratory Wi-Fi network. There are several signals being broadcast from the laboratory, each of relatively decent strength. One of them is mysteriously and quite conveniently unsecured, requiring no password. You select the signal and reconnect to the game with... I'm back! Hurry up and open my door! Not that it even matters, I think I'm probably dead no matter what. Patience, you still haven't used the new totem. Huh? I believe it will create the item on the punch card. So what is it, like an apple or something? What good will that even do? We'll see. I found no evidence that anyone has successfully created the item, and the content of the card appears to be variable from session to session. In one instance, it was described as an eggy-looking thing. Do we have enough of those building jewels to make it? According to the Athenium, it is a free item. This speaks to its importance in my view. Now off you go. Also, blink and a stretch. Drink water. I will also take a break here in like 10 minutes to go get some more tea and to stretch and to not talk for a second, but I'll give you guys good music to listen to. Remove door from hinges. There goes the rest of your build grist. You know, when you just pick up the entire door and move it over. Put the bathtub back. You probably should have just done this in the first place. Take totem to alchemitor. Gotta get those stupid blocks out of the way first. The kernel sprite is getting awfully worked up about all this. Remove blocks. You store the perfectly generic objects in your Finalia registry, potentially to be deployed at a later time. Now, we have an apple tree and an apple. Time to take a bite of the apple. Forget what it ends on. Oh yeah. You know, just casually, just a giant explosion. End of Act 1. Years in the future, but not many. A wayward vagabond records a stuttering step in the sun-bleached dust. And then it goes on to Act 2. But before we get to Act 2, really quickly, I'm going to turn on some music, because this is the perfect time to do this. I'm going to turn on some music for you guys. I'm going to stand up, do a stretch, heat up some more water really quickly, and then I will come back and sit down, and maybe we'll take a few more seconds before we actually start the next act. Act 2 is twice as long, so theoretically we maybe can get through most of it before the end of stream, but we'll really see. Anyways. Go get water too, chat. Go get water. Go get water and a snack. I'll be right back. Chicken's dead, chat. The chicken died. Also, yes, no, I would not. Oh. What was I about to say? Oh, I got distracted by Toby Fox. My brain's completely gone. Yeah, no writing break today during the stream. During a normal stream, maybe. Depends on the game type that we were playing. Also, for Rats Make Things, we do one every other Monday and every other Friday, offset, so there's at least one every week. So the next one's actually tomorrow. It's just a time to like sit there and work on things together. Also, hi everybody. I'm eating lemon pound cake really quickly because I want to eat lemon pound cake. Toby Fox, the guy who did shit in the basement of Stuck's creator? Yeah. Did you know that sometimes when I hear Undertale and Deltarune music, my brain goes, what Homestuck volume is this from? This is not a joke, by the way. This is not a joke. Sometimes my brain just short circuits and goes, what Homestuck volume is this from? And then I sit there and go, it's not. 0 of them. It's from none of them. Oh, also, very cool thing about Homestuck. I don't know if it's in the unofficial collection. Well, I'm actually gonna look at this together. This one. I don't know where exactly it lives in the current, like, unofficial collection setup. It does do it here. Well, okay, kind of vaguely does. There was a page on the original Homestuck website where you could find, isn't it? Maybe? Oh, it is here. Okay, so there was something wonderful that they did, which is, this is made better now. But in the original website, they also had a similar thing where they took every single S page and they listed any like music in it. And they had links out, which I think this one doesn't link out directly to the Bandcamp, but they used to like link out directly to the Bandcamp from there. Also, Nebula, that is incredibly off topic. I understand that it's interesting, but let's stay on topic to like Homestuck, because that's what today is about. Which I really, really liked this just for like finding stuff. It was also really helpful later on because sometimes I would listen through the soundtrack and I'd be like, what? This song sounds familiar. What page in Homestuck was, I'm trying to think of one that, oh, it was Infinity Mechanism. I was trying to figure out where Infinity Mechanism had been used in the webcomic, and I actually just like looked through this kind of page on the actual original website and was able to figure out where it had come from. It was very interesting. It was very interesting actually to have access to. But I like a lot of it. There also is an actual search. This is not just in the it is literally, it works this way on the website too. So it'll take it a second, but then if you search words, like if there's like a quote that you remember, you can be like, I want to remember where the quote about Jupiter was. This one does a little bit more in showing you like more about what's going on there, but they had just a search on the original website too. It was so incredibly helpful for figuring out where stuff had gone. So incredibly helpful for finding all those quotes. Gonna go make dinner, let me know if more gestures. Actually, did we decide who's Dave? And who's GG? Did I just leak all the rest of the character names? We know Rose and John, canonically. Dave is Blossom. Okay, so Dave is Blossom. Who's Jade? Who is GG? Color fits? True. I've been thinking about this one. I kept jumping between some of the garden Who's puppy coded? I have no idea. I have no idea. I was like, because I kept going back to like her like things with all the plants, and I was like, well, it could be any of the garden rats. I was like, that doesn't fit. I don't think T would be Jade, at least. Friend named Dave and he suffers weekly due to the song. L. Wait, no, I'm a cat person. Oh, Tastic. Is Tastic now Jade? If we're just assigning based on vibes. Hold on, wait, hold on. I need to think about this more. I did really like Jade when I first read. I think we have to assign Jade to Tastic. Oh, Icy. Ooh. Hold on. No, hold on. I'm so split. I'm so split. I'm so split on this. They can both be Jade. I will say that. We can assign multiple rats to a character. But Icy is so Jade coded. In the best possible way, Icy. Jade is one of my favorite characters. Like, she is so good at this. Also, she does get emotional attachments. In the weirdest convoluted way. I'm making a list of rats to characters so I will send later in video chat. Very fair. I think Icy is definitely a good shout for Jade. Icy, how do you feel about frogs? We'll run through and the Homestuck rats, the rats that are here at no Homestuck further than where we've read, we might run through and just start assigning people random characters later. For other rats to continue reading Homestuck and then go, what? I go ribbit. Yoo-hoo or hee-hoo? Yoo-hoo! Icy's now Icy Dog to match Tastic. Yes. Hi, Super. On with your game. You no longer want to be Jade. I'm not puppy coded. You are, though. It's too late. It's too late. Anyways, we go back to reading. Pause the music. Okay. So we're on the GameFAQs website, which there's 4, I can't highlight those. There's 4 different people that have created walkthroughs for Spur Beta. One of them is Chaos Demon, one of them is Winnie the Poop 2, one of them is Sanctuary Remix, and then the 4th one is our favorite, Tentacle Therapist, aka Rose. Is Icy Nepeta? Nepeta. Listen, if I say yes, then I'll feel bad. I don't want Icy to play Uno. Realize that quote sounds so weird out of context of this community. Can Icy be both Nepeta and Jade for fun? Yeah. There's another character that I could assign Icy, but I don't know how I would explain that to anybody. Icy is Nepeta is tragic. I know. It would be so. Nepeta is more cat than puppy. No, yeah, but it's. Okay. Spur Beta Walkthrough version 1.0, April 13th, 2009 by Tentacle Therapists. Caveats and condolences, walkthrough incomplete. Caveats and condolences. I'd be inclined to dispense with the trite even under less pressing circumstances. Needless to say, I'll forego the inscrutable ASCII panner, which typically heralds a striking freefall of these documents. I'll also resist the urge to brandish any copyright marks or the particular neurosis that concerns itself with the theft of the utterly mundane. I'll allow other deranged prospectors to stake claims on their worthless plots as the woods burn around them. My introduction will be sparse. There will be no majestic prose blustering into the sails of a galleon as we embark on this voyage together, nor will there be any ham-fisted prose whipping its limbs under a bedsheet like a deranged ghost, for that matter. I won't set the stage or dim the lights. The mood you will see will be set soon enough. Since you are reading this, chances are you have installed this game on your computer already. If this is true, like many others, you have just participated in bringing about the end of the world. But don't beat yourself up about it. There was never anything you could have done to prevent it. The end is happening right now, as I type and as you read. I've come to understand that we are always doomed through our collective ignorance, now further doomed by those few who know, and struggle to flee. If you're lucky, you'll be among the smaller subset of the latter who are successful. What I mean is, while the game you installed is just one more grinding slab of rock sealing our planet's crypt, it is also your only hope to live. I'm presently faced with the same conundrum as you, and though I speak with more experience, my own outcome is far from assured. I will play the game, as much of it as there is to play, and record my findings here. If you want to live, you will do as I instruct. My condolences. E.T. I mean, to be fair, I am part of Death Note. No, that is fair. Geppetto was my I'm never loving anything again moment in Homestuck, which would be very ironic to give to Icy, who is the emotional attachment person. Anyways, sound time. Ooh, what's outside? Fire, it's going out. Hi, Clover. Oh. Where in the world are we? I see if you be Geppetto, Water Duo can be one of Homestuck way. No, it's true. Whoops. The home, it's stuck. It did! The home was stuck. The kernel divides. The two halves go their separate ways, leaving behind the sprite portion. And this is where I could get into the context of what prototyping the kernel sprite does and what I think that the sprite's actual function is. But what I will say is that the sprite, what you put into the sprite matters in a way. Oh, hold on. Is that why it's called Homestuck? Yes. Also, time for my favorite interaction. Boy. What is left of the sprite undergoes a mysterious transformation. For a moment, you thought you heard someone say boy, as if whispered in the periphery of your awareness. Probably just your imagination, though. You there, boy! And this one actually works. This would not work normally. Click this. To walk around, use the mouse, arrow keys, or WASD keys. Click on various objects to open command menus from Outstanding Flash Programming by Alexis Gancro Bieggs. Say your name. This large platform. Good grief, what is it, boy? Now, Kemeter created the apple, or the tree that sprouted it, rather, right on time to save you from destruction. You're not sure if you can say the same for your neighbor, though. You wonder what happened to your dad. But you can actually walk around in this one. Peek over the railing. Getting close to the railing makes you a little nervous. It's a long way down. I know that there's a secret in here. I don't remember how to get to it. Boy, open this door and walk through it. You're inside now. We can go upstairs. What is the meaning of this rubbish? Okay, even you have to admit, this one's pretty funny. Move this absurd edifice and exit your house, boy. This thing weighs a ton. You'd honestly be surprised if the game cursor could lift it, or at least not without a significant expense of grist. Of all the places for Rose to drop the infernal thing, more than ever, you feel... the word you're looking for? Forced. House-trapped. Jester Ghost? No, that's our Colonel sprite. You there, boy. What? Boy, listen to me, boy. His name is John, you nincompoop. Boy who is John, do as I say. What would you like boy who is John to do? Obey my commands, John, boy. Those commands would be... oh god. I would like the boy to interact with his environment in a constructive manner. Maybe you should be a little bit more specific. Have the boy assess his current situation. I'm afraid I can't have the boy do that. Tell him to do it yourself. Very well. Okay. That instruction does not do anything at the moment. Sigh, could you please turn the controls over to a more competent user? Increasingly sophomoric. Also, you spelled salad in there. Then it just cycles back around. Why does this small man stand here? This harlequin is always ready to serve you with illumination, whether you're reading a book or just enjoying a nice pipe. Stow lump of soot for future use, boy. That stuff is really dirty, and I don't want it. Besides, you have it on good authority. The significant portion of it is comprised of asbestos, because we burnt the magazine earlier, and it's made of asbestos. Wield these instruments of combat. Any one of these things would make a fine weapon, if only your strife specific wasn't already allocated. Destroy these diminutive soldiers of merriment. Hardly seems worth it to go to the bother. You doubt you could get much for them at a garage sale, even. Maybe a grubby palm of pennies and a kick in the nuts for a whole lot of them. Topple this urn immediately. That would be disrespectful to your Nana. You just won't do it, or not intentionally at least. You consider that it is fortunate she's no longer around to witness the sorrow. On the other hand, you would probably benefit from her elderly wisdom now. Use this to reseal that opening there. If only putting the lid back on the corkscrew would undo all it's done. Alas, Pandora's tube has been opened. Vile, pay no mind to this filth. What has he been doing there? Playing with a ball or something? Clowns are stupid. Here, boy, in here. Oh, hello. There is a mess, boy. So glad your dad wasn't watching when you did this. He never would have let you hear the end of it. Operate this instrument. And he does play Showtime again. You play your favorite haunting refrain. Look here. That's spooky. It's dark out there. Can't see anything for miles. Seek the riches he guards below. This one offers a friendly wave. But yeah, this is really just another stupid piece of shit. Open this iron vault, boy. You don't know the combination. What's this? Read unpleasant literature. A serious jester. I forget how I get it to turn it off. Do I just leave the room? Yes. Go back upstairs really quickly before we go do other things. Go up here? Wait, go back out here, boy. Oh, we were already out here. I know that there is something that you can do that's like, I've made it one. There's something weird you can do with this. There's like actually like some sort of secret to it that I don't remember where it is, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense otherwise, so we might not be able to find it, but it was against a railing somewhere. Okay. The bathroom? What is down here? Proceed, boy. Open this. Your dad's room is still locked. Okay, we can't go in here now. Ah, yes. A perfect bathroom. Your plumbing appears faulty. Man, Rose did a piss poor job of fixing the bathroom. It would almost certainly be a mistake to try to use the toilet. I guess you could just go pee over the edge of the cliff. Yes. Oh. Window? Peer through that window. Please let me. A cake. Oh. Oh, that's so sad. At least your backyard was salvaged too. Sort of. Leave it once. Wait, no, I already went in there. Go back. Let's go in the kitchen. Why are we in space? I don't know where we are. We did the thing that we were supposed to, and now we're kind of just hanging out. Through the doors you see in a cowboy saloon. This book is too big for a young, stupid boy. Colonel Sassacres is one of your favorite books, almost as favorite as Wise Guy. They're both your favoritist of all time. Sample powdered uncooked dessert. Back, ye miserable wench, stay thy choking airborne particulates of temptation. Peek in bowl of goo. Wherever your dad went, he seems to have left in a hurry. For all his absurdities you have put up with, you sure wish he was here right now. Examine this smeared substance. Is this oil? You wonder what happened in here. Where's your dad? Open this door now. Why is there no oil in here? This is no time for laundry. You're right. Thank you for being sensible about it. Open these and rifle through them for goods. You don't give a shit about what's in there. Probably nothing you'd be inclined to use now anyway. Through that door? Exit, boy. Outside. Ponder lawn amusement. Childhood nemesis. The spring-mounted pogo ride sadly was not swallowed by the void. We'll have to wait another day for its comeuppance. Boy, engage this mangled trapeze display. Looks like your swing set is toast. Relive fond memories in a moment of sorrow. Maybe it's out here that the thing is. Like I said, there is like a technical like hidden goodie in this. If I don't find it, I'm not gonna spoil it. Admire this wall-mounted gadget. There's some mysterious force. Your house still seems to be powered, even though the wires are severed. Quite bizarre. Claim the dangling tree bauble. Trick handcuffs are still there, thank God, and no, you are not about to try to claim them just now. Up and over. Be up and over. Yeah, it says Control T right there. You can't see it very well. I think I remember what this does. Yep, okay. That's all I'm gonna do with that one. That's all you get of that. We're not gonna engage with that. MJ, did you not know that was in there? Back inside. Yep, that's there. It works anywhere, I think. Yep. It works anywhere. It's fine. I think we've seen everything. I think we've been in all the rooms. Wait, no, we haven't been in our bedroom. Why is that there? MJ, the best part, that was in there since June 13th, 2009. It's been there the whole time. Towel. Acquire the small Persian rug. It's a towel, dumbass. It will probably come in handy for cleaning up this weird mess in your room. Not that it's a huge priority, though. This funny man text. You should ignore it. Looking at the cover cracks you up. What a great book. Harry Anderson is your hero. Matt Cavney's glowing treatment of the man does him every bit of justice. You'll have to give this another read soon. This huge sewing machine. Of what use is it? Punch card seem to contain the instructions for carving a totem of a certain shape. You guess maybe maybe other punch cards will produce different shapes. It bears further exploration. What about this window? At least your tire swing remains unmolested. True that a tire swing is like a house without a surrounding neighborhood, you guess. Sad. Can I click on the kernel sprite? What's that? It's different now. After you bit that apple, your whole house seemed to be transported somewhere. Then the apple disappeared and the kernel sprite underwent a transformation. Aside from the change in appearance, the transformation doesn't seem to have any relevant ramifications. Box. Observe this box. The bunny is not in the box. I said the bunny is not in the box. Why couldn't the bunny be in the box? This door. Explain this. Rose sure did a number on your house, but you guess she did manage to save your life. Yes. I think you can, like, click on all of the things. Fred Savage has a punchable face your ass, more like a talented young actor's face who you'd want to hang out with if you got the chance, and also if you were not a fully grown man now. Anyway, the thought of monsters lurking in your house scares the shit out of you, which is why this movie is so awesome. But the fact that those monsters could also be your best friend is what makes it doubly awesome. Click on the investigate this device. It seems you are still connected to the internet. Rose is trying to get in touch with you. You'll reply in a moment, once you fully assess your situation. At this point, we have basically fully assessed our situation, so let's quit all this scurrying around. For the last time, this boy's name is John. Fine, John, return to your quarters. You go back up to your bedroom, tiptoeing around this weird petroleum-based sludge. Now, John, respond to your friend unit. I like the typing animation. It's just smack hands on keys. John, are you there? Hey, yeah, I'm here, and not dead, I think. I know, I've been watching you scramble through the house like a lunatic. You should have answered me sooner. Oh man, sorry, I was looking around for my dad and I can't find him anywhere. Have you seen him? No, I'm sure he'll turn up. We have more important things to address right now. Yeah, like, where am I? I don't know that either, but I've determined your neighborhood was destroyed by the meteor. Wherever you were transported, it saved you from the impact. I've been reading reports in the news. Over the last few days, there have been many smaller meteor collisions with people's homes around the world, and they seem to be getting bigger. Yours was the biggest they've identified so far. Wow, okay. So then I guess if this is all the game's doing, then the point is for us to save the world? Perhaps. Then we better get moving and figure out this game. Yeah, but wait. We should retrieve your PDA, yet again. It will help you to keep tabs on each other while you investigate. I think I can get you closer to it if I can replenish our grist supply somewhat. There may be a way to recycle some that we already used. Okay, I'll meet you out on the balcony. Wait, Rose, one thing. What? You never even wished me a happy birthday. Hello? I was working on something to send you, but I was running late with it. I didn't want you to think I believed meager well wishes alone would suffice for the occasion. That said, happy birthday, John. Jeez, that is silly. Anyway, thanks. First, take the fabric item on the floor there. The towel? Why? Oh, well, you're the boss. You capsuled the towel. What now? Do as the purple text says. To the balcony. John makes his way to the balcony per your awkwardly worded request. Wait! Take that blue wobbly thing! You whimsically decide to capsulog the totem, which was used to create the apple tree earlier. John, recycle the grist as was dictated by your cohort. John cannot do anything with the grist as of this moment. That is up to the suburb player. I see. Arrow question mark. Yes, that'll suffice. Rose deletes the perfectly generic objects. 6 units of build grist are restored to your grist cache. Rose expands the grist to drag a new plank from the balcony in the direction of the PDA. I also really like that the PDA exists on this one little awkward, like, sliver of land that is peeking up and has stayed there. John, run swiftly across precarious platform swiftly. I read swiftly twice, sorry. John isn't sure about that. It's a long way down. Boy, I said make haste on the narrow catwalk. John is very nervous about the idea, and the strident tone of your commands is starting to make him a little upset. Fine, proceed as your level of comfort dictates. Awkwardly shuffles. And he casually walk within range of the PDA. Rose retrieves it. Now take it. Oh, there it goes. And grab the PDA, launching one of the Harlequin figurines into the night. You can kiss that one goodbye. Arrow, arrow. Just one arrow command will suffice, thanks. Looks like you're not the only one trying to locate your father after the disaster. Submitting an inquiry of concern over cataclysmic event, Pipefan 413 reply. Status of healthless wardrobe. Neighboring house struck by flaming projectile. In light of fire hazard, evacuating house of all expensive garments. Good luck, Fedora Freak. Salvage as many hats as practical. Fedora Freak, you are in our thoughts, along with Pipefan 413 and his enviable collection of pipes. Thank you all. Report. Most hats removed from danger. Eyes next. So all of his friends are looking for him. These boring men are uninteresting. John, are you okay? You seem a bit tentative. I'm fine, I guess. Since I got here, I feel compelled to do these weird things I don't really want to do by some kind of voice that I can't really even hear. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Perhaps the early symptoms of an anxiety disorder, like post-traumatic stress. Yeah, maybe, who knows? Well, if you pull yourself together, there are a few more things we should try, like prototyping the kernel sprite again, if possible. We should hurry. My laptop battery won't last forever. Okay, I'll go back inside. No, don't do that. Hop off this ledge onto that car. What? No, that sounds incredibly dangerous. Arrow, 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 arrow. Now you're just being a pest. Which turnip truck did you just tumble out of anyway? Who are you? Years in the future, but not many. An unsealed tunnel welcomes hot desert air into its stagnant depths. Actually, does this link out to... It does. Hold on, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to this one. We'll read this one really quick, and then we'll go back to the other one. A wayward vagabond records a stuttering step in the sun-bleached dust. Look at that guy. Look at that little guy. That seems awfully familiar. Second one. Back to the start. Not there, man. I go all the that one. There we go. Down this into here. Ah. I think we have found the man that is yelling. Boy. You there, boy. Our favorite yelling man. Okay. An examination of the basics. Upon connecting with the client user, you, the server user, will be met with a control panel allowing you to manipulate your co-player's environment. You will find that you are allowed to deploy 4 items at no expense. 3 of these are rather large machines, and 1 is a punch card. It's quite possible that you've already deployed some of these items before reading this. If this is the case and you've activated the machine called the Crookstruder such that it displays a countdown, you must proceed to section A100 of this walkthrough immediately. The life of your client user depends on it, and if your co-player has activated this device in your environment too, then yours does as well. But if not, please refrain from doing anything with the Crookstruder aside from merely deploying it. This will buy us some time to think things through properly and to go over the basics of the game before you find your soft, easily punctured head in the jaws of the lion. No pressure. Yeah, none. Absolutely none. As mentioned, there are 4 items to consider, each playing a role in a process which appears to have a singular purpose, to manufacture objects out of thin air. The designers of the game, judging by the language used, regard this process as a sort of alchemy. This may allude to complexities in the production process yet to present themselves, but for now, the variety of objects you are able to create remains quite limited. The items in question are the Crookstruder, again, tread lightly with this one, the totem lathe, the alchemeter, and the pre-punched card. I'll describe how these devices work in conjunction with each other, and I will use the analogy of having a key made at a hardware store to help you understand. First, deploy all of these objects in convenient proximity to each other. Be sure not to block doors or pathways with them. You can always revise the dimensions of the rooms to make space for them, but I advise against this, or even experimenting with the function. Doing so comes at the expense of build grist, a commodity which appears to be at a premium at the onset, and one you'd be best advised to save for later. The Crookstruder. Removing the lid signals the moment your life becomes a great whirling batshit pandemonium, somewhat resembling the chaos of an especially ethnic wedding. Interesting. Somewhere, a soused uncle deliberately shatters china on the floor. Muddy livestock is decorated and then lost track of. The question, whose mule is this, at times can be heard over the din. This is now your reality. But aside from that, it marks the beginning of the process I am about to describe. The countdown begins, yes. Also, an entity called the kernel sprite is released, but neither of these things are all that relevant to this process, to my knowledge. More on these things later. What is relevant is the unlidded Crookstruder's ability to dispense Crooksite dowels. It will dispense at least one, though I suspect it is capable of producing more, given parameters I am not yet familiar with. In my key-making analogy, these dowels represent the uncarved pieces of metal which the hardware store employee retrieves from a drawer or a rack, and sets about carving into a key. The 2 following items are needed to do the carving. The pre-punched card. It is a simple Siladex card containing an item. There is evidence to suggest the specific item it contains is variable from session to session. The card I deployed contained a blue apple. Yours may be different. It shouldn't matter, hopefully. Additionally, the card, as you may have guessed, is punched, like one used with antique computing systems. The pattern of holes comprises data, which I believe corresponds to the instructions for creating the item the card contains. That is, pre-punch suggests there's a way to punch an unpunched card. possibly imprinting it with the data for the item it contains, though no mechanism for this has presented itself yet. But the data on the card cannot be used to create the item directly. There's a middleman. The middleman is the totem lathe. I wonder if anyone ever uses this. People do. Canonically, people use this. I don't remember where it presents itself, but this gets used by somebody else. This work spent on this actually does get used later in the webcomic. Another character finds this. Okay, totem lathe. This is essentially the key carving machine. It will carve into your Kreutzite dial a pattern of grooves and contours, the sort of which makes a key unique. The instructions for this pattern are supplied by the punch card, which is inserted into the lathe pre-activated to configure its chisels. Once the dowel is carved, you have a totem serving as your key, which can then be used to unlock the card item through the alchemeter. But at this point, I will diverge from my key-making analogy and switch to a barcode analogy, which is not a terribly strenuous leap to make, since the concepts of a key and a barcode are essentially the same, one being a unique pattern of grooves, the other of varying black lines. The alchemeter. If you place a Kreutzite dowel, carved or uncarved, on the alchemeter's small pedestal, its robotic arm will scan the contours with a laser, hence the barcode analogy. This is the machine's way of reading the data originally imprinted from the card and transforming that data into a physical object. Though typically this is not done without expense, I believe. An uncarved dowel results in creation of a perfectly generic object, which is a seemingly useless green cube. It costs 2 units of build grist to make, and I do not advise you waste resources on it. There appears to be many other varieties of grist, ostensibly used in combinations to create different sorts of items, which possibly offers some insight into the game's use of the term alchemy. But quite conveniently, there is an exception to this. Creating the item on the pre-punched card costs nothing. This is good because creating this item turns out to be essential. Now that you know this, you can in your own time begin the process. Once you initiate it, naturally there is no going back, so best to be prepared. But you probably shouldn't drag your feet too long. As I mentioned earlier, this is your only means of escape. When you're ready, be prepared to follow the steps in the next section swiftly. So your crux shooter is ticking. Do this to live. Well, in the distance, meteorites fall with greater frequency. The fire in the forest burns so hot, not even the rain is putting it out. Textitis of battery. Your laptop battery is alright for now, but it won't be for long. If the power in the house doesn't come back on, you can think of at least one last resort, the small backup generator stored behind the mausoleum. Rose, prototype sprite with Betty Crocker box. What? Man, you're gonna use that? That sucks. What a stupid idea. We have to hurry along. I'm running low on battery power. But the cake mix. It's so dumb. Doubt it matters. We might as well just use any old crap lying around. Fine, I guess. Sprite is playing hard to get. You guess that's what you get for originally prototyping it with something that engenders mischief in pranksterism. Do the potted vegetable instead. It looks delicious. Pipe down, you. This is Rose's decision, not yours. Prototype sprite with Sassacre text. Oh, yes, sweet. Now we're talking. See if you can distract it. I'll try to sneak up on it. John, flail about in a distracting manner. Sprite finds the distracting manner in which you flail about to be rather distracting. Nope. The pesky sprite eludes you again. Not even the great Colonel himself can outfox it. In narrowly missing with your attempt to create the Colonel sprite, you drop the massive tone. The entire house rattles under the astonishing girth of the book. In the other room, Nana's ashes dump onto the sprite, which is caught unawares by the dousing. Inspect hag ash incident. Find the sacred urn topple again. This time you're quite sure it wasn't your fault. The sprite is nowhere to be found. Rose, remove Crookstruder from doorway. Ooh, that costs a lot. That's 100 grist. Man, where'd it go? Can't find it anywhere in the house. No time to worry about it. The next thing we should do is get your server copy of the game from the car. You need to connect to my client so I can repeat your steps and presumably join you wherever you are. We should do this quickly before my house burns down. What? There's a fire? There will be soon. Geez. So move this thing already. It looks like it requires a lot of grist to move. I don't have enough to relocate the door either. So how much do you have? 0. Oh, huh. How about jumping to the car from the ledge earlier, but that sounds really dangerous. I have a better idea. Meet me upstairs. Do again as purple words say. You're about to head upstairs. I thought you heard something behind you. It's faint, but you swear it was a small, light-hearted chuckle, along the lines of a spirited hoo hoo hoo. Ignore this woman's antics. You're not even sure you saw a woman, let alone any of her hypothetical antics. But whatever it was, you might have caught a glimpse of. It sure gave you the willies. You head upstairs on your way to the balcony. Your PDA is acting up again. Indulge the device, but be curt with it. Like that animation for typing on it as well. Hey bro, check it out. I'm working on some new rhymes. Dude, I don't have time for your nerdy raps. Come on, this is Hells of Ill. Just listen. It's like you don't even believe me that I was about to get blown up, but I really was. And now I'm on some weird dimension that Spurb sent me or something, and now on top of that, I think I'm being haunted by my dead grandma. Huh. For real? Yeah, it's true, but I'll talk to you later about it. I think I could draw some sick rhymes about all this. And see, I just don't think all the rapping stuff is really as cool as you think it is. No, this'll be dope. Check it. No, I have to go. Bye. Wait. I don't think I could ever do any justice to this, so I'm just gonna read it normally. I'm not gonna try to rap it at all. Armageddon's getting waged on us, but I'm getting armed up and dangerous. Sending men in space for saving us. See which play is more courageous. Ben or Bruce, dudes reach a truce. Put their blowshoots to use and upsuck it. Affleck's sacrifice would have to suffice. Pluck it. Probius stained glass saint up on a cross getting hella Christ plagiarist. Bruce is like off of that crucifix. Enough of this fucking savior fuss. Restrained his ass per McLean Redux, while Buscemi remained derangerous. When a plan gone astray pays off a wasted craterus. Ashtray catering to layers of Matt McConaughey's vague remainder dust. Wait, McConaughey wasn't even in any of those Meteor movies, was he? I'll have to make a rap about, I don't know, Morgan Freeman or something. Bringing the president. It'll be called Obama Made It So That No One Gives a Shit About Black Presidents in Movies Anymore. So you've got to fill me on what's going on, so I have something to rap about besides all your dumb shit movies. Enough strange poetry from the red text. Head out to the balcony to find out what Rose has in mind. She's messaging you again. The purple text is less irrational than the red text. I'm lifting up the car to the balcony. Whoa, okay. Once it is up, retrieve the game. Then I'll put it back down on the driveway. But the door is locked. Then break a window. But it's my dad's car. It's just a window, and this is sort of an emergency. Otherwise, I promise I'll handle the car with velvet gloves. All right. Rose, pick up car. So, about the handling car with, like, velvet gloves. I guess that only works if you're connected to the game. Famously known for her delicate touch and stable connection. There it goes. Bye-bye. I like that it leaves holes in the cloud. Ridiculous folly. Inexcusable. You're inclined to agree, but hey, accidents happen. Double check your PDA to make sure if Rose is really gone. Indeed, this seems to be the case. TG is still pestering you, of course, but another chum is now logged in as well. What color are the words that this chum says? I'm back! Oh, hi! I went to investigate the explosion I heard. Was it by any chance a meteor? Yes! How did you know? Oh man, it's kind of a long story. Anyway, are you okay? Did it blow up your yard or start a fire or anything? No, I am fine. It landed a pretty good ways away from my house and I went to look at it. And it's pretty big, but Beck doesn't want me to go near it, so I came home. He seems to think it's dangerous. Well, gosh, he's probably right. Anyway, what have you been up to, John? Oh, did you get my package yet? Yeah, I was trying to get it, but Rose dropped my car into a weird, spooky, bottomless pit, and the package was in the car, and I'm really sorry about that. Oh no. Wow, okay, I guess I should start at the beginning. See, a meteor blew up my neighborhood. That's terrible, John. I'm sorry. But I'm okay, and my house is too, sort of. That game I was telling you about, Spur, which I was playing with Rose, sort of transported me somewhere at the last minute. But now I'm trapped here, and it's weird and dark, and I can't find my dad, and I just lost the car and my copy of the game in the pit, and I think I have to save the world from the apocalypse. Well, it sounds really crazy and kind of scary, but it also sounds kind of exciting. I don't know, John. Maybe this is your destiny. If anyone can save the world, I think it is probably you. Wow, you think so? Yeah. Well, okay, but it's not even that simple. I'm about to connect to Rose to help transport her and save her from meteors and fire and stuff, but she lost her battery power and I lost the game disc. So I think I have to get TG to use his copy to save her. But that jackass won't shut up and stop rapping and stuff. He is so silly. Yeah, anyways, I should talk to him about it. So BRB. The green text was attractive. Now view the red text again. Look at that furious typing. He didn't need to break a window at least. That's true. He didn't have to break the car. Rose broke the car. When the film crew zooms where the president's at, I'm like, if that dude's black, I'll eat my hat. Turns out he is, so we're all, damn, director's got gumption. We'll flip our shit, he ain't shining shoes or something. It's called Fermancipation. If it's not Prelection, it's God Ascension. And Bruce Almighty. Whoops, different Bruce from the one I just mentioned. Arg! Can't explain to me why this ain't condescension. To think I'll shit a brick. Not even he can convey the attention with his quick-spun wit. Rather defray all this tension, sit on his lap while he whittles a splint. Some guy eyes what he does and patronizes. I guess, nope, I'm not gonna say these. I can't read this anymore. Stop rapping for a second, you horse's ass. I have something important to talk about. What's up? Rose is in trouble, and she needs help. I was going to connect her with Suburb, but I lost my copy. Okay. She also lost battery power. If she can get back up and running, she'll need someone with the game to get her out of there before her house burns down. So I think I should use your copy of the game to help her. My copy? That's going to be tough. Why? I lost it. It's a stupid story and I'd rather not talk about it. Should be embarrassing, yo. I thought you said you had two. Well, yeah, one is my brother's copy. Okay, well get his then. Alright, but he's not gonna be happy about that. Whatever. Also, you might need to read Rose's walkthrough to get up to speed on this. Oh man. What? Nothing really. Like, all I'm saying is this girl tends to lay it on kind of thick, you know, / rolls eyes. Your laptop is out of battery power. There's only one thing left to do. Time to make your way to that backup generator. Rose, knit laptop cozy to shield your laptop from rain. That would be such a waste of time. Besides, you already knitted one a while ago. You retrieve it from your knitting bag and apply it to your laptop. Your capsulog, the laptop plus cozy. Equip Grimoire to strive Specibus. That would be incredibly ill-advised. There's some dark forces you don't want to mess around with. You understand this better than most. You put the book down. Recapsulog your items. Grab the knitting bag and the grimoire in that order. It's always a logistical puzzle with your tree modus. Tree auto-balances, leaving the knitting bag accessible in the root card. Allocate knitting needles to strive Specibus. You feel a lot more comfortable with this as a weapon. You're so handy with those needles, you feel like you could probably use them to fillet a swordfish. You lose the root card in the process, severing the tree. Hey, careful with all that stuff. Knit plush cuddle Cthulhu to soothe nerves. That would also be a preposterous waste of time. Besides, you're quite sure you never heard of this creature called Cthulhu before. There are, however, many other specimens of the zoologically dubious you're familiar with, such as, consult the grimoire, Cthulhu, foul patrician of misery. To hear his mammoth belly gurgle is to know the epoch of joy has come to an abrupt end. By the way, this picture right here, this is from Problem Sleuth. Legitimately, that is from Problem Sleuth. This is also from Problem Sleuth. So, there are references into his own other webcomics from what he has done here. It's hilariously, weirdly convoluted. Actually, no, wait, no. Narub, I don't know how to say this one. But, if you look hard enough, it all references back, and it's very wonderful. I don't know how to say this one. Shame Beast, king of the grotesquerie, ride lord of the most moist beyondhood. Hearing his melodious chirps and tongue clicks causes one's bones to explode. I think is wonderful. Of course, there's Oglogoth, the deep one. Whenever he grinds his teeth, all the children of a random galaxy somewhere will frown continuously for a 9,000-year span. He is the first and smallest of the smaller gods. appointed in servitude of a vile, unfathomable pantheon of middling gods which caters to the whims of the noble circle of horror terrors, an omniscient, omnipotent, omnipotent order of the elite few, forever cloaked in the darkness of the furthest ring. You know, just normal, like, eldritch horror stuff. And then there's this strange page containing some rather mysterious notes on summoning procedures. You've never been quite sure what these diagrams are getting at. Is that a window with an extension cord on it? I think that is just a PNG of an extension or like a cable attached to a diagram of a window, which I love. Wonderful. Take items and proceed downstairs. You recapsulate everything the way you want it to appear in the tree. Head downstairs. You figure that's enough dilly-dallying. Time to get a move on. Raining. You wonder if this rain will ever let up. It's driven since the month began, perhaps long enough to forget its purpose. It no longer even knows to assuage fire. Somewhere a zealous god threads these strings between the clouds and the earth, preparing for a symphony it fears impossible to play. And so it threads on and on, delaying the rays of the conductor's baton, which is the rays of the conductor's baton is the name of this act. How you hate this season. April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull roots with spring rain. American sports legend, Charles Barkley. Confront mother in hall. Surely your mother is lurking nearby. You should be prepared for an unpleasant confront. What? There's this really cool dude, okay? He's standing around being all chill, like cool dudes are known to do sometimes. A cool dude like this probably has a really cool name. But he probably wouldn't just tell you what it was if you asked. He'd be way too busy for that. Busy being totally sweet. But you could always try to guess his name. And if you were right, he might nod ever so slightly. That's a cool dude's way of letting you know there might just be hope for you yet. Enter name. Insufferable. It's definitely not insufferable prick. This guy doesn't have time for this sort of bullshit. Try again. Dave Strider. And he has the cool galaxy in his sunglasses. Examine room. Your name is Dave. It is unreasonably warm. It is an unreasonably warm April day. Your bedroom window is open to let some air in, and your fan is cranked. Arguably even more cranked than would be your fly beats, which brings you to your variety of interests. A cool dude like you is sure to have plenty. You have a penchant for spinning out unbelievably ill jams with your turntables and mixing gear. You like to rave about bands no one's ever heard of but you. You collect weird dead things preserved in various ways. You're an amateur photographer and operate your own makeshift darkroom. You maintain a number of ironically humorous blogs, websites, and social networking profiles. And if the inspiration strikes, you won't hesitate to drop some fat rhymes on a mofo and represent. He has two swords. He does. Okay. Dave, quickly retrieve arms from cinder blocks. Nah. Dave, get the damn beta and save your friend's life. This notion strikes you as nonsensical. You can't imagine how a video game could save someone's life, and in any case, you're quite sure that no one is in any danger. Anyway, these are your copies of the beta you received in the mail recently. You labeled them with your name in bold red print to distinguish them from your bro's copies, who labeled his in kind. Neither of you really give a shit about this game or has any intention of playing it, but you'll be damned if you let that get in the way of your campaign of one-upmanship. Dave, bleat like a goat and piss on your turntable. You would never consider allowing any fluid even remotely resembling urine to touch your beloved turntable. That would risk breaking them. In a world without the gift of your godly science, just doesn't sound like a place you want any part of. While you're at it, you might as well wipe out human civilization with a meteor or something ridiculous like that, which will probably never happen. That sort of thing only happens to idiots and in stupid idiot movies for stupid idiots. You know, it's fine. You will, however, contemplate bleeding like a goat for ironically humorous purposes at a later date. Examine closet. This is your closet. This is where you keep a lot of your crap. Like that box. In that bottle of... What is that? Is that... Check the blue box. This is the package that your friend John Egbert sent you for your 13th birthday a little while ago. It now contains nothing except a note and a certificate of authenticity, vouching for the genuine Hollywood memorabilia which the box originally contained, and which you are now wearing to be ironic, but also to be incredibly cool in a way somehow intangibly related to the ironic nature of the accessory. You find it sort of exasperating to explain these subtleties to people. The box also includes a signed photo of Ben Stiller, which now proudly hangs above your closet. Proudly and ironically. Big box. You capsulate the box for your hash map fetch modus. Your modus's current hash function resolves the index by valuing each consonant at 2 and each vowel at 1. The total is divided by your number of cards, and the remainder is the index. Box equals 2 plus 1 plus 2 equals 5. 5 something divided by your total number of cards. 5. The box is capsuled in card 5. I don't know how this math works. I don't know how this works. I'm not going to question how. It's just 5. We're not going to question the fetch modi. I don't understand most of them. Jades makes me the happiest. I will say that once we get to Jades makes me the happiest. 5 remainder 10, I think. I don't know. Doesn't really matter though. Jades is the only one I care about. Actually, no, that's not true. There's some other ones that are really funny to me, but Jades is the best. Okay. Examine jar of unknown yellow substance in the closet. Apple juice. Oh, hell yes. It is an unopened container of apple juice. You thought you were all out. It is like fucking Christmas up in here. This is so great. You've got to tell John about it immediately. He'll be so excited. Fake juice. Capsulate the juice into card 7. 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 divided by 10 equals 7. Hold on. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't understand, but we'll just accept it. Access Pastor Chum and Pastor John. In addition to letting your buddy know about this outstanding juice windfall, you figure you'll wish him a happy birthday while you're at it. So now we've established where we are. In your own cool, sort of roundabout way, of course. Good thing you looked at the box he sent you, or you might have forgotten. You also might as well ask him about that beta. The kid's been harping about it for weeks. It'd be cool if it came on his birthday. He'd be one happy camper. I like seeing all the different things. Also like that says complete bullshit. But also I like the different browsers, because I think Hephaestus is the other browser. So we continue. Also, I like that he has smooth as a thing. Now we don't just have normal Pester Chum things, we have other expressions now too. Chummy, mystified, amazed, insolent, bemused, cranky, smooth, pleasant, and still rancorous as the red one. So we've seen this one before. I'm not going to reread this one. This was the same interaction we had before between Dave and John about getting the game and all that stuff. So we move right past it and we go online and view sites indicative of your interest. You open the Hephaestus web browser and direct it to your ironically maintained blog where you post monthly satirical reviews of Game Bro magazine. Your latest post is a review of the March issue, which we're not going to dive into all the blog stuff because there's so many like website things that like wind up being like a click out. There's only a couple things that you need to like click out and view separately. You've been meaning to write a review for the latest issue too, but you've been sort of dogging it. Something about the game they're reviewing just doesn't strike you as right for satirical purposes. In a new tab, you open another one of your sites, a webcomic ironically maintained through a satirical cipher vaguely similar to that of your blog. It's called Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. You have legions of devoted fans, most of whom are totally convinced of your creative persona's sincerity, which is just how you like it. It's the stare one. It is. Oh god, I'm sorry. This one's an eye strain for sure. This one hurts to look at, but yeah, they have the Y face, but I really like this one because I can't wait to be a useless piece of shit all day and play these games. Fuck, I'm falling down all these stairs. I warned you about the stairs, bro. I told you, dog. It keeps happening. I like this ad down here too. These are obviously like fake, but it hurts to look at. Check the latest page of the Midnight Crew. You figure as long as you're chilling at your computer, you might as well see how the new MSPA story is going. You haven't looked at it in a while. Midnight. Oh. You are members of a sinister gang called the Midnight Crew. Your nefarious plots are serpentine in complexity. Your scheme is convoluted. You are planning a heist in your underground hideout. What will you do? Use Occam's razor on plans and schemes. Spade Slick used Occam's razor to carve a circular hole into the heist plans, freeing it from the knife. You wonder what moron would jam the knife so hard in the table in the first place. Climb ladder and exit hideout. Implement nefarious plots. You push against the manhole cover, but it seems some unbelievable jackass has parked your getaway van on top of it. A familiar feeling stirs. That feeling is overwhelming, soul-blackening rage. It's a sort of rage that'll make a man feel totally justified in sporting an unnecessarily elaborate assortment of fancy blades. Dave, skip ahead in 100 pages or so. You don't remember where you last left off, so you jump way ahead. You always forget to save your place in the story. Looks like tempers have become short in this pressure cooker already. You speculate that the tipping point may have been an ill-advised motion from a game of 52 pickup. I really like this panel. I like this little guy right here who's just there. He's not attacking, he's just flipping back and forth wildly. I love it. Save your place. Read it later. Even though the adventure began recently, it's already over 3,000 pages long. You just don't have the time for this bullshit. You'll catch up later. Besides, it looks like someone's pestering you. You're pretty sure you know who it is. Answer Chum. In some cultures, the persistent refusal of a lady's invitation to play a game with her would be a sign of wanton disrespect. Either that or flagrant homosexuality. What? No. No, look, I'm busy, okay? I've got a lot of shit on my plate. I'm sort of a big deal, okay? I know. Sometimes I wonder how you are ever allowed to pay for meals in restaurants. It must be hard to keep a low profile when you're always overhearing odd voices whisper, "It's that guy who has a blog." Seriously, dudes be worshipping me left and right. Can hardly walk down the street without stepping over the torsos of the prostrate. Navigating the urban landscape, I'm sure, is difficult enough without the obstacle course of deferential flesh and skyward asses. Perhaps adapting the art of parkour to your unique environment would help? Yeah, I mean, damn. Like, there's this scruffy little shit at my feet, an orphan or something, I don't know. Face flush on the pavement. I'm like, dude, you listening for a stampede of buffalo or something? He braves a look at me and then gives my shoe a little kiss and scurries the fuck off. Heavy as the crown. Yeah, not kicking Oliver Twist in the fucking face every day is my gift to the world, I guess. Breathtaking magnanimity. Among other things, I just give and fucking give. Indeed, nary a jewel tumbles from your wish box of daily exploits, which I imagine does not sparkle. Oh, for fuck's sake. You're just lobbying for me to play that dumb game. Baseless accusation. Look, I'm telling you, Egbert is all about that game. He will play it with you and probably be tickled stupid about it. I know this very well. I cannot hasten his mail's delivery, however. Yeah, I'll hassle him some more about it. Look, how about this? If you ever find yourself in the position where your life depends on me playing that piece of shit game, then I'll play. Will that make you happy? More than you know. Perfectly mollifies my grief over the demise of chivalry. Dave is wonderful. I love Dave so much. Your Rose voice is so good, exactly how I imagine it. I'm just vaguely remembering what other voices have done Rose's voice in other things. Okay, we continue. John, what are you doing? Stop doing nothing. Meanwhile, in the present, in a place where the present may be a concept of dubious merit, John is spacing out, but a vague and forceful thought jolts him to attention. Or maybe it is that bumping sound coming from the other side of the door? What is that? Arrow, question mark, question mark. A thick, unpleasant fluid pools from beneath the door. Troubling. Investigate this. There's a trail of this fluid in the hall leading to your room. Dave, play some hauntingly sick beats. Had enough of the computer for a while. You feel like you've been messing around on it all week. It's time to get your jam on. You pull up your trusty AK MPC 1000 sampler and prepare to get sick nasty. Which this does actually play a lot of stuff. They have a whole bunch of things here. I'm not gonna click a lot on this, mainly because, as you can see, there's the Captain Planet ending theme, Ghostbusters, and I don't want to miss a thing on here, which I don't really necessarily want to hit. So this is one that I would really suggest you guys go mess around with yourself. I think it's hold on. But there's just a whole bunch of buttons in here to play with. I'm not going to play with all of them right now. Go play with them on your own. This is page 338. I don't know what the actual number is because I've messed it up, but it is July 3rd, 2009. Dave, take a sip of the apple juice, despite what John said. Those beets are so fresh they belong in the produce aisle. Is that what you're talking about? Soccer moms be thumping that shit for ripeness like melons. Know what I'm saying? After beets that fresh, it would be a crime not to reward yourself with a celebratory swig. 2 + 2 + 1 + 2. 7. I didn't click all the buttons. I only clicked the ones that I could identify as not playing the copyright stuff. There were many more buttons because there's like 16 buttons plus there's 5 function buttons at the top. So this is also one of my favorite panels. Can't do it. John's got you all twisted up inside now. All you can think about is Mandel's gross monster piss. Damn you, Egbert. Your capsulog the juice. Allocate sword to Strife Specibus. Your Strife Specibus is already allocated with the blade kind of abstratus. There's no need to allocate it. You can wield your sweet ninja sword as a weapon once it is in your Strife deck, but you'll have to capsulog it first before it's moving there. Capsulog sword. The ninja sword, 2 + 1 + 2 + 2 + 1 + 2 + 2 + 2. Nope, that was too many 2s. 2 + 2 + 1 + 2 + 2 = 17. Something 10, 7. Occupies the same card as juice. 2 + 1 + 2 + 1 + 1 + 2 + 1, 7. Expelling the juice from your Sylladex. It splashes all over your turntables and your copies of the beta. Like, get a towel or something. You head out to get a towel from the bathroom across the hall. You glance at one of the many radical puppets in your bro's collection and nod in approval. Is there anything not awesome about your bro? No, you think not. You enter the bathroom. There's a damp towel on the floor you can probably use for this crisis. You stop to pay a little respect to one of your bro's boys up there. Hey, little man, how's it hanging? There's just puppets everywhere. Guess it just removes the 10 digit? I guess. I don't know what it does. You take the damp towel. 2 + 1 + 2. Oh god. 2 1 2 2 + 2 1 2 1 1. I can't number anymore. It's 5. Expelling the box, which was also 5. Search the bathroom for something slightly less damp. Now you decide to just wring this towel in the toilet to make it less damp. Now it's just a towel. 8. Take towel. You take the towel and grab the box again while you're at it, so now they all fit in different spots. Clean up the juice. You clean up the juice with the towel and hang up the damp beta envelopes on your line to dry off. There's no way disaster will strike here. Absolutely not. In the breeze of the fan, the betas jostle near the open window. This arrangement is a little disconcerting. If they fell out, it sure would be a stupid way to lose them. Off the fan. Crisis is easily averted. You can't imagine it will ever resurface later in any way, shape, or form. That beta is as good as yours, forever. We should probably go pester Egbert again. You wonder if he found the beta yet. You also might chat about your respective Sylladeces and fetch modi, if the topic happens to come up. You wonder if he's anywhere near as smooth with his Sylladex as you are. Probably not. It's probably not even humanly possible. Suddenly, a rambunctious crow flies in the open window and snatches the beta, possibly to make a nest with, or maybe just for the sake of being a brainless, feathery asshole. You yell at the bird. So we'll let this happen again. He'll stop, which activates slot 7 in his inventory, which yeets the sword out of his inventory. Which flies into the crow, instantly killing the crow. You accidentally launch your ninja sword. Everything goes flying out the window. Dead bird and all. No one can ever know about this. That window. Yeah, you can kiss all that stuff goodbye. You feel sorry for the bird, but at least you never planned on ever using that beta ever. Anyway, now that bit of ugliness is behind you, you guess you can look forward to several more hours of messing around your room. Whoa, what? Wait, what? Wizard. Give me the wizard again. That wizard. You prepare to descend the stairs in to your living room. You are standing eye to eye with a familiar foe, a 20-foot tall granite statue of the mighty wizard Zazarpan the Learned. Your mother had him installed through a hole in the roof with a heavy-duty crane. Let's look at that mystical gaze. To peer into those aloof glassen eyes is to attest to the curiosity of any mortal. To behold the wisdom concealed in the furrows of that venerable face is to know the ceaseless joys of bewilderment itself. Any man so fortunate as to catch askance his merry twinkle or twitch of whisker shall surely have all his dreams fulfilled. You find this grisly abomination utterly detestable. Psychoanalyze mother's love of wizards. There's nothing to psychoanalyze. Oh, I think about this so much now, knowing more about the characters. Your mother clearly has no real affinity for these damnable things. She only collects them to spite you. If anything, she finds them even more repellent than you do. She's just a committed woman. Go downstairs to the kitchen back door. You descend to the living room area of your home's expansive open layout. There is the sound of rushing water beneath the floor. It tends to strike guests as a strange presence in a living space, but it's become hardly audible to you through familiarity. A strange presence in a living room, but I reread that. There's the front door, but hopefully no need to make the long trek around the house in the rain. You might as well see if you can slip through the kitchen out the back unnoticed. View mother's solid copper vacuum statue. Okay, but it's bronze, not copper. But it wasn't always. A while ago, you gave this as an ironic gift to your mother for Mother's Day. You even customized it with a drink holder to support one of her ubiquitous alcoholic beverages. She liked the gift so much, she had it bronzed and put on this pedestal. She even left it plugged in so it can still be turned on now and then, but never to do any cleaning. It never leaves this display. I love her mom so much. Sometimes at night when you are in your room, you can hear it wailing from downstairs. She must know you can hear it. She's completely deranged. Grab the Eldritch Princess. I like that. That's a good friend. That's a good friend right there. It's too big to capsulog. Not that you would want to move it anyway. The pretty princess doll has been sitting there for months, ever since your mother got this abomination for your birthday as a totally passive-aggressive gesture. You decided to make it much less abominable by knitting Her Majesty a new head and arm. Now it brings a mischievous smile to your face whenever you walk by. Your mother hasn't removed the doll yet, and probably never will. She would never be the one to blink first. Acquire umbrella for protection from elements. U is greater than L, U is less than V. You're going to have a hell of a time accessing that card when you need it, but you guess you'll just cross that bridge later. Peek inside kitchen. I like the kitchen scene so much. The liquor bottles are out in full force. Mom is surely nearby. Investigate richly colored object in middle of screen. This right here. That would be your refrigerator, whose surfaces have been customarily served as a battleground for a chilly siege of passive-aggressive one-upmanship. This was a drawing you did of your cat Jaspers when you were younger, along with a poem about him. Your mother brought this ostentatious $15,000 frame for it, and had it welded to the door. That's so cute, though. Her mom liked it so much, she got a really expensive frame and said this lives here forever. What a good mom move. Using the colorful magnet letters, you recently left a succinct message, which may or may not have been directed toward anyone in particular, but you couldn't find the letter W, so you just stuck two V's together. It says shrew. Your mother purchased a fresh pack of W's and left them there for your convenience. Appreciative of the thoughtful gesture, you left her a sincere thank you note, which you had legally notarized and then marked with a drop of blood. But as part of it was touching the floor, so your mother was kind enough to lift the lower portion of the document with a velvet pillow. I feel so much about these two. I feel so much about these two, knowing things from later in the story. I feel so much about these two. Anyways, attach a W to a face as a fake mustache. This is incredibly silly, and you're not sure how it fits into your campaign against your mother, or getting your computer back online to escape your doom, but it's hard to resist getting a little silly sometimes, especially when you're absolutely positive no one is watching. Capsulog W. W is greater than L. W is greater than V. Goes boop. But that unsightly void in the W pack won't do, nor will the gash in the plastic. You deposit 12 cents in its place, which is your approximation of the letter's value. You also make a vow to return later and neatly sew the plastic shut. Think of ways to one-up mother. You now wonder how to address the pillow situation. It seems the woman has you at a clear disadvantage. Perhaps slipping a fresh doily under the pillow will do the trick, or maybe spilling a bit of Worcestershire sauce on it and then having it dry cleaned and returned along with a laborious, ingratiating apology note. No, there's no time for anything like that. Or maybe, just thinking out loud here, you could use the entire pack of W's as M's. Oh yes, that would burn. But you've already done something with the W pack, and there's no need to go back and gild that lily. This is delicate business, and that pillow is screaming for rebuttal. Capsulog red velvet pillow. You decide to take the velvet pillow and lovingly embroider a poem of praise of motherhood on it. Hopefully you can pull this off before she notices it's gone. VE is greater than L, VE is less than VI, VE is greater than you. I love rereading their interactions now as an adult, knowing roughly some things. There's so many things. It's so wonderful. It's so good. It's so good. Causes your tree to be pretty badly unbalanced. Surely it will auto-balance itself in a moment. Ah, and just like that, the umbrella becomes accessible in the root card. That's one of the things you love about the tree modus. The happy surprises. Head out the back door. Okay, that's enough to... You don't know how she does that. You're never safe in this house, and of all things to be doing during a power outage, she's up to her ironic housewife routine again. That mop bucket doesn't even have any water in it. What an absolute mad woman. Hop over counter, landing in a roll. This bird's gotta fly. Youth roll. Oh, so many wizards. Lousy goddamn stupid wizards. Meanwhile, in the past again. You're almost done patching up the hole in your window with gaffer tape. It's sort of hard to get any work done when people keep pestering you all day. You guess you better get that. Answer chum. Hi, Dave. Hey, sup. Not much. Sup with you, bro. Haha, good one. It's alright. Being chill, I guess. You know how it goes. Great. Feeling cool today, Mr. Cool Guy? Oh man, you know it. So cool. You know, that shit is ice cold up in here. Shit is wicked bananas, I'm telling you. So have you talked to John today? Yeah, we were just talking a little while ago about how he sucks at his Sylladex. Can you believe he uses stack? That kid is ridiculous. Well, that doesn't sound like much fun. What was it you use again? Wait, never mind. I forgot whenever we talk about your goofy moduses, I get a migraine. What do you want with John? I want to tell him happy birthday and ask him about his birthday package. Oh yeah, I was being sort of cagey and told him to check the mail because I was wondering if mine came yet. I think it did. Yeah, and I think mine came too. So, I guess you want to know if he likes it or something? No, he won't open it. He will lose it. Oh, oh, sorry to hear that, I guess? No, it's good actually, because he will find it again later when he really needs it, which of course is why I sent it in the first place. See, like, I never get how you know these things. I don't know. I just know that I know. All right. Anyway, I have to go. I have to feed Beck, which is always a bit of an undertaking. Man, if I were you, I would just take that fucking devil beast out behind the woodshed and blow its head off. I don't think I could if I tried. Yeah, say hi to your granddad for me too, okay? Yeah, I guess an encounter with him is almost certain. It is usually intense. Well, yeah, isn't it always with your family? But he sounds like a total badass. Yeah, he totally is. Anyway, gotta go. See ya. Dave, get phone. Be handy to have your phone, 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1, on standby so you won't always have to go back to your computer whenever someone pesters you. This way you can text message, also equals 8, people no matter where you are or what your outrageously cool thing you're up to. I love you. Yeah, no, Jade is so wonderful. Dave, on the other hand, so cool. Just ejected the towel from his inventory. Oh. John, pursue adversary into that room. And even meaner while, in the present, sort of. Once again, that slippery antagonist eludes you. You only find more of these unpleasant oily smears. Someone is pestering you. Both your PDA and computer register the message. This chum will know what to do. Alright, I'm out of my room now looking for my bros game. Oh good, yeah, there's no sign of Rose yet. I hope she's okay. Well, if she comes back, I'll be ready. You better know what you're talking about, because this could get ugly. Brought my phone, and I also took my awesome katana with me in case things get too hot to handle. They always do. You mean that cheap piece of shit you always have on your wall? Fuck you. It's sharp and it's awesome and it's a sword. End of story. Okay, I don't really care. I'm in my room again. I really think there's someone else in this house, like monsters or something. Owie? I wish. Dude, monsters aren't real. That's stupid kid stuff for stupid babies. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. What? Are you an idiot? Of course there are monsters in your house. You're in some weird evil monster dimension. Come on. Skepticism is the crutch of cinematic troglodytes. Like, hey mom, dad, there's a dinosaur ghost or whatever in my room. Yeah, right, Junior. Go back to bed. Fuck you, mom and dad. How many times are we going to watch this trope unfold? It wasn't goddamn funny the first time I saw it. Just once, I'd like to see a dad crap his pants when a kid says there's a vampire in his closet. Oh shit, everyone in the minivan. Be fucking dad of the year right there. Okay, stop. What do I do? What, do you have a hammer? Man, so lame. Okay, whatever. You should look into weaponizing your Sylladex. My bro is always getting on my case about it, but man, it's not as easy as it sounds. But if you're fighting monsters left and right, you don't have much choice. Yeah, I guess I can read up on data structure some more. How's it going there? Not in the living room. He's usually here, but I don't see him. Might be playing his mind games. He's always pulling this ninja shit. All I see is little Cal over there, so I guess he can't be far. Oh god, so lame. What? See, I just don't know why you think it's cool. His ventriloquist rapping thing. Oh, little Cal? No, man, little Cal's the shit. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm just saying that being a shitty rapper with a ventriloquist doll is not cool by any stretch of the imagination or by any definition of the word cool, ironic or otherwise. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, bullshit. Cal is dope. Puppets are awesome. John Egbert blows. The end. Yeah, more like the opposite of all those things is the thing that is true. I'm going to read. Good luck with your bro. Also, we're gonna stretch and drink water and blink. Okay, read your book. Stay wary of these foes. Pff, monsters. Only little babies who poop in their diapers believe in that stuff. S page. Rose, youth roll right out the front door. Also, look at that little guy. That's a friend shape, but also not a friend shape. I like his hat, though. We can agree. And that's really all there is to that. There's nothing else here. I do like the horse, though. Look at that horse, though. Look at that pony. Okay, we continue. Looks like Mom has satisfied her S-Drive quota for the day. She simply returns to her housework. No point in going out the front door anymore. Might as well head out the back like you originally planned. Also, the horse is still there. First, be the pony. Second, trample Mom. Can't be this stupid pony, and frankly, you can't imagine why anyone would want to, but you give the pony a begrudging pat on the snout anyway. Her name is Maplehoof. I like Maplehoof a lot, but this is my new favorite animal. John, turn around. Oh. Data structures for assholes. Chapter 7. God damn it, why do I even bother? The good news. Finally, your revolting incompetence can be put to use. Instead of accidentally firing a Sylladex full of steak knives into a priceless oil painting of your beloved gradient, you can turn that fumbling fury towards one of your foes, such as the ability to grasp painfully simple concepts. The bad news, I'm tired of explaining myself hoarse, so you gibbering fuckwits, in this chapter I'll be phoning it in liberal use of diagrams and shitty clip art. What are you going to do about it? You're going to wriggle in your own viscous secretions like the worms you are. That's what. For some reason, hold on. I think the Data Structures for Assholes book just kind of vaguely reminds me of Woo. Not in a bad way, it just reminds me of Woo. Something about the word choice. Something about it just vaguely reminds me of Woo. Is Woo Carcat? I'll think about this further. We'll continue. So obviously it's explaining something that we've gone through before, which is like putting stuff in your inventory and then letting it fly out to hit things is fine. Okay, you're trying to read, okay? This book is already unpleasant enough as it is without weird voices in your head nagging you to do things. Besides, I thought we already agreed there's no such thing as monsters. Who's like a less angry Carcat? I'd agree with that one. It's something about the word choice. Sometimes Woo just says sentences at you and you're like, oh, okay, I guess this sentence makes sense now. Okay, besides, I thought we already agreed there's no such thing as monsters. Yeah, sure, that's what we agreed. Fine, you'll interrupt your reading and turn around, but you don't see what it could possibly be. Oh my god, it's a monster. Don't move where the bunny gets it. That's so rude. Agreed. Put the bunny back in the box. No, Wu is not an angry version of Vriska. I like that he's still going. Okay. Time to exit. You leave through the back door. Nearby is the transformer which distributes electricity from the underground generator powered by the river flowing beneath your house. The transformer was struck by lightning, though, and no longer works. You wonder if your mother has any plans to have it fixed. You guess she'd rather just play her mind games in a dark house like a weirdo. You can see the mausoleum and the portable generator across your backyard. You're almost there. Okay, well, we understood that that was going to happen. You regather your items and begin your soggy trek towards Mausoleum Warren. Get up, John. This is no time for slumber. Arrow keys and WASD to walk, spacebar to attack. Ooh! Oh my god, I can hit it. I like the way that he just shakes the bunny at you aggressively. Stick still counts as a hammer because it came from the sledgehammer. No, I think he was just smacking him with it. Forget the W and make haste to the mausoleum. Retrieving the W would never even crossed your mind. It's just a stupid magnet. Jesus Christ, everything is on fire. John, salvage your weapon and fight on! Can I hit again? No, pick up. We got that. Oh, we throw things out of there. We've thrown that again. That's a towel. Oh. We actually hit ourselves. Sick. Ooh. Oh. We're collecting things. Oh. Got the bunny back. Hell yeah. You said put the bunny back in the box. Why can you put the bunny back in the box? Now exult! Victory spoils are yours! Oh god, I forgot about the eshel ladder. Oh no, I forgot about the eshel ladder. Anyways, this is all shenanigans that won't largely make sense or have any impact on anything. All you have to know is that, like, as people level up, they get funnier titles. So, John started as a green shrike, he became a Squirt and is now a plucky tot. It's just silly. It's just video game stuff on top of stuff. Also, apparently we got gel viscosity and an cash limit. Hikes. The eshel ladder just like tail shit? Yeah. Tales of Symphonia. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Amazing Victory allows you to scale the first 2 achievement rungs on your eshel ladder. You are now a plucky tot with a new feather in your cap to show for it. The eshel ladder rewards your bold ascent with 125 boon dollars. You waste little time in storing them in your ceramic pork hollow, which is... It's just a little thing. It's so funny. Additionally, climbing the rungs has boosted your gel viscosity and cash limit, none of which makes sense. By expanding your cash limit, you've made room for all that nice grist you just collected. You now have 32 fragments of build grist and 10 fragments of shale. What about that card? It seems the shale imp had allocated the bunny to its strife specimen. Sort of a stupid thing to use for a weapon, but you might as well grab it. You stick the bunny in your strife deck while you're at it. You'll be, at the very least, safer there. I guess now we have 2 types of weapons. You group the 2 specified in your strife for portfolio. No self-respecting strifer would be cut dead without one. Gather the scattered bits of your large hammer. Oddly enough, it seems to be breaking the sledgehammer alter the stratus from hammer kind to handle kind, which explains why he could use the handle. Even going so far as expelling the head of your smaller hammer from your deck to force compliance. You didn't even notice in the heat of the battle. You grab the sledgehammer handle, expelling the useless Harlequin figurine. Now repair the hammer. You merge the sledgehammer head with its handle and return it to its strife deck, repairing the hammerkind at stratus in the process. The smaller hammer handle is ejected from the deck since, of course, handles of any sort no longer belong in there. Obviously. Fine. Now what? Dave is pestering you, but you don't have time to deal with this nonsense right now. Something is amiss in your room, and you can't quite put your finger on it. Rose, hurry and activate the generator. You fire up the generator and drag a cord into the mausoleum. It of course would be foolish to run the generator inside a confined space. Generator safety is everyone's business. Defile tomb. Sorry, Jaspers. Have to make space for the laptop. Besides, your final resting place is already a mockery. You should have decomposed years ago under a bed of petunias like a normal cat. Now not given to a taxidermist and fitted with a tiny custom-tailored suit and then stuffed into a coffin built for infants. Plug in your laptop. You plug in your laptop and connect to the internet signal again. Everything predictably falls out of your Sylladex, but you're not that bent out of shape about it. You have bigger fish to fry. Looks like Dave noticed you're back online. Pesters you like clockwork. And there's John. What on earth is he up to now? The door, John! Look at the door! You're right. Didn't Rose yank the door off its hinges and prop it on your bed? Someone or something has put it back and left it slightly ajar. Incredibly alarming. Investigate! Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. This is so outrageous. It just loops. Oh, there you are. John said your house is burning down. Are you on fire yet or what? No, but for now I have retired to the safety of a smaller building, which is much closer to the forest fire threatening my residence. Well, that's a relief. John told me to get the game to help you get you out of there, so I'm working on that now. Working on it? Yeah, my bro's copy. Long story. Hey, don't tell John this, but I think he might have been right about the puppets. They're sort of starting to freak me out a little. You're referring to your brother's collection. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's cool and all, the semi-ironic puppet thing or whatever, or semi-ironic, man, I don't even know. I'm just starting to think some of the shit is just going a little far and it's kind of fucked up. I've seen the websites. I like them. Well, you would. Man, I wish little cow wouldn't look at me like that. Those dead eyes. Jesus, sometimes I dream that he's real and he's talking to me and I wake up in a cold sweat, basically flip the fuck out. Interesting. God, why did I just tell you my dream? You're going to have a field day with that. I am currently scrolling notes furiously into one of my many psychoanalysis journals I maintain for you. Published papers forthcoming. Because, you know, it's not like either of us have anything better to do at the moment than to evaluate each other's radically debilitating pathologies. Yeah, I'm gonna get moving. Oh, have you heard from John? He's not answering me. He won't answer me either, but I am watching him. I suspect he's preoccupied with the fact that he just had a bucket of water dumped on his head by the ghost of his dead grandmother, who also happens to be dressed like a clown. All right, I'm out. Later. Interrogate this mad woman. Nana? Yes, dear. Wow, you scared the living daylights out of me. Ho ho ho. Well, I guess it was a really great prank. Good one, Nana. Anyway, are you really my dead Nana? Of course, John. I've come back to help you on your journey through the medium and beyond. I'm delighted to see what a fine young man you have turned out to be, just like your father. Okay, I guess I will take your word for it. I don't remember you at all. My dad said I was really young when you died. Hey, speaking of which, do you know where he is? I looked everywhere for him. Oliver, it's you. Uh, your father was kidnapped. Oh no. When you crossed over to the medium, he was apprehended by the very forces of darkness which your presence here has awakened. Okay, so what is the medium you're talking about? It is where we are now, a realm that is a ring of pure void, dividing light and darkness. It turns in the thick of the insiposphere, a place untouched by the flow of time in your universe. You mean because we're inside a computer or in the game software or something? A computer? Why, what is that, dear? Some newfangled contraption like the horseless auto boxcar? Well, it's like this machine that, oh, of course I know what a computer is, John. I was just pulling your leg. Oh, okay. No, John, you are not inside a computer or software or anything like that. Try not to be so linear, dear. The software that brought you here was merely a mechanism that served as a gateway. Its routines in a way served to invoke this realm's instance, yet it stands independently of any physical machine, and somewhat paradoxically always has. I'm not sure I get it, but alright. So what do I actually need to be doing here? I think it would be best if we started with the big picture. Go on. We'll let this go and then I'll read Nana Sprite's thing. Above the medium, beyond the seven gates, residing at the core of the insiposphere is a place known as Skya, which is what we see in the middle. Legend holds that Skya exists as a dormant crucible of unlimited creative potential. I'm gonna turn this down. Legend holds that Skya exists as a dormant crucible of unlimited creative potential. What does this mean, you ask? I'm afraid my lips are sealed about that, dear. Ho. But needless to say, where a realm of such profound importance is concerned, forces of light will forever be charged with its defense, while forces of darkness will just as persistently covet its destruction. There's no more music now. Very sad, and I'm very sad about it. And as it so happens, at the center of this realm, whose fate is in question, these very forces duel on a stage, stuck in eternal stalemate. Yes, they have dueled in this manner forever. That is, until you showed up. Me? Yes, you, John. Before your mishap with my ashes, you may recall the sprite's previous incarnation, which resulted from its kernel's hatching. You see, this hatching occurs automatically in response to your arrival. The result is a pair of kernels, one dark and one light, prototyped with, and each carrying the information of what they were prototyped with before the hatch. One goes down to a kingdom entrenched in darkness, the other up to a kingdom basking in light. Each comes to rest in an orb atop a spire, of which there are three others in kind. The four spires are situated above a throne, and these two thrones preside over two respective sovereign powers. And once the kernels are situated, that is, when the game is afoot, the true war begins: light versus dark, good versus evil. This is a war that the forces of light are always destined to lose, without exception. So essentially, what has happened here, although I don't think it'll loop around again, to explain it in much simpler terms. The players playing the game will throw something into their kernel sprite. The kernel sprite will essentially record that data, and when you get into the medium, the game, it splits apart and sends that data to two places, to the two opposing forces, and each force now has that information. Now that manifests in, like, what they wear, some of the powers that they have, like, all this stuff. So it matters what you throw into the kernel sprite, because it's what gives these teams their own stuff. What happens after that, I don't know further, but this is essentially a multi-dimensional game of chess. A quest of futility, then. Wow, really? What's the point? That remains for you to find out, dear, for you see, the journey you are about to take is the ultimate riddle. Whoa. For now, your objective is to proceed towards Skya and pass through the first gate situated directly above your house, not even terribly far. The gates will become progressively more difficult to reach, so you had better be prepared to sharpen your adventuring skills. How am I supposed to get up there? You build! Have a good time zone, Clover. Okay, I think I get it now. So I guess the battle against good and evil is sort of irrelevant. Like, I don't know. That all sounds kind of weird. But in any case, we build the house to get to these gates, and then I can save my dad. Yes, John. And then after that, we solve the ultimate riddle thing and save Earth from destruction. Oh no, I'm afraid not. Your planet is done for, dear. There is nothing you can do about that. Oh. Your purpose is so much more important than saving that silly old planet, though. And that is... Oh ho ho. Guess I'll have to agree with the float hag about that. John, you are such a good boy. I know you will succeed. Thanks, Nana. You are a good boy, and good boys deserve treats. Hooray. I am going to go bake you some cookies. Was there someone else I was eventually supposed to impersonate before I took the father? Oh. Trying to think. I ran through some characters at one point thinking about who would be a good fit for you, Clover. I'm still kind of torn on it. There's a couple of good characters. Father got it. No, ironically, it is kind of funny that that was a good character for you. Just being confused about Homestuck. I'm trying to think if there... Clover would... Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Clover and Icy both kind of exist in, like, the Jade realm. I legitimately looked at Jade and went, ah, that is where most of the garden rats go. All the green names in chat, I was like, so many of you kind of fit there, and it's kind of ironic because she is also green words in name. I think from the kids, Jade would be the closest. If I thought about other characters, like beyond that, again, Nepeta comes up. But I think Nepeta more so because of, like, she does a lot of drawing. I mean, I could go to the ancestors, but I would get confused. Hi, Ami.
Hello, Rats and TV. I have been taking a break from the internet for a long time, but I am graduating in a month.
Good luck.
Yippee. I will be back soon, Rats. Less than 3. I missed you all.
I'm
less
glad.
than 3.
Oh, Ami, I hope you're doing well. Take care of yourself. Make sure that you're taking breaks when you can. Anyways, we go back to Stuck. I hope you're doing well. The hag mentioned cookies. Pursue her. Oh, god damn it. That's just what you need. More baked goods. John, you do not say no to cookies. I command you to get them. I agree with that.
Streamer. Trato 10 love.
Thank you. Good time. Garden rats. Garden rats, bull up. You totally abjured the hell out of that idea. You're so busy abjuring, you don't even notice Rose has been trying to pester you this whole time. Rose, hit John in the head with a box to get his attention. You give John a swift drubbing in the noggin, but he is undeterred. That is some fit he is throwing. Perhaps you will take this spare moment to contemplate the Nana Sprite's strange tale. It may also behoove you to record your thoughts on these developments in your GameFAQs walkthrough/journal. It can be hard finding time to update it. In fact, you're not even sure where you found the time to write what's already there. Poor Jasper. Oh, is that so, Jasper? And just who do you think you are? Just who do you think you're looking at with that smug grin? Last thing you need is sass from a dead cat. It's pretty much all his fault you're in this mess in the first place, so he can just button it. John, cookies, now. You refuse outright. This impudence is insufferable. Go get the cookies. Well, when you put it so politely, how can John decline? John, you are stupid. You really need to work on your manners. Stupid, stupid, dumb. Not a command, it's nothing. It's stupid, you're stupid. He's flipping you off. For the last time, I command you to get the cookies, boy. It's just not going to happen, buddy. Years in the future. But really not enough to write home about. An agitated finger slips mid-keystroke. Caps lock. Oh, thing opened. Look at him. Look at this little man with his can of beans and mustard, I'm assuming. Human etiquette. I love him. I love him so much. Look at that little friend. We continue. I've unlocked album Homestuck Volume 1. Okay. Yep. Nobody else is updated. It's just Rose updating at this point. The long and short. The medium too. I may have been a bit hasty in advising you not to bother with the prototyping process. If I spared any detail, it was only to optimize your chances of survival. And if you find yourself begrudging the absence of certain instructions, which if followed would have resulted in your demise, then I guess that makes two of us. Otherwise, you're welcome. Why is Blossom green? I'm not going to ask questions. But the fact appears to be that prototyping the kernel sprite before making your getaway may offer the only opportunity to exercise control over your new environment, a place known as the medium. Also, if prototyped with one or two sufficiently, albeit loosely, humanoid and or sentient elements, living or otherwise, it offers the chance to have all this explained to you by an apparitional guide through which some sort of cryptic, sketchy, doublespeak, your choice of prototyping element engenders. In lieu of this, you may be forced to settle for my clear, thorough explanation and assiduous dissection of raw data. Again, don't mention it. If you've made it to the medium with an unmolested vanilla sprite, well, as I've already covered the bad news about this missed opportunity, I will go into this further soon. Though to what extent this actually is bad news, I'm not sure. I know only the result of my co-player's current configuration, wherein the sprite was prototyped once before departure and once after, which brings us to the good news, which is that if you can still prototype after your departure and salvage the massively rewarding experience of haggling with an exposition-slinging phantom guide, so long as you avoid prototyping with terribly inert items such as brass door knocker or your father's pornography collection. Actually, that might be interesting. If you're struck by the spirit of such experimentation, please don't hesitate to contact me about it. So yes, you can enhance your sprite in this way, but doing so after your departure will no longer induce this effect on the medium I alluded to. That can only be accomplished with one or more pre-departure prototypings. In fact, we can extrapolate there are only so many ways to prototype a sprite. Here's a prototyping in relation to departure, both before, one after, both after, only one, either before or after, or none. Those occurring before will affect the medium through the kernel's hatching process, in your guide, i.e. the sprite. Those occurring after will only affect the sprite. The effects of this process have on the medium, or more globally the insiposphere, are still vague to me. They have to do with the flavoring the forces you will struggle against, and generally all forces at odds with each other in this realm. It has given me some insight into the nature of the game, which again I derived through extrapolation. We appear to be engaging in an instance of a dimension with a highly flexible set of parameters and a series of objectives surrounding an equally flexible mythological framework. This framework seems to begin as a sort of blank template. It evolves with the player's actions, and likely further evolves with the addition of more host-client connections, and thus more prototyped kernels. I regret to say I can't be much more specific than that. Without loosely extrapolating further, there are plenty of questions that have occurred to me, however. Questions concerning the kernel sprite, which I've raised implicitly already, such as what is the effect of an unprototyped kernel in the medium, or a doubly prototyped kernel, for that matter. And even more salient are the questions about the dimension itself. Do all players worldwide make it to this dimension if they successfully complete their departure, or is a unique blank instance of the dimension created for each new player? I have no evidence, but instinct tells me it is closer to the latter situation. There's no indication of any other players present in this realm. Alterations in the realm seem singularly centered on the actions of my co-player myself. If I had to stake anything on it, I would guess every separate client-server pair activate its own fresh copy of an insiposphere, or unique session, if you will. But the quantity of players is a further complication which invites more questions. It seems the game was designed to suit two players most naturally, the server and the client. But through a mishap, my co-player and I have slipped out of the obvious tandem arrangement. The only logical course of action of continuing playing is to string a daisy chain of server-client connections together until presumably the chain is complete. Theoretically, we could complete this chain with only one other player, functioning as the server to my client and the client to my current co-player server, assuming he can recover it. The strange thing is, though, in our instance in this dimension, there are 4 receptacles for divided kernels, not 3. Does this mean that we are destined to have a 4-player chain? How could the game know such a thing? Perhaps it does, and if this proves to be the case, I trust I will be sufficiently numb to the realization. I can consider nothing, this is all crossed out, I can consider nothing about this game surprising at this point, and in fact, from the first moments of play, it managed to deviate so far from my expectations that I completely forgot what my original purpose with it was. I had chances to test out some information I obtained on good authority during the prototyping phases, but it completely slipped my mind. Instead, the game's catacombs securing the dark twisting paths to necromancy were blundered into rather an accident. Perhaps you don't need to worry about any of this. Rethink organization, lead maybe waist deep, logorheric sludge, trim down, bleh. She's not finished with this yet. Geez, cut her some slack. Maybe you could go bug someone somewhere else for a while, or at least very less, someone else. Months in the past, but not many. Oh, it's snowing here. Hi, happy birthday, Rose. Hello and thanks. Did you get John's present yet? I just opened it this very moment. What a stunning coincidence you would ask about it now. I am stunned. Yeah, I know. What will you make with it? And who said it was something from which something else could be made? John did tell me what it was, duh. I suppose I'll take a stab at learning the craft. It's the least I can do in response to the subtle dig contained in his gesture. He often tells me I need a new hobby when I make perfectly reasonable analytic remarks. Oh, but Rose, I don't think he meant anything like that by it. You see, not everybody always means the opposite of what they say, the way you and Dave always do. Maybe. His birthday's in a few months, isn't it? Yep, I finally finished a present for him. I've been working on it for years. Years? It's so hard to tell when you're joking. Or if you're even capable of it. I just mailed it too, so it is sure to get there on time. Mail takes a while to get anywhere from here. I'll probably craft something with strong sentimental value. That should burn him. I don't think you really mean that. I guess not. So shall I expect a green package dropped to my house via airmail from whatever screwball cranny of the globe you're tucked into? No. Sorry, but you are sort of hard to shop for. Besides, I have something for you today that I think you will like better than something in a box. Oh? It's a tip! This is already intriguing enough to compensate for the grave scarcity of lavish gifts parachuting from the sky. Please go on. Did you have a pet a long time ago that died? Yes. Okay, well, how do you feel about your cat? Did you love him a lot? Okay, well, I didn't mention it was a cat or that it was a male. Let's pretend I'm surprised and you're embarrassed and move on. To answer your question, I would describe my feeling towards the animal as lukewarm. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't really matter, I think. Just, what if someone told you could play a game that would bring him back to life? If someone told me that, I would regard the remark with a great deal of skepticism. If that someone was you, on the other hand, then I would have to ask preemptively, is that someone you? Yes, that someone is me. I just thought you might find it interesting. So what is this game? Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying is all. I think you'll hear about it later, and maybe you can talk to John and Dave about it. They are way more into all that stuff than I am. I'll see what the word on the street is about it in due time. For now, I should probably order a copy of Knitting for Assholes. It'd be a shame if I ran late with John's present. Dave, get katana. Oh no. Ready? Capsule your katana. This slot 9. And prepare to venture out into the apartment to retrieve your beau's copy of the game. First, maybe. Maybe. Freebird. Yeah, I don't think we're getting that bird. I think there might be other stuff happening. Now, just a little bit. Turn that down. Oh, there's another page? Oh. You ever just look at the sun real hard? Don't do that. Even with sunglasses on. Dude, that bird is long gone. Probably won't last long in this heat anyway. You don't even know what's up with this sick heat. The sun threatens to set, but won't step off, staring you down like the big red eye of a hot needle skipping on a groove it's tracing round the earth. There's so many things in here. While lingering in midair, its heat seems to suspend itself, stretching it like warped vinyl. It's meant to rain this season, but there ain't been a drop in sight. Even a little drizzle would help. Might help to fizzle this sizzle a little bizzle. Set the record straight on this global turn tizzle. So don't change the dizzle. Turn it up a little. Got a living room full of fine dime brizzles waiting on the pizzle, the dizzle, and the shizzle. Jeez to the bizek. How lazy, here we go. Hold on. Drop it like it's hot. It's drop it like it's hot. English romantic poet, John Keats. That's definitely who said this. For sure. Exit your room and go in the living room. Sorry, little dude. Coming through. Gotta put you down for a bit. You figure you left him hanging there long enough. Have a good night, super. Hastily enter room with wild abandon. You barge in and see a familiar face. A friendly face. You stand in the living room. Your bro spends most of his days in here. At night, he crashes on the futon over there. You don't see him anywhere, though. There's a puppet chest he stores little Cal in when he takes him out on gigs, but when he's home, he usually leaves Cal on display somewhere. With good reason, because Cal is totally sweet. So sweet. Pity to fool. It's your brother's Mr. T puppet, which of course is kept in the apartment with a sense of profound humorous irony. But as usual, your bro's exploits, as usual with your bro's exploits, this is no ordinary irony, or anything close to a pedestrian tier 1 ironic gesture, which is a meager single step removed from sincerity. This is like 10 levels of irony removed from the original joke. It might have been funny like 8 years ago to joke about Mr. T and how he's sort of lame. That was the very thing that made him awesome and badass. And that his awesomeness was also sort of the joke. But in this case, the joke is the joke, and the degree of irony itself is also the joke, and so on. That's a headache to read. I cannot tell you what Dave is talking about at any given point sometimes, but that's okay. Only highly adept satirical ninjas like you and your bro can appreciate stuff like this. It's cool taking stuff that other people think is funny, but you know really isn't, making it funny again by adding subtle strata of irony which are utterly undetectable to the untrained eye. And also for good measure, Mr. T is wearing a leather thong and handcuffed to a pantsless Chuck Norris puppet. God, you hope you can be as good as your bro at this someday. You never tell him that, though. Find little Cal and give fist bumps. Cal's nowhere in sight. All you see is a bunch of your bro's weird nude puppets strewn around haphazardly. You guess these things are kind of cool. Sort of. Play a game on the egg. Looks like your bro was playing. It's not like him to leave in the middle of some totally intense gaming. Not like him to misplace Cal either. Man, you hope the little guy's alright. Hi, May. Oh, there you are, dude. Didn't see you there. You be chill today, Cal? Yeah, you better fucking believe we be chill. Cal is the man. Resist great urge to play bros Xbox. You fail to resist the urge. You start thrashing up stunts, something uncanny brutal on your quest for mad snacks, yo. You get this way rude hunger under control. Shit is basically flying off the hook, and it's like shit wants nothing to do with that hook. The hook is dead to that shit. But you get stuck in some poorly modeled 3D fixture or something, like a railing or a piece of the wall. You have to reset. Fuck this shit. Give little Cal a bro fist bump. So have a good night. Aw, oh, man, you almost forgot. Gotta give the C-Man some props. Which, I really like how ridiculous this panel is. Check out your bro's sweet gear. Your bro has so much sweet gear, it's hard to keep up with it all the times. Here is computer setup. He usually got a lot of stuff cooking on here at any given moment. Since he's not around, you might as well sneak a peep. Look at your bro's computer. Your bro's computer is password protected, of course, to protect all the incredible top secret shit he's got on the burners. Of course, you know the password is, and he knows you know it, and you're both cool with that because the password is the most awesome thing it can be. You enter the password. On the desktop is a hodgepodge of unnamed folders to store all the stuff he's working on. No one can decipher his organization system but him. He also tends to keep the application complete bullshit to keep up with ludicrous amounts of websites and news feeds he monitors to stay hip to the scene. Delirious biznasty. That's all I have to say about that. Why is there a second one down there? Why are there so many folders strewn around like that? Open complete bullshit. It's a content aggregator. It's complete bullshit. Check if Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff has a sweet update. Your bro keeps up with your projects in his aggregator, just like you keep up with his. He's tuned into your various blogs, and of course, Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. You navigate to the latest comic in one of the many bullshit feed bans. We don't need to look at it. It's silly. Mouse over the orange stripe containing plush rump. Won't talk about this one too much. Another one of your bro's many ironic websites. The difference here is he rakes in thousands of dollars a month through this enterprise. Smuppets are a multi-billion-dollar a year enterprise, and it's awfully hard to resist taking a firm squeeze from one plump udder of that cash cow. Stop wasting talent, look for bros beta. You guys have messed around on the computer for long enough. Better get a move on before it's too late for Rose, or worse yet, your bro catches you. My god, the rumps, they are transfixing. You know this is ironic and all, but your bro reaches echelons of irony you can only dream of daring to fathom. But on rare occasions, when your guard is down, it all seems just a tad unsettling to you. Looking at? You looking back at them? Stop looking at the computer, Dave. He just turned back to the computer. Oh, hey there, Cal. Give little Cal a nervous fit. Are you gonna do it? You're starting to flip the fuck out, without losing your cool, of course. Pester John to ease your nerves. You get Egbert on the line again to give him the lowdown on your progress. You feel it's important to keep the wires hot, but he's not answering. You wonder what that guy is up to. Hey, what is up? What actually happened with the monster that is? That is totally definitely in your room. Did you kill it? Where are you, man? Anyway, things are cool here. Totally cool. Puppets are still awesome. No problems with them or anything. Like, just really, really awesome. Looks like Rose is finally logged in again. Didn't John say her house was burning down? You wonder if she's on fire yet or what. Esther Rose. Oh, there you are. John said your house is burning down. Oh, wait, we've already read this one. Yep, we've already read this one. There's a couple instances of this, by the way, in Homestuck, especially because there's a lot of, like, perspective hopping. Every now and then, like, there will be instances of, like, you will have the conversation earlier, technically in the webcomic, and then you will come back canonically in the timeline of events for another character to that same moment again, and you will hit that conversation again. So, seconds in the future, but not many. John, what are you doing? Well, snap out of it. We ought to discuss what your grandmother told you, don't you think? Fine, enjoy your stupor. I'll go about my business elsewhere. Play the punch designix. Goodbye, piano. John, whenever you read this, you should know that I put the shale you collected to use and finally deployed the punch designix. It is in your study. I can only drop it, though. You'll have to be the one to mess around with it and see what it does. When you're finished with your weird histrionics, could you give it a try? I'm updating my walkthrough. It would help to know what it does. Also, I should probably warn you that your house and yard are completely infested with monsters now. Try to be careful. I like this one. I like that one. That one's a silly guy. So I can see. Stupid, lousy imps. You're mucking up all my cool stuff. Oh, there you are. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what came over me there. I was acting really crazy for some reason, but my head feels like it's clearing up. I think I'm alright now. Rebuild the claw hammer and return it to Specibus. You're getting way better at this sort of thing. Confront Pogo Ride to prepare yourself for Nana. Thank God your sanity has returned so you can entertain extremely rational, coherent thoughts like this one. You examine the Pogo Ride from the bathroom window. You do not like what you see. Sons of bitches. No one risks painful injury on your green slime ghost Pogo Ride. No one but you. Click giddy up. Use arrow keys to operate Pogo Ride. Go for insane combos. Jesus. I don't know what this does. Nothing. I earned 0 points. Nothing. Oh, I got 54. Drop something heavy on one of those imps. Oh, we're putting the piano to use here. Oh, Well, okay, we put the piano to use once. Rose, my piano! Sorry, no nuance to these controls at all. I was hoping to bludgeon the imp without letting go of it, but I guess I can't really do that. A broken piano isn't the end of the world, though. Guess you're right. You'll need to pick up the spoils in person. I can't interact with the grist. I have to go out the back door? Yes, is there a problem? Well, it may sound dumb, but I was hoping to avoid Nana and her spooky ghost cookies. You're right, that does sound dumb. Can you see her in the kitchen? Yeah. What's she doing? She baking? You could say that. Are you sure you can't get that grist up to me somehow? Maybe. Is Pogo right to fling grist through window? Doesn't look like that grist is going anywhere. You just never know with these gaming abstractions. Ooh. Drop Pogo right in John's bathroom. Get grist. There you go. Now why don't you check out the Designix? You can do that while I get to work. On what? Piano, level up for slaying the imp. The piano in its valiant effort has unfortunately been slain. But if it hadn't, it would have raked in so many boon dollars. You have no idea. So many. It's time to build. Nana said to build, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, and there it goes. She put the stairs in right there. But this sure is going to take a lot of grist. Looks like you're going to be busy, John. Ugh. What are you building? Stairs. Fairly expensive, actually. And I could have warned you about the stairs, Rose. I'll try recouping some of the grist from the catwalk I built earlier. Keeps happening. Ah, good. It looks like I can get a refund for easier allocations. I told you, Rose. I told you about the stairs. Okay, consider me fully briefed on the matter of stairs. Now, if you don't mind, it's hard enough to concentrate on this without immersing ourselves in Strider's non sequitur. Did you know he thinks puppets are cool? Does he? He's so dumb. Use build grist to construct observation tower. So we can see her removing the entire platform and sending that imp into the infinite void. Okay, you obviously don't have enough grist yet for something that ambitious, but you think you can get started with something of a foundation for upward construction, at least. Check cabinets for imps or useful items. No imps in here, just a lot of shaving cream. Dads love shaving. It's basically all they do. They're not baking, that is. Bring 2 cans of shaving cream. Oh, did that out there again. You capsulate 2 cans of shaving cream just in case. You never know when you'll need to bust out a hilarious shaving cream Santa beard to ratchet up your prankster's gambit. Your telescope goes flying out the window and lands where the pogo ride was. John, right? Pogo ride. A little cramped in here for any sort of proper reckless pogoing. You'll just grab it and hang on to it until the right moment presents itself. Okay. Towel floats back down to the rack. Circle of stupidity is complete. We have fully returned the towel back to where it started. Rose, check up on Anakin. See what's cooking. A lot of cookies. That's a lot of cookies. How has Nana made that many cookies? Hi, Minty. There's so many cookies. Minty, I'm so proud of you for getting your emote finally. John, make your way to the study. Oh, okay. Nana can destroy imps. But only because they are taking her cookies. Which, you know what? That's fair. Nana can do whatever she wants. Make your way to study. Concert was wonderful. Very fucking tired. Rats, I hope Homestuck has been nice. Clover is John's dad. John is super. Jade is simultaneously so many rats. Blossom is Dave. I am lost. Welcome, lost. Looks like the imps have taken a shining to the Crookstruder. Crooksite and black goo. Everywhere. Right, Slimer Pogo and one-up that imp. Well, okay, it's not a Slimer Pogo, but you mount it anyway and brandish your deadly armaments. So now we're just going to fight imps like this, I guess. Minty is a Briscoe. Well, we knew that. Well, okay. Ride your steed to victory. Ah, violence. We're just committing violence against imps. It's just John smacking all of them. You know what? I like this. This is incredibly dangerous. John, flip the fuck out. Let's see how they like it when that old double barrel laser blaster whoops. Oh shit. Oh, okay. He's dead. It's fine. Why Homestuck turned into a game? It has always been like this. The entire webcomic is ensconced in the idea of video game vernacular and UI and everything. Mr. John, respectfully ask that you please stand up. I, I mean, he did stand up. Don't move or the pogo gets it. I guess that threat can work against the imps. If it works. Now, sir boy, flee from this boorish rabble post haste. He's gonna do sick flip. Look at that. Look at him roll. Hell yeah, he absconded. Hell yeah, Minty, I'm glad you got the streak. I'm also very glad you got that emote. Thanks, Rose. Hell yeah. Bridger, level up for slaying the imp. Oh, and now it blocks the doorway, too. That's so helpful and nice. The refrigerator skyrockets up the echelon to a new rung. 5-star General Electric and earns 285 boon dollars. Things are really looking for this feisty appliance. Well done, John. Polite congratulations. For some reason, you feel a sense of positive reinforcement. Wherever that feeling is coming from, it sure is a welcome change from your erratic moods earlier. So I guess that guy in the desert read the book about human etiquette. Hannah's doing something. Hi. Made a noise at me. For some reason, you feel a sense of positive oh, I already read that one. Now, my civil fellow, I have a well-mannered query to ask. Have a well-mannered... Your well-mannered query. What is your well-mannered? Here for? I blocked the entrance to the study to give some space to work with the Designex. John, Imp's behind you. Should I take care of it? You trapped your PDA again, didn't you? Why did you have to pick up all that stupid shaving cream? So pointless. Drop something heavy on one of those imps. Oh, another thing for us. Oh, is that just going... Oh. I mean, if it works, it works. You can't argue with that one, really. John, might I bother you for a can opener? Oblivious to the commotion behind you, suddenly you find yourself pondering the whereabouts of a can opener. You think there's probably one in the kitchen, but the path is blocked by your refrigerator. And why are you standing like that? Here's the box. John is completely unresponsive. What the hell is that nincompoop doing? Years in the future. But let's not get totally carried away here. A studious eye darts about a page like a honeybee gathering the nectar of wisdom. Typical human. Please, thank you, you are welcome, good day, how do you do, splendid, and you, gratification. Further courtesy, favor is mutually curried. Okay, so we've ripped it. Oh, are we eating the book? Elixir known as tea. Absurd vestigial fourth digit is cantilevered. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Everyone is polite. Okay, so he's just okay, so our newly polite friend is just eating the book. I love him very much. Ah. So this is all just pictures of things that we've seen before. Okay, open up. Yeah. So these are all just things that Rose includes in the game fac of just what's been going on. A view of his kidnapped father's room. I can't see in here for some reason. Perhaps this is because John himself has never entered the room. It's possible that I can see only in a sense what John can see or has seen already. Not found the time to discuss this with him yet. If he enters the room, the question may answer itself. And so it's all just like pictures of things that have happened. Also, I really like this one. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck he's doing. Perfect. This is just Homestuck. And you cannot have the mouse. I love you, but you cannot have it. Rose, construct loft above John's room. And so she's just copying and pasting things from the house in order to build. Making a platform. I don't know if she does the stairs. I'm pretty sure the stairs are in the next. Oh, actually, no, that's smart. That's incredibly smart, using the railing to make a ladder up instead of just like trying to build the ladder from scratch. Ladders seem to be a bit cheaper than stairs. Hello, John. It appears we have reached an impasse. Yes, it seems so. The opener dilemma remains unsettled, most unfortunately. It is unfortunate, I guess. What were we talking about again? But it has been a pleasure nonetheless. Thanks for the courtesy. It's not really necessary, but thanks anyways. Oh, but thank you. This is Rose, by the way, the green controller. That's Rose throwing things at John, or not necessarily throwing things, but so much as smacking him with things. Where are you going? Anne doesn't know what she's doing. Thank you so very, very much, dear favorable small primate. I shall take my leave now, John. Until next time. Wait, where did all this sweet loot come from? Why is there suddenly a crumpled hat on your head? Gather grist, examine Designix. Feeling especially economical with your behavior suddenly, you scoop up all the grist in the room and turn your attention to the punch Designix all in one fell swoop. The device features a countertop station designed with a keyboard setup, not unlike an old-fashioned computer. There's a blinking red light and a diagram etched into a panel. Okay, so there's something on the back of the cards. Rose, answer Dave. Wait, hold on. Why am I getting this stupid game for you? You're the one who should be waist deep in puppet ass. What is the specific problem? The problem is I am up to my goddamn neck in fucking puppet dong. You know, like the mannequin dick, except you know you like the mannequin dick, except it. I am enrobed in chafing, reeling goddamn puppet pelvis. An obscenely long, coarse Kermit cock is being dragged across my anguished face. Let's put this into perspective. You put up with the puppet prostate because you love it. Also, coarse is a good word. Have a good night, Ami. You don't seem to harbor any sympathy for the fact that I burrowed fuck deep into a lively, fluffy Muppet puttock. I'm whirling in the terrible cyclone at the epicenter of my own personal holocaust of twitching foam noses. It's like a fucking apocalypse of perking proboscis here. Probocalypse, I guess. Are you going to start rapping about this? No, listen. Throng of flesh bereft of home, found solace twixt a cleft of foam. Oh, Jesus. Of apocalypse your thoughts eclipse, a painted pair of parted lips, that dare through kiss to stir the air, that teases tufts of orange hair. And though faces flush and levers fits, hands snug in plush as gloves befit. Oh, okay, Dickinson, if you can shut your perfumey trap for half a second, this is serious. I'm just saying, if I see one more soft bulbous bottom being like kind of jutting out and impudent or whatever, I'm gonna fly off the handle. I'm gonna do some sort of acrobatic fucking pirouette off the handle and win like a medal or some shit. Let's just hope there will be a squishy derriere somewhere below the handle to break your fall. I love Rose and Dave talking to each other so much. Observe back of the first visible capsule card. You flip over the top card containing your pogo ride. Anytime you capsule log something, a new code appears on the back of the card. You've always wondered what the code is for. These things are hard to read, but then you've never really found any reason to decipher them. Until now, perhaps. Examine reverse side of hammer card in Strife Specibus. Looks like cards from your Strife deck have codes too. The most eloquent speaking to the least. Yeah, but it works so wonderfully. John, enter captcha code as seen on back of Pogo Ride card. You enter the code DQMMJLEK into the keyboard. At least you think that's what the code is. The red light switches off. A green light begins blinking. Insert card. Type in NZ7UN6BI. In the interest of due diligence, you enter the other code and repeat the process with that card too. Both cards are now punched with different hole patterns. Attempt to retrieve Pogo from card. Oh, well that should be a simple matter of... Uh-oh. Looks like it's trapped now. You don't see how you can access the item anymore, or store a new item for that matter. These cards are pretty much useless now, and the items they contain are toast. But maybe all is not lost. Recalling from your experience with a pre-punch card, you may be able to use the cards to replicate the items in question. Assuming you got the codes right, that is. Mash keys heedlessly. Not quite through with your keyboard cowboy empiricism just yet. You mash at the keyboard to generate a random code. You enter the Designix stops you after 8 characters, which appears to be the maximum length for a code. The green light goes on, signaling its readiness for a card. You figure you might as well burn the shaving cream since the product is not exactly at a premium in your household. You also figure you might as well merge the 2 crayons onto 1 card. You're a little sad that your dad isn't around for this. You have a feeling he would get a real kick out of the idea of duplicating more shaving cream. You punch the card with a pattern that is no way related to the code for the item it contains. This should make for an interesting experiment. Mad science is a lot of fun. Unfortunately, you just burned another card in the process. Your deck is really dwindling now. Maybe you should have thought this through a little better. On the plus side, you just freed up your PDA, which is overflowing with the pent-up chatter of obnoxious pesterers. Imp. He's just staring. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's the tub. Okay. You know what? That works. Answer your chums. Puppets. Awesome. That's really all there is to say on the matter. Turntech Godhead changed his mood to rancorous. John, I'm about to throw a bathtub through your wall. Watch out. Wow, that was so totally unnecessary. I made a shortcut upstairs. I thought it would be a good idea to get up there to try the cards as soon as possible. Also, you weren't being terribly responsive. You mean these stairs? Man, look at these shitty stairs. They're so narrow. I'm supposed to climb those? They're perfectly navigable. I'm saving on grist for now. If you keep slaying foes, collecting grist, and expanding the cash limit, we may not need to be so economical with our resource in the future. I am. You went down. Wiggly. Now. There she goes. Oh, hey, look. What's up? Why didn't you just bill a way up through that hole into my dad's room? Have you ever been in there? No. Exactly. Huh? I'd rather not get sidetracked. I'm more interested in further exploring the mechanics of the game than watching you discover what sort of outlandish Harlequin decor your father keeps in his room. Oh, come on, that's a big deal. What's the big deal? I'll just climb up and go right through. Will you? Yeah, why not? Are you saying that you've never wondered what's in there or why it's been kept a secret from you? I mean, yeah. Then trust me, you won't be going right on through. Wait, are you saying there's something, like, troubling in there? I don't know. What do you mean? What do you see in there? I can't see in there. Oh, I don't have a very good feeling about it. Whatever. I think I can handle a few more stupid clown paintings. Move punch cards to John's. Puts them in front of the dowel creator thing. Drag some Crooksite dowels to John's room so that he can use them in the lathe with all that stuff. John, collect grist, examine, save. You swoop up the bountiful supply of grist generated by your co-player's recent exploits. From now on, it probably would go without saying that you'll nab any grist laying around without making a big fuss over it. You check out the busted safe, which has made a noble sacrifice in the battle. Some of your father's odds and ends have spilled out, including some old newspaper clippings and 2 rather hefty tomes. It's a fair bet that these books comprised at least half the weight of the safe. Examined Family Tome of Humor. It's another copy of Colonel Sassacre's daunting text of magical frivolity and practical japery. This one looks really old, perhaps an original printing. Could it be the same one involved with your grandmother's unfortunate accident on that fateful day? Dad would never speak a word about it, but maybe Nana wouldn't be so tight-lipped. You give it a cursory perusal. It appears to be similar to your reprinting, listing all the japes and chicanery that you have come to know and love. You capsulog it, thinking that you may give it a closer look later. Fatherly Gent's Shaving Almanac. You take a look at the other book. You're sure Dad thought this was a scintillating read, but it looks pretty boring to you. Maybe you'll crack into it someday when you're old enough to shave. Everything in the safe was obviously very important to your father. Wonder why he kept it locked away from you. Some things about him you will never understand. Seems you'd been collecting scraps from the news over the years. These articles go back decades. Space rock knock, local burbs block off. Populace, oblivious to broader significance of events, assuming there is any, which there definitely isn't. Shortly after 4 a.m. today, a downpour of meteors in a residential neighborhood became yet another instance in a pattern of recent rocky cosmological phenomenon. The incident, aside from property damage and loss of life, was downplayed by authorities as not all that big a deal. This is from Monday, April 13th, 1990 something. Meteors. Crocker? Betty Crocker? Look at the piece of paper taped to the wall. Son, if you are reading this, it means you are now strong enough to lift the safe. You are now a man. As such, you are entitled to what is inside. I know you will take this responsibility seriously. I am so proud of you. 024813. Guess this is the combination of the safe. This is completely useless. Examine back of capsule card on floor. You guess these are all zeros? Or maybe they're capital O's. Zeros would probably make much more sense for an empty card, you think. Capsule card. Nope. Okay, that's gone. Bye. Enter code on back of card into Designix. Punch card. All ones is a caps lock card. Wait, John, before you punch that, I was about to say, if you first took note of that code and removed the card from the card, you could have punched the blank one. You've only burned one card instead of two. Oh yeah, you're right. Damn it. Throw hat in disgust. There it goes. Into the void. Capsulog, punch, capsulog, capsulog card. Hold on. Let's read that one more time. Capsulog, punched, capsulog, capsulog card. Nope, that makes sense. We're good. Oh, and the PDA almost got yeeted, but Rose is a genius. What? John, take PDA. Okay, well, the book killed somebody, so at least it's useful. Two card Sildex, inventory of dumbasses. John, level up. Oh. We're now a pesky urchin. Colonel Sassacre, level up for slaying the imp. The Colonel soars to new heights in his echelon, reaching the rung one-man julep vacuum, pockets 9,550 boon dollars. Chump change for the genteel or aristocratic Southern Colonel. Level up for slaying the imp. The bathtub surges heroically and surpasses the rung Archimedes' aqua cradle, which proceeding directly to vaunted rung Taft Jammer. The tub makes off with a cool 490 boon dollars. The tub's basing capacity remains unaffected. Safe, level up for slaying the imp. The safe was slain in battle. A great flaming nautical pyre carries it off to Voltalia. That's a good one. Voltalia, that's good. That's wonderful. Make your way up those stairs, post haste. You're not sure. They look pretty precarious to you, but you've been assured the stairs are perfectly navigable. Lad scramble. And you almost fall off and die. Lousy goddamn stupid stairs. Oh, I don't like that. That's big. Ignore little Cal and find the beta. Wander over to the place where your bro keeps his sweet turntable gear. Man, that setup is sweet. Feel pangs of jealousy whenever you walk by it. Really cool jealousy, though. Like the kind where instead of getting all worked up about it, you don't actually give a shit. One of your brother's rad and extremely expensive ninja swords is missing, though. You know this drill all too well. Trouble's a brewin'. Take expensive ninja sword. What sword? Exit your bro's room. You approach the exit. Oh, Cal wasn't there. There's something on the door you haven't seen before. Looks like one of your bro's ironic comics he left for you to check out. What have I done? Animal, please start breathing. Oh god, please breathe. Okay, make believe time is over. Oh god, oh god, oh god. What will Nanny do to me if she finds out? No one can ever know. I have to hide the body. But where? Think, imagination. The one time I really need you. Click. Hello, Ralph. I want to play a game. Want to play a game. Want to play a... Okay, some of the stuff he's just leaving around to get under your skin. This is obviously another ploy in his relentless siege of one-upsmanship to get your goat. The same goat you've been meaning to bleat like unironically, but that will still have to wait for a moment or more appropriate time. You think he knows that deep down you feel like you're still not ironic enough to get stuff like this, and this is probably some weird gauntlet he's throwing down to see if you will get it. But honestly, you think this material is just a little too ironic. You just don't need to see this shit right now. The kitchen. No sign of bro in here either. Well, aside from the absurd quantity of awesome, dangerous stuff he leaves lying around. Transfer katana to strife specibus. With an escalating sense of threat, you think it's time you shift your katana to your strife specibus. You figure it's better to free up the card anyway, since you might need to grab some of this stuff. Set blender to mix. Whole thing in there. You guess bro stuck some fake blood capsules in that puppet. Pretty gross. Oh, the doll. Oh, I hate that. Got one of your bro's many webcams nearby, recording the incident. Seems you may have just been an unwitting accessory to some sort of grisly puppet snuff film. Not totally sure how you feel about that. Capsulog Buster Sword from behind microwave. What did we cut? Oh, you. This might be the only thing in the whole apartment that's a bigger piece of shit than your own sword. You put it back behind the microwave where it belongs. Set blender to crush ice. It's sort of bouncing around in there. You're making a bit of a mess now. Hide evidence in microwave. See, like, his hobbies are cool and all, and you guess he's got to put his shit somewhere, but if you wanted to heat up, but what if you just wanted to heat up a burrito or something? Kitchen is pretty much useless. Drop those fireworks. Capsulog all the fireworks into the 5th slot the sink has to offer. You just know these things are going to come in handy. Why would they be in the sink if they weren't? Looks like one of them is still stuck in the garbage disposal. Capsulog shurikens. That is just dynamite, Dave. You grab the shurikens and, hey, careful where you're putting that stuff, especially if you're looking to turn your Sildex into a powder keg of full of sharp things. You put the box of fireworks, 3, back into card 5 and prepare to start, or card 3 apparently. That settles that, you guess. Take nunchuck. Take the nunchaku, once again grabbing without thinking ahead. Okay. Capsulog the box again. Well, definitely avoiding the shuriken trap, which you yourself set only moments ago. You dodge. Again, round up all the fireworks. Time to regroup from there. Capsulog each shuriken individually. Grab each shuriken one at a time, knocking out this nunchaku. Does he stare at the camera after he hits himself? I think he does. No, he just exists. No worries, you've got a plan. Capsulog nunchucks. Take the nunchucks, 6. Everything seems to be in order now. It would have been badass to go with the authentic Japanese names for each weapon, but sometimes you just gotta compromise with this modus. Examine fetch modus. You flip over your fetch modus and check out the back. You're not really sure where it is you're keeping this thing? Oh well, who cares? Press the eject button. Oh hell no. Not after all the trouble you went through to get that stuff situated. This is potentially a very dangerous button. Dave, change to Scrabble Points hash modus. First, you program your modus with the Scrabble Points hash function. Adding it to the list, it turns it all into Scrabble Points. Oh no. Might be a cool function to use, but it looks like you... Yeah, Scrabble. Might be a cool function to use, but it looks like you'll just have to empty your Sildex to select it. You're just not going to do that yet. No way. Check the box to detect collisions. Okay. Take the skateboard. What is that guy so happy about? What's he looking at up there? You think if you see one more soft bulbous bottom being like kind of jutting out and impudent or whatever, you're gonna fly off the handle. Oh, fully sliced off the nose. Nice. Take the skateboard. Actually, no, you don't. A collision has been detected. You take the wheeled ride 7. Man, your inventory's nomenclature is getting lamer by the minute. Capsule like the unplugged power cord. You take the power cord 5. Wait, no, not going to work. Think of a new word for power cord. You take the battery pack. Damn it. Take the battery pack. Oh, and don't count Y as a vowel. Using the Y as a consonant. Brasildux reluctantly accepts. The tactic notoriously employed by hash map noobs. Just don't care about that now. Besides, it's not like your bro is around to see. Except your bro is 100% around and he is stealing puppet pieces that you have cut apart. Oh. I like the little exclamation point in his head. I like that so much. It's such a silly little thing. Search for some mad snacks, yo. Oh, it was just little Cal again. You can never stay mad at him. Anyway, you gotta get this rude hunger under control. You figure you ought to scope out the fridge for some grub. This hunger is so ill-mannered, it would make a room full of snooty dowagers commit mass suicide. Open refrigerator. Oh god, more shitty swords. Of course, you knew these were in here. You're not even sure why you looked. If you had to keep, if you want to keep any food or beverages in this apartment, you pretty much got no choice but to hide stuff away in your closet. Now that I understand his system, I really like it, and this blossom is why you are vaguely Dave in my head. Also, he lives in Texas, and I don't know why, but that fits you as the least Canadian person I have ever met. It's kind of funny. Take swords. The hell with it. You try to take the entire jumble of unbelievably shitty swords and brace yourself for it. Oh, looks like that works, actually, too. Captchalogue for jumble of you captchalogue the jumble of unbelievably shitty swords. Use Ice Maker. It's still hot around here. You dispense several cherry bombs. Wait, who's that looking at you in the reflection? Where'd the little dude scamper off to this time? He's captchalogue cherry bombs. You go for the cherry bombs, unsuccessfully. After mulling it over a bit, you take the red spherical salutes. Take blend. Blender is a pretty simple word, and you can already tell that it's not going to work. Instead, you take the whirling blade pitcher. That's really a much better name for it anyways, you think. Activate garbage disposal. Okay, that's fine. Stuff down Mr. Purple Guy into the garbage disposal. You're still not sure what he's so happy about, or what he's looking at up there. While you're at it, you dump out the contents of the blender. Oops, I mean the whirling blade pitcher into the disposal. But you suffer from an unfortunate garbage disposal head jam. Notice something in the reflection. Above you. Up. Hello, Dave. It's the hatch up to the crawl space above your apartment. Bro's always tucking away in there when he's busting out his red stealth stunts. He's so slick that the dangling cord never even jostles. You just know that he's being ironic with these weird mind games. There's no way anyone could be that serious about aping those shitty movies. Use the turntables and cinder blocks to make a fort. It's a pretty sweet fort you just made, and you're pretty sure your brother would agree. Under different circumstances, you might be high-fiving over it right now. But rather than get inside and take her for a spin, you really just need to use her to get up to that hatch. Ink cord. It's time to face your destiny. No going back now. It's just the puppets. It's just more puppets. It's just more puppets. Wish. There goes Dave. Yeah, there was pretty much no way there wasn't going to be a bunch of puppets in there. Okay, wait, hold on. Why am I getting this stupid game for you? Oh, we've seen this one before. This is when he was really upset about getting the game. Now we can understand why he was so upset about it and why he's typing out of the pile like that. His hands are right there. That is hilarious. Read the note on the hatch. Bro, roof now, bring Cal. We're doing it, man. We're making this happen. Burst out of the puppet pile like the one. Look at him. Be the other guy. We're now the other guy. Take dowels and sheets from bed and make a tent. Oh, we made a tent. This is so much fun. A huge waste of time, yes, but so much fun. Rose! That's so rude of Rose. Carve a totem out of punch pogo card. You put the punch card containing the pogo ride in the slot and carve a totem from one of the crooksite dowels. Repeat the process with other cards and dowels. Oh, it looks like we got one for the pogo, we got one for the hammer, and then we're doing one for the captchalogue card. Use the card containing the code for the hammer as well as the one with the random code you punched over the shaving cream. For the hell of it, you carve the respective totems for the cards. Same with capsulog card. Make a totem for the capsulog card. Pretty bare bones looking totem if you ask you. If you ask you, that's fair. I think it just became a little bit skinnier. Yeah, it just became skinnier. Collect totems. Okay, so Rose can collect them and put them into there to, I guess, make later. You stow the totems in your Athenium. Produce capsulog cards. Oh, fuck yeah. The Alchemider requires 1 unit of any type of grist to produce 1 card. Have a good night, Nebula. You decide to use shale since it seems less generally useful than build grist as of now. You make a whole bunch of them. Oh, look at him so happy with his stack of capsulog. Whoa, did you just make all these? Yes. Sweet, thanks. What did you do with all the blue wobbly vase-looking things? I brought the totems out to the Alchemider to test them. I'm taking some of the things in my own hands to save some time. Okay. We're gonna hammer at the expanse of 2 units of build grist. Make a pogo ride 2, -5 build, 1 shale. Use the totem carved with a random code. You create a rocket back with some random crap stuck in it. Looks like a cinder block, a violin, and a flower pot. The items have rendered the device completely inoperable. That's kind of fun, though. You figure we might as well put this piece of junk to use? Wonderful. Using a little strategy, first you grab the Harry Anderson's Wise Guy by Mike Cavaney, and then the cards. Then your ejected PDA, and then the book again to flush the cards into your deck. Nice going. Now we have a whole bunch of cards. John, turn on Detect Collisions. You flip your fetch modi, but find no such option. This is idiotic. John, read the book. Be the wise guy. New Orleans, 1977. The close-up room at the Magic Castle was this mean little box, tended to fill up with so much smoke you'd swear someone was cremating a wet dog in there. In walks Anderson. There isn't much that gets liquor deposits journey from the table to my lips. Could all be the bastard love child of a listless octoroon if that kid wasn't the cat that swallowed the canary in a dapper little hat. What sentence was that? What was that? He never really understood what Cavaney's relation to Anderson was, or why he wrote this book about him. His ambivalent attitude toward your favorite magician in these anecdotes always struck you as a little weird. And to be honest, you tend to not read much of the text in the book. You mostly like to look at the diagrams for all the cool tricks. You know what, that's fair. That's so fair, Dave. Not Dave, John. Ooh, and how to do these tricks. That is fair. That is fun to learn about. Here's a perfect example of how Harry could ruin several decks of cards, waste everyone's valuable time, and have you love him for it. He was good at that. One day, he noisily emptied his suit jacket pocket onto the hood of his car in search of change for the meter. Clunky metal thing slid from the pile and bounced on the sidewalk. As I retrieved it for him, I asked what he was doing with a hole puncher in his pocket. His face lit up at the question like it was an elf, and I was asking him how he felt about climbing into the hollow of a big tree to bake some cookies or something. People are elves? Okay. That's right, the hole in the ace trick. Interesting enough, pertaining to punching holes in cards and making them disappear and stuff. Your hand's never really strong enough to make this one work all that well either. Actually, this gives you an idea. Oh, I think I know where this is going. He's combining the two. You overlap 2 of the punch cards. They mask each other's hole patterns. Put both cards in totem lathe. You carve another totem using the new combined hole pattern. Take it to the Alchemider. Man, looks like Rhodes made 1,000,000 hammers for some reason. Get all that shit out of the way. You're about to make something sweet. Ooh. You got the pogo hammer. Practice with new weapon. Hell yeah, look at that bouncy hammer. Look at how sad that guy is. What did you do? I combined the cards in the lathe thingy and made this. It is so sweet, man, look at me go. See, that was a really good idea, John. Nice work. Thanks, I got the idea from Harry Anderson. Who? You know the show Night Court? No. Oh, well, bottom line is, he's awesome. That's really all there is to say on the matter. Attack the nearest imp to test Pogo's hammer strength. Get a vicious rhythmic bouncing combo going and easily slay the imp in one blow. You and the Pogo Ride are catapulting sky high in the process. Literally, so high up. And it lands in the tree. Poor dude got knocked out. Hell yeah, Rose. Sweet catch. I don't like the big guy. That's so big. How does it fit in that room? How does it fit in that room? Oh, there's more. Rose Pester John. Hey, that was a pretty nice, sweet catch. Save. Oh yeah, that. This is pretty comfy. Why don't you just, like, carry the bed around with me on it, up to the gate there? I can't interact with you directly, or anything that you are touching, if it will result in moving you. See? Lame. Game probably regards that as a kind of cheating. In a way, thieving you of your free will as an adventure and the need to advance by your own skill and ingenuity. The server player is just a facilitator. Ah, well, okay. All that scurrying around kind of wore me out. I think I'm gonna rest here for a bit. Rose, can you keep the instant bay? Like, drop some stuff on them if they sneak too close? No, you should pick up your hammer and defend yourself. What? Come on. I have no idea what the hell Dave is up to, or if he's any closer to recovering the game. There's some stuff I'd like to try in any case, in case he does come through. All right, I'm just gonna rest my eyes here a second, though. On sleep. Now I feel the need to point something out here. Toby Fox. Right there. Look, we found Undertale, guys. Not really. But this was, like, this is how early in Homestuck Toby Fox was involved. This is September of 2009? It hasn't even been a year, and Toby Fox is involved with Homestuck. This is why, in my head, Toby Fox and Homestuck are so, like, ingrained that I do still mix up where his music is coming from and still think about the Homestuck albums when I hear it. Now let's check out the alchemy thing. Look at Flowey right there. Yep. Looks like a sort of index documenting all the known results for the punch card alchemy combinations. This could be a convenient resource as you start to stumble on more useful card combinations. But ever since John started punching cards, you've been contemplating other ways this item manufacturing system could be put to use. In particular, if you obtain the code for any item at your disposal, you think you could theoretically send the code to John and he could make it himself. That is, if you can think of anything that would be worth sending to him. Rose, Capsulog Suburb Server CD. You eject the disk and capsulog the server CD. Message John the captcha code. Interestingly, this one does not seem to have one that is decipherable. Oh, god damn it. And that fire is very close now. And that generator has stopped. Facepalm ×2 combo. And wake up. Dad Cloud. Hate Cloud. Gushers Cloud. Harlequin Cloud. Pogo Slimer Cloud. What's his face? Jade! Don't know that. I'm spoiling things. Oh. Nightmare time. Time to answer messages. Go Pesterlog. Hey! Whoa, there you are. How's your adventuring going, John? It's okay, I'm making some progress. And Rose finally connected again, so she is helping me now. That's good. Oh, but, like, I don't think I'm actually saving the world here. I don't know what I'm really accomplishing, but I guess it's not that. Well, I think whatever it is must be pretty important. Don't lose hope, John. I think it will all turn out for the best if you stay positive. Just keep listening to your grandmother's advice. Yeah, you're probably right. But, I don't think I mentioned Nana to you, did I? Oh, I don't know. Didn't you? Also, hi, Woo. Hope you're doing okay. I don't know. Maybe you talked to Rose or Dave about it or something. Yeah, maybe that was it. They're really weird when they talk to me about you. Like, they're always trying to convince me of some spooky powers, but I'm always like, no, she seems like a pretty regular girl to me. But then when I think back, maybe there are times when it seems like you know some things. Like, maybe you know more about a thing than you are telling me. I don't know. Oh, well, John, I don't want to explain lots of things. I want to explain lots of things to you. Some things that I know. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? Oh, John, I forgot I was messaging you about the meteor that fell near my house. Oh yeah, whatever happened with that? Oh boy, well, Turns out I was confused about it. Really confused. See, I guess I fell asleep for a while and lost track of time. That happens. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Maybe you should, like, wear an alarm clock or something? So what was the deal with the meteor? Well, it's hard to explain, but I know what it is now, and now I know everything is going to be okay. So what is it? Or is it just another thing you're waiting to tell me? Gosh, John, I just really want to tell you all this stuff, but I can't yet. I really think you need to wake up first. Huh? Well, okay, not literally. Well, okay, maybe kind of literally. Stop being so confusing. Lol. Anyway, time for you to go, John. I think you have some company. He grabbed the pogo hammer. Who the fuck are you? So this is John, and this is Garden Gnostic. Garden Gnostic. GG. It's spelled with a G. That's an imp, and it looks scared, which is kind of confusing. So let's grab the pogo hammer that they hid. Stick the pogo hammer back in your striped specibus and get ready to kill some more of these pesky little... Huh? What's that? Oh. Why does he have the book? That guy. Oh, we're hiding together. Friends. Rose, why aren't you dropping something on that thing? Oh, no. Be the imp. You be the imp and quickly abscond the fuck out of there. Also, Woo, just so you know, you are car cat. We decided. Car cat, but less. Chowdy. Kind of. This is what weaker adversaries do whenever things get too hot to handle, which is frequently. Prepare for a boss battle. You stop being the imp because that was stupid, and scurry over to your magic chest that you suddenly remembered was on the roof. There's some things in there that would be good to stock up on for a major battle. But it looks like someone has plundered your chest. This is so outrageous. Just walking up the house, I guess. You are being ambushed. There isn't much room to maneuver on this sloping roof. Maybe you should consider making your way to higher ground. Ascend to the highest point. It's got the hammer. You go up here. Look down. You peek over the edge. That is the wrong side. Oh, that's just a lot of go. Already seems like a long way down to your yard. Not even to speak of whatever's below. Hey, weren't your trick handcuffs dangling from that branch earlier? Why do imps gotta keep making off with all your sweet gear? John, turn around. Oh, friends. You are confronted with a pair of enormous foes. This is it. You have no choice but to wage a fierce rooftop battle. This is totally going to happen now, and could in no way conceivably be interrupted by a sudden shift in our attention. It's go time. It's time to do this thing. We're doing it, man. We're making this happen. Dave, stop being the other guy. You stop being the other guy. You're not even sure what that meant anyway. Ascend to the highest point of the building. Dave. This is Dave Homestuck. Psych. I'll wait. 2 times double psych out combo. Friend. Pumpkin. Gross looking pumpkin. Gravy. Mustard. Beans. You are now the wayward vagabond. Retreat. Got him already. He's got his hands. Examine rotten pumpkin. What pumpkin? Check the little red bar. It appears to be a gauge for a large power cell, perhaps fueled by some sort of nuclear reaction. If this is the case, it is relatively low on fuel, but who knows how long it has been running here. You do not care about this sort of nonsense, and you will disregard it at once. You are very hungry. Capsulog can of gravy. Capsulog? You have no idea what that means. It is total nonsense, and you do not know what to make of it. You will not give the foolish notion a second thought. Pick up the can of gravy. Just pick it up. You just pick it up. You're now holding the can of gravy. Use sharp teeth to poke a hole in the lid of the can. Your teeth are useless for the task. They are blunt like that of livestock, presumably suitable for mashing up plant matter, but not for puncturing metal. Attempt to open can with your weak, pathetic digits. Your weak, pathetic digits are not strong enough to penetrate the can. Your fingers are certainly pointy enough, and your black carapace is suitably rigid, but you just don't have enough muscle for the task. Take the can labeled beans. Okay, you take that too. Examine the can of custard. This can clearly reads mustard, a fact of which you were perfectly well aware. It is sort of cumbersome holding all these cans at once. You doubt you can hold many more than this, maybe one or two. You'll need to find something to put stuff in if you want to carry around a lot of things. You drop all the cans and take a look at your wrist. I love him. Sort of specialized barcode pattern. Brings back unpleasant memories, and you'd prefer not to dwell on it. Examine the small potted plant. What plant? He has eaten the plant again. He's eaten the plant. Peck book on human etiquette. It appears half of the pages of this book have been eaten. The daunting volume is considerably lighter than it once was. You are somewhat skeptical about the nutritional value contained by these pages. However, of the practical wisdom they contain, there can be little doubt. You have learned so much. Clear out all the cans inside the purple machine. You empty the peculiar cabinet and take a quick inventory of your canned goods. You have beans, mustard, gravy, bread, shrimp, asparagus, cheese, rice, corn, peas, flour, chestnuts, mayo, ham, potatoes, and squash. Such bountiful plenty, and yet the delights taunt you from within their small metal prisons. Search room for can opener. You've already looked all over the place for a can opener, even making a few electronic inquiries about one. No avail. And nothing else inside the purple thing either. Locate a nearby sharp object. You wield your trusty knife. It is actually you're not sure what they're called. It's an old rusted one of those red mailbox arm swing flappy doodads, either for letting you know there is mail in the box, or maybe for alerting the mailman to outgoing mail to be collected. You don't know really. You've wrapped a little piece of cloth around it for the grip. It is useless for opening cans. Be the imp. This means nothing to you. You are not an imp. You have no idea what an imp is, and you will not entertain such frivolous, childish ideas. Again, you feel stupid and hate yourself a little for even considering it. Become the mayor of Cantown. As the glorious founder and mayor of Cantown, you erect a dignified, majestic city hall out of cans, fittingly capped off with a tome of good manners for the roof. You've given yourself a very official and important-looking mayoral sash made out of old cables to complete your look of authority. A number of rather civic-minded citizen cans gather in front of the building to offer adulation to their fair and magnanimous leader. All is well. You immerse yourself in this beautiful dream as you whittle away the minutes, or perhaps hours. You love the idea of being a mayor. You love everything about mayors, and the concept of orderly civil democracy. It all seems so mannerly and reasonable to you. Everyone is friendly and happy, and the city runs like clockwork. The foundation of the government is based on mutual respect between the leader and its people. It is also built on having a really great mayor that everyone loves, who's totally amazing and heroic and brave. Mayors are so much better than kings. You hate kings, and you think kings are really stupid. They are petty, bossy tyrants, and are really full of themselves and are basically awful in every way. God, do you hate kings? Explore west of Cantown. Over here, on the other side of the room, there's another one of those purple storage boxes, and some useless objects scattered on the floor. Use glowing green rock to open cans. You pick up the nugget of uranium and oh, that was so stupid. Why would you do that? We've eaten it. We've eaten the uranium. Don't do that, by the way. Don't eat the uranium. Absolutely not. Examine box of crayons. It's chalk, numbnuts. Inside the box, there are 12 pieces of chalk in every color of the 10 pieces of chalk in most colors of the rainbow. You are excited by this. Try to open the storage box. It's locked. There must be some sort of release mechanism for this thing. Examine contents of yellow container. The container is full of motor oil, and this does not seem useful for you right now. Rescue that poor lightning bug. There's nothing you can do for this new little friend. Attempting to crush the amber encasing the firefly would likely cause it harm. Nevertheless, it bravely flashes on. You find its light alluring, inspiring. To you, it seems as if it could quite easily serve as the light of democracy. Use the chalk to draw some road. You sketch a handsome network of sprawling thoroughfares for your citizens to traverse. The adoring population applauds its mayor's keen instincts for city planning. You even add some lush vegetation to your city with a piece of blue chalk, because you can't seem to find a more suitable color for some reason. Lay a chalk foundation for Cantown's civic growth. You develop westward, settling those fertile plains and claiming them for your city. You section off a number of residential and commercial zones for civic growth, arranged in the only logical pattern that occurs to you. You color the residential zones with your piece of white chalk, but for some reason none of the other colors in the box strike you as suitable for the commercial zones. Perhaps there is an alternative. Use your own pee for the commercial zones. You cannot urinate because you don't think you've had anything to drink in quite some time. You are very thirsty. Also, this is a terrible idea, and you would not consider befouling your wonderful city in that way for even a moment. Use motor oil to designate commercial zones. You fill each empty square with a bit of motor oil to complete the zoning. It looks rather striking to you. You can hardly imagine that an up-and-coming young can trying to make its way in the world cannot be delighted to live in your fair district. You are very careful not to get any of the unpleasant fluid on your person. Sorry. Peel a label from the can of mayo and affix to sash. And he used the red chalk to turn it into a mayoral sash. I love the mayor. Survey surroundings in search of more terrain for city. It seems you have run out of territory for your western expansion, but there's still a lot of empty wall space. Perhaps your citizens would be happier with a colorful backdrop that would make them feel more at home. Interesting. Using most of your imagination and an entire piece of sky blue chalk, you render a bright and cheerful sky full of clouds. You've decided that very closely orbiting your city is a luminous planet, about which orbits a single moon. Switch to another shade of blue and continue rendering on the western wall. Orbiting much further from your city are 4 planets. None of these have satellites, you've decided. Yes, that makes sense, you think. Is this the mayor that someone was assigned to? T in my head is always related to the mayor, and I don't know why. I just love it. It makes a lot of sense. This is the mayor, though. He is wonderful. We love him. He is precious. Very precious to us. We hold on to him dearly. Mayor is such a good character. And on the southern wall, beyond an impenetrable veil of darkness, occupying the furthest orbit yet, there's an ominous planet. A moon circles this one, too. Check that rampaging boy on the screen. Ah, yeah, that guy. You'd almost forgotten about him and his confusing shenanigans. It seems like he has things well in hand at the moment. He doesn't appear to need your help, and you've already concluded that he cannot help you, at least for the time being. Turn on the other 3 screens. You have no idea how to turn these on. There's no mouse for this weird quadra-monitored computer. It can only be operated through text commands from its keyboard. Perhaps there's a special key or something which will allow you to switch to another monitor? Press tab. Now, if you don't know, Tab doesn't exist anymore. Tab is an actual soda. This isn't just like a joke just for this. It was a literal, real soda. It is no longer in production. You can no longer get it, but it was real, and it was a major Homestuck meme thing to get at one point. Like, legitimately. Consume several cans. You free the heavenly brown elixir from the jewels of the pink carapace and imbibe like the wind. It is so sweet and sugary. You wonder how so much sugar can fit in one can. Whatever mighty wizard concocted this potion is truly deserving of your fear and respect. Tab and Faygo are the Homestuck drinks. Only Faygo now, because Tab literally doesn't exist. But you say that like how Homestuck fans put Tab out of business somehow. I think Homestuck made Tab last longer. Because during the height of Homestuck, people would buy Gushers, they'd buy Faygo, they'd buy Tab, they'd buy all sorts of like random snacks that were associated with the webcomic And I legitimately think for Tab, it kept it afloat a little bit longer. They finally removed it because nobody was buying it, which was coincidentally sometime after Homestuck had ended and the fandom had quieted down quite a bit. Also, I want to try to get through the Wandering Vagrant part before we end, just to like kind of balance it out. The Tabs are naturalized as loyal new citizens of Cantown. All cans are welcome and equal in your city, regardless of can content, and whether empty or full. It's not like emptying a can kills it or anything. They are just cans after all. Betty Crocker was popular, but suddenly some random teams began buying in 2010s. Betty Crocker things became a shenanigan of their own in the 2010s, and like people were just making Betty Crocker things everywhere and buying the boxes just to have the boxes. It was ridiculous. It was actually ridiculous. Hit escape. Oh, interesting. Feeling refreshed and heavily caffeinated, you go back to work on the big computer. You hit escape, which seems to minimize the action window thingy and reveals a history of all the commands you've entered. It's just enough strange poetry from the red text. The purple text is less irrational. So many exclamation points. It's so wonderful. We've seen all these before as like the lines in it. But I like where it just suddenly becomes like lowercase and then it becomes very polite. It's wonderful. Use the arrow keys to scroll up a bit. You can't believe how much you've already typed in this stupid contraption. What a waste of time. Oh. You scroll all the way up to your first command. Looks like there were commands above it. Maybe somebody was entering things on this thing before you. There aren't too many more. At the top of the list, there appears to be the very first command. Which two? You activate screen 2. The signal is garbled, and you have no idea what you're looking at. That's a wizard. Some sort of filthy beggar pleading for help? No one is around and nothing is happening. You seem to be locked out of any sort of interaction with whatever is happening on this monitor. Which 3? Interesting. It's another one of those rapscallions. This monitor is locked too. You can't tell him what to do, not that you really want to, and since it just looks like more confusing nonsense to you. You consider switching to screen 4, but decide against it. You have a feeling that whatever's there would just confuse you even more, and you don't even really care all that much. Anyway. Type home. All 4 screens activate. Together they display a countdown, starting at 4 hours and 13 minutes. Type reboot. What are you killing? It looked like a bird. Which kind of makes sense. You can't. Nothing is working anymore. The timer seems to have disabled the keyboard. WV. Be the mayor. Enough of this nonsense. You are an important mayor, and this absurd contraption has wasted enough of your time. You've got a city to govern with a carapaced fist, which is to say firm yet polished and supple as the situation demands. Anyways, this will help you kill some time while you wait for that clock to count down. Create employment opportunities for the citizen cans. You temporarily dismantle City Hall and free up all the can power available to create a vigilant town militia. You divide them into 2 groups, marking them with the distinct teams and ranks using a piece of white chalk and motor oil. You then organize them in phalanx across the countryside, preparing for a stiff training regimen. When you are through with them, your forces will be a well-oiled machine. Chalk another one up to bold leadership. So you guys understand what's happening here? It's chess. It's just chess. This is chess again. But he doesn't know it's chess. Lead your men to victory. This man is playing chess. Poorly, I think. I don't think he's following the rules of chess. Nope, that's not a real move. I think he is actually following the rules of chess in this animation. Maybe. You waste more than 4 hours on this tomfoolery. Also, yes, we are very aware that it is the Juggalo drink, and it is because it is the Juggalo drink that it is... How do I describe this? There are characters that are Juggalo adjacent in Homestuck, and that's why that is in there. It is literally, you found the origin of why it is in Homestuck to begin with. Mourn the loss of Citizen Tab. No, Homestuck is not Juggalos. It just has Juggalo adjacent stuff in it. Later on. Your caffeinated jittering must have agitated all the little bubbles curiously hidden in the liquid, creating too much pressure in the can. You speculate this is why it exploded as you nervously eyed the timer. You're starting to wonder what will happen when it reaches 0. Maybe it'd be best not to be near it when this happens. It's in the future. Though perhaps not as few as implied by circumstance. A peregrine medicant trundles precarious cargo beneath the gleam of the celestial ominous. Got another one. Look at that friend with the mailboxes. I don't know what that is, but it's probably something. Actually, Woo, how can I say this to you? There is a universe within Homestuck in which ICP is the president of the United States. I think that answers your question. This is not a joke, by the way. That's actually in the canon of the comic. I won't tell you where. It just happens eventually. So, I don't know how to tell you. You say a bittersweet goodbye to your beloved city. It is time to move on to greener pastures, by which, of course, you mean an arid, sandy wasteland upon which nothing green has grown. The door shuts behind you. A panel on the door becomes illuminated. As you ponder over the marks on the panel, you hear another mechanical sound overhead. Oh, stuck. The LCD panel appears to have a touchscreen interface. Curiously prod the funny-looking spirograph. It appears the funny-looking spirograph room is locked. The floor rotates a full 360 degrees beneath you, while the surrounding wall seems to stay put. Select the triangly fractal. Triangly fractal room does not appear to be locked. The floor turns 120 degrees and the door opens. You go through the door to find another room. It's the same size as the one you just wasted all the time in, while a clock was ticking down to something which may or may not be your doom. Maybe there's something in there will help your escape. Against the wall, there's another perplexing. Against the opposite wall is some sort of control panel which catches your eye. It has 2 large screens, but one appears to be active. There are fields for numbers which appear to be modifiable with the dials to the right. Some numbers are already supplied by the default, perhaps entered by previous users. There are a few buttons below, and a large one bearing the symbol marking this room. Also, it looks like there's a meter stick propped up there for some reason. Attach your trusty knife to the meter stick. Immediately craft a measuring spear, possibly the most advanced form of alchemy employed thus far. This is obviously the most important thing to do first. Obvious. Or it would be if you it would obviously be the most important thing to do if you would remember to bring your trusty knife. You feel so insecure without your trusty knife. It makes you want to slit your wrist, or at the very least flog your carapace with some sort of measuring apparatus. Look at the other wall. You examine the perplexing contraption across the room. You of course have no idea what it could possibly do. You adopt the only obvious course of action, which is to poke and prod at it with your handy ruler, which you're quite sure this is what science is all about. You go back to the control panel, which obviously controls that gizmo, and you push the big blue button, which is obviously probably the most obvious thing to push. You purify a pumpkin. Salmon pumpkin. It seems this mysterious gourd was purified, from a specific time and location somewhere on this planet you are on. You wonder if the machine, a purifier, will take any object that exists at whatever time and location you supply. There's a symbol carved on the pumpkin. You don't know what this means. You doubt it will ever prove to be relevant in any way. Devour pumpkin. You consider dining on the right flesh of the plump vegetable, but your curiosity about the purifier gets the better of you. You try to sneak a nibble from the expect green button. You first examine the attractive green buttons. The icon for the one on the left is the house shape you've seen plenty of times before. The right one, on closer inspection, appears to be the map of this underground facility, with an X marking its center. Press green button on. You push the button. All of the numbers change. Perhaps these are coordinates for the location of the center of the facility, along with the local date and time. If this is the case, it would make a useful reference point for your current bearings. Fiddle with the dials. One way to find out would be to attempt to purify something from outside the facility, or from the facility. It should be easy to zero on a location relative to the center, because you have an uncanny knack for taking precise distances when you've already traversed, in whatever units you choose. Your handy ruler gives you a good clue to the basic unit of human measurement. You will go with that. Purify your trusty knife. You nudge the coordinates very slightly and bump up the elevation by 0.5 human measurement units. You make sure to keep the time approximately what it was to begin with. You purify your trusty knife. Purify Cantown. You nudge the numbers a bit more to purify a bunch of cans. This is so much more efficient than walking back to the other room to get them. You are to believe that time is at a premium after all. Purify a pumpkin. Does this machine look like a purifier to you? Honestly, the idea of an purifier could both purify and purify things is so laughably ridiculous. You'd wish someone would purify your brain and repurify it if you're with a brain that is more smart and less dumb. Use trusty knife to carve spook schema in pumpkin. What the hell are you talking about? The idea makes no sense at all. Basically, it is meaningless. Try using that mushy stuff in your gourd next time. Instead, you just carve off the top, exposing a decadent cache of gorgeous seed-laden ambrosia. Needless to say, you consume all of it rather quickly, but it turns out to be too gross for us to watch. Move spirograph switch. You cannot move it. It has spirograph-shaped indentation, possibly require a special kind of key to turn. A purify firefly out of amber. We freed it. You release your blinky new friend. You will give her a name when something suitably whimsical occurs to you. Adjust time dial to purify rotten pumpkin. Pass. You and Serenity. She got named Serenity. Consider new ways to waste more time with the purifier. You are assuming she is a girl firefly, even though you are really not sure that fireflies can even be girls. You target the extremely tasty rotten pumpkin that was sitting in the other room hours ago. It seems the purifier cannot purify something if it will create a time paradox. A gelatinous ghost pumpkin appears and quickly dissolves into a pile of unappetizing sludge. Purify the grate over the entrance to the facility. Serenity blinks a message of urgency, which I don't know what it says. I have no idea what it says. Did we need you? It is Morse code. Hi, Icy. There's Morse code on the screen. So it's dot dash. I think it says let's go. It does say let's go. It says let's go. No, Icy. Above it. Right above it. It's okay, it just says let's go. Serenity blinks a message of urgency. You nearly forgot that while trapped in amber, she was witness to all your tomfoolery and dilly-dallying in the other room. Knows the timer is about to expire. You reset the coordinates with the right green button again, and this time only adjust the elevation by approximately 10 human measurement units. Well, those are the grates. And I think we'll probably end here. Look at him take all the things. Is this really necessary? Yes, it is, Serenity. Thank you. Psych. Unpsych. You attempt the rare and highly dangerous 5 times cliffhanger combo and fail. You're doing it, man. You're making this happen. Look at him go out there. Wayward vagabond is going on an adventure. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing he can do about it either. continent westward, and years in the past, but not many. Interesting. Are you there? A friend! An ocean westward, and years in the past, but not many. I know someone. Hi, Rose. Hi, Rose's mom. There's Dad. So before we end stream, because that is where we are ending, we're ending on what is classified as page 757 of Homestuck. Did Homestuck have the original while you studied the pen, I studied the blade weebs? The whole conversation we had. So kind of, Dave does kind of represent that part of the fandom. Also, I'm turning. Okay, I no longer understand Homestuck. Do you want the really quick rundown of what you just witnessed in that? Actually, let me pull it back up. Let me go back. I'm gonna mute it and I'm gonna just talk over it while it's happening. We're gonna leave this going. So, this desert is where we found the Wayward Vagabond and the other one, which I don't remember what her name is, but it's the PM. Look at this desert out here. Obviously a wasteland area. This is where this present is. So out here, we've seen some stuff, craters. Now, what it's doing is showing you that there's the S-Burb logo is on this, and that these things are moving. Now, it does a flashback, and it says, a westward in the continent, many years in the past, and it shows a neighborhood that's been turned into a crater. So a continent westward. So this is the United States. John lives in Seattle. Ish. Crater, where John's house was. And many years in the future, where it becomes part of this desert. And this weird funky tree grows out of it, and it drops another thing from it, much like how John's tree dropped an apple, and it also has the S-Burb logo on it. And so there's all these events that have happened in the past, into the present, and into what is ostensibly the future of Earth. This is about the Earth. Whatever happened that destroyed the Earth left these guys here. Left all these little guys that are just wandering around in this desert trying to figure out what's going on. It left them there. So while you have now proof that the Earth does not survive necessarily everything that's going on in the present with Rose and John and Dave and Jade, who has not been formally introduced, but I've accidentally said her name like 1,000,000 times. You know that it's all linked. Because how is the Wayward Vagabond talking to John in a game in the past? Unknown, but that's part of the mystery. So this is what I meant by literally there are so many timeline shenanigans in Homestuck that it becomes like, Minty has talked about like the time fuck Cowboys before, which is, this is about a podcast that one of the mods has listened to that involves a lot of like timeline shenanigans in order to tell a story. Homestuck when I say it gets complicated later on, I want you to know that this is where we're coming from, of you are looking at the story in a non-linear fashion. You have the events as they happen on Earth in the present with the kids, and you see beyond it into what becomes of the Earth later on. And it all intermingles in such weird ways, and I want you to understand when I say that this is the most simple part of the timeline shenanigans of Homestuck. Literally the most simple. And that is horrifying. So anyways, we've read a whole bunch of Homestuck. My voice is going to be sad and angry after this. I hope that everybody that was here for this enjoyed it. I hope the rats are fine with the choice that they made to let me read Homestuck. Again, if you want to read more of it now that we've read part of it on stream, there's the How to Read. Well, I did a lot of reading about it today. We are still in Act 2. We have not moved out of Act 2. And if you want to read, I don't know why Big Shot started playing and I'm a little bit scared, but if you want to like listen to it rather than read it yourself, because it's a lot of text. Just for context, I think the first 2 acts combined are about 44,000 words, so almost a short novel. Who killed Red? It was me. I killed Red. It was me with a knife. But you can listen to it. There is a group that has done it. They don't have it all completely done, but they've done it up to like somewhere close to like the end of Act 6. Maybe it's the middle of Act 6, which gets even more convoluted in the numbering schematics, and I don't want to talk about it and think about it right now. So if you want to read more of it or listen to more of it, we have all those links there. If you don't want to touch it, that's incredibly fair. But if you do read it, again, please be mindful of all of the issues that have come from it being a product of its time. If you're using it on the website, you can enable a whole bunch of mods that are native to it on the website. But if you're going to use the app, which is the better way to do it, by the way, because it plays the Flash animation, make sure that you go and download and install those mods, which is just as simple as downloading the zip file and unpacking it into the mod folder. But that's all I have to give you guys today. Third says this is incredibly silly. Yes, this is incredibly silly. I think that one also flashes it on the screen as well as like the text and the dots as well. But I'm now gonna go think about Homestuck. I don't know if I ever want to touch this again on stream, but I guess if you guys really enjoy it, I can offer to read more of it. I'm probably not gonna read it anytime soon, so I'll just make note of where I stopped, and then if we read it again, I can read it again. Yeah, it does, but I'm ignoring that because when else am I going to be able to use Morse code? There's other sections with it. There's other sections with the Morse code. Serenity does more Morse code later in the webcomic. She does not go away anytime soon. But I appreciate you guys very much, so very much. I like Ziploc reads Homestuck. That is dangerous to say, MJ. I appreciate you guys so very much. I hope that you guys have a wonderful time zone. Take care of yourselves so very much. Drink water, eat food, take a shower, take your meds, do everything you gotta do to keep yourself running. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. We're gonna play Minecraft. Maybe my mouse is acting up and I don't want to play hardcore if my mouse is acting up, so we'll see what happens. I have a new mouse coming soon, but I'll keep you guys in the know in the Discord. I appreciate this community a lot. I like that you guys are putting up with the shenanigans of the things that I want to look at and do. I appreciate you guys so very much. I hope you guys have a wonderful time wherever you are in the world. See you in the next stream. Bye!
Ni GHTM or Z.